And you think
I'm sorry.
I know how it feels you're in the office when it comes to so this is your time to relax. Yeah. Not good English. Yeah, appreciate HEHSC committee or staff, everybody in the city. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I did, and then. Yeah, no, so crazy. Però scegli di nota da sentito che da sentito di nota che scegli altri scienito share. Share. The 25th Navigation Council of this year. Politically was being kind of stuff in this shade. For that's another. I don't get.
Yeah, I don't speak that German science and engineering, I don't shit and she don't. Is a she said that I don't like of course our opinion, logical aid vignette fish on this unmanaged shown not shut. Me, vice chair.
Says that's you and host.
Yeah, I have time. I'm washing dishes.
Okay.
Thank you. Bennett on the spot. She let's change and share with the three inch also that they push me. Yeah, honor the share on the line. It doesn't matter. Although partners that are the shiny can achieve the engagement. It would be partners and but shop or local education. Shares. Here, so with that, staff are ready. You guys are ready. I'm going to do one more shenanigans for introduction, and then we'll go ahead and move on to staff for introduction as well. Shenanigans, division director.
Yeah, that's fair. She Good morning, everybody, council delegates and staff here and all of our partners and staff that are big help to put this together. I appreciate the invitation and the time that we're spending time to push our completion.
Yeah, try it. You can use those if they have problems with it. Use those.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Angelina Malawi. I'm the legislative advisor for the Health Education and Human Services.
Good morning, everyone, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, honorable delegates. My name is Karen Thompson. I'm the legislative assistant for the Health Education and Human Services Committee.
Thank you. Again, thank you for everyone. Again, a quite a Door discussion. Door on education and services. In the town, mission council special meeting on June 5th. We'll go ahead and hold the meeting to order here at 10:16 a.m. With that, staff roll call.
Good morning again, everyone. Roll call for the Health, Education, Human Services Committee of the 25th Napa Nation Council Special Meeting, June 5th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Honorable Vincent James.
Joe James present.
Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable George Toth. Honorable Curtis Yanita. Chair, you have 4 members present, including yourself.
Thank you, staff, for that. With that, we do have 4 health education committee of the 25th Napa Nation Council members. Here, so that does constitute a quorum. With that, moving on to invocation. Invocation, do we have a volunteer to have invocation? Shannon, Division Director, staff, can you do the invocation for us?
Without coalition of this, we need to join our aid and our aid, and we'll talk about motivation to reach out to you. Such a global state of insights, if all do it to join in with the machine, pretty much, even then we ask you to take this time to acknowledge and share the rights of all that we have been given at this time, how our minds of being, our bones, and then. We thank you for all the many lessons of our family, our animals, and all of the safety that we experience with one another. And we ask you to be with our first responders, the police department, the safety, the fire department, and all of those who serve our community, the medical staff, and teams around the nation, and all of those who are hearing out those calls and dispatchers, and the many people who those capacities being met. We ask you to be with our leadership outreach, with our council delegates, our executive administration of the division branches. We ask you to be with all of our chapter leaders, the community leaders that sacrifice and give themselves selflessly during this time. I ask you to be with our staff and divisions all across the nation and all of the capacities that they carry out each and every day. Many of us, we work 24/7, we serve all the time and every time, and we appreciate the strength and guidance and the leadership that you instill in each and every one of us. We ask you to be with our families, we give great sacrifice, we give so much time to the nation, and we ask you to be with President and many of the officials that are working with us in this nation. It's on the state level, the national level. We continue to ask for your guidance, instill expectations and path and kindness so that we continue to serve the people. And we ask you to do this and help us to rejuvenate when we go home to rest, help us to stay safe or harm and protect from those that may be struggling and build toward us, and then we ask you to be with the share that we have, whatever needs to be before we will today, and we ask you to have to be with us. And before that, these are the things that are very important to our work here in the nation and today in this room. No matter what time and how much time it takes, if these changes happen immediately, now we ask you to be with us and show us and guide us along this path. And we ask you to be with each and every one of us in the room, show us the way and help us to make decisions that are very important for all people, and for us to understand that we all are related to one another. all owe each other kindness. Without any personal always, personal speak, personal speak, personal speak, personal speak.
Again, another, manual for that invocation that we had, that beautiful prayer. And, moving on to the next item, which is announcements, committee members, do we have any announcements? Committee members? No announcements? If not, moving on to item number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. With that, I would like to recognize all those individuals that are on the Zoom call. Thank you. Do we have a representative from Speaker's office on the call?
Yeah, it's Asian and this is Samatsa Jim with the Office of the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nasa Jim, for entering and sitting in on our Health Education Human Service Committee meeting, representing the Speaker office. Thank you. With that, do we have a representative from? Good morning.
Department of Workforce Development, Department of Retirement Service, we do have staff.
Adopt the agenda for review and adopt the journal.
Legislature, and that is not.
Oh, that's tomorrow's meeting? Oh, other add-ons? Just
Please. Honorable Curtis Levito. With that, we do have 4 members voting in favor, 0 opposed, one excused and chair not voting. That we do have adopted agenda here before us. Federal, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Objectives, its goals and accomplishments of your three challenges. Your solutions, your timeline of solution as well. So with that, presenters, we do have Division of Human Resource Administration as the first presenter here. So with that, Ms. Debbie Daniel, Division Director, and Mr. Nathaniel Brown, Deputy Director, is also
Okay.
on
We
call.
on
and is
file
staying
to do
earlier.
the, redo the agenda.
Yeah. So,
Do you want your
but we do have a Division of Human Resource
administration?
Deputy Nathaniel.
I mean, it's not secret, but.
There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can I share my screen? Thank you. I was trying to share a screen on the so everybody can see it, but that's a good morning, honor
Kind of share.
delegates for second. Thank you for the work that you
Go back to
do
the
and
Zoom.
the work that happens outside of this meeting time. I
wish you guys
really
had
am glad to be here.
We have
Been
three.
here
Yeah,
now,
I think-
it's June, been here for about 5-6 months now, and I think
Sure,
that
sure.
some of the really critical issues, share the screen.
Let's see, which one? Okay, I'll just leave it.
So we've had a number of critical issues that have come our way during the time that we've been here in the second, starting with the third quarter. And without further delay, I'll go ahead and follow the process that's been encouraged for us to use. And at this time, I do have Deputy Nathaniel Brown on the line, who's here to offer support, so he can chime in as he needs to. The division of Navajo Division of Human Resources is one of the divisions throughout the Navajo Nation. It also, in addition, serves other offices, Office of the Controller, the Veterans Office, a number of different entities. And so often we're asked, oh, Debbie, we Director and Ms. Manuel, we thought we took care of HR. Now we take care of the entire Navajo Nation. A lot of our information that comes to us is through the inquiry system, through concerns, through complaints and grievances. So when I look at my day, the day-to-day activities, I can get up to 4 to 6 of these inquiries or concerns throughout 1 hour period, and you multiply that by 8 to 10 hours, it can add up to 16 to 32 inquiries. So when we think about the Division of Human Resources, there is a degree of intensity that comes with the work we do. We were established in, a number of years ago, and there is a master plan of operation. And back in 2016, the, National Veterans Affairs was also shifted over and now works with the office of the president, vice president. Our departments include 9 different departments, including this administration office. So there are times and instances where individuals might believe that we are DPM. DPM is one of the programs that is within the division. So we have the administration, and then we also have a DPM and then another different departments. We have a number of staff that work within all of these departments. And we also have our budget that supports all of these divisions, all of these departments, but they also include revenue generating programs. We have 3 of those. So, and then within this organization also they have their own oversight committees. They also have their own offices. So that's just a little bit of information for those that view and learning more about human resources. In our organization, our goal is to really improve and enhance and streamline the work that we do. And this is based on the 9-3 administration, is to really look at ways we can improve the efficiencies and streamline how we do our work, so that the outcomes for the community are much easier to access at the end of the day. We really want to work closely with our personnel and our departments to improve the degree of professionalism. This might happen through education, it might happen through conversation, supervision, a number of different ways. And as we look forward, we really think about how do we do this, you know. It's not with just the personnel, but it's our customer service delivery. It's about what kind of results do we want to achieve, not just for this fiscal year, but for 5 years, 10 years, ultimately for 50 years. There's a lot that goes into the work that we do within the Division of Human Resources. When we look at our organization as a whole, we're looking at we all serve at the pleasure of President Tigran and Vice President Montoya. And within this, we have a Division of Human Resources, the administration, which where my role is secured. And then also we have a number of different programs. And this color code that's here on the screen will help me understand how they're broken up. So as a body, our oversight committee works very closely with the Health and Education Services Committee, and then the items that are in pink are also departments and agency offices. And we have now the Department of Workforce Development, the Department of Child Support Services, and the National Office of Vital Records and Identification. We also work very closely with our oversight committee for the Department of Retirement Services. And you'll learn more about all of these departments today. One of the most active programs in our whole division is the Department of Personnel Management. So the intensity of information that goes through this office is pretty heavy. So we really do what we can to support their needs so that they can deliver whatever resources that are in the mission. And as we go through, we look at our fiscal year comprehensive division budget. Each of the departments today will share a little bit about that information, the challenges they face, and how they're working to address any of the gaps in the service delivery, but also talk about the things that are working really well for them. So when we look at our funds, our funds are really important. What we take care of here, DHR. One of the number of responsibilities we have is the fiduciary responsibility of how we use our time as personnel, how we engage. I think for me and for our deputy, we work 24/7 in a lot of the work we do. There's a number of responsibilities that we carry out throughout the day, throughout the week. And then we also work very closely with our programs that access general funds and different costs. We also have the revenue generating programs, which are really helpful. They really put the responsibility back on our programs to deliver outcomes that are going to be beneficial to the communities that we serve. When we look at our overview of our programs, we have a number of programs that are funded and depending on what you're looking at or what issues exist, there's certain resources we always have to look at. Is what is it that these departments, what are they doing? What is their plan of operation? How do they operate? And then also the resources. We heard in Friday's special meeting, the need for vehicles in our program. We're really fortunate to have vehicles that we use. And they're available to us, and it's important for us to take care of those resources. Not only the vehicles, but equipment, if there are office equipment, if that's a computer, if that's a printer, if it's the services that we use to ensure that we meet the needs of our community, those are just as important as well. This is a really brief overview, just to kind of give you an idea of where we're at. As the administration, we work really closely with the Office of the President. We have regular meetings with our division directors to ensure that we understand what the challenges are that we face each week. We also talk about the partnerships and the conversations we're having with any of our council delegates, any of the collaborations that we have. And within the administration itself, we since February, we have 3 collaborations that we have been working on. One is the personal task force. We also work very closely with hardship office to make sure that we're resolving cases where there are shared census numbers. We also work very closely with EPM on the wage setting that has been asked for us to deliver through the HEHSC meeting. So these are some of the initiatives that we have happening. They do require a number of opportunities where we shift things around. Right now, we set aside a personal task force just so we can get this wage study done. We've been asked to deliver that information during this next spring, the summer council session. So that should kind of give you an idea. Any number of our programs we can share how we're working at the state and federal level, any of our funds or grants and opportunities there when it comes to any of the big funds, especially if it comes to the tribal development. So that's my update for today. Questions?
Yeah, thank you. Division Director for some Deputy Head Manual for that PowerPoint presentation. And if you can email that PowerPoint presentation to us, people have questions. And while we're waiting for your PowerPoint presentation, we'll go ahead and move on to the next presenter.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. They forward the DHR information. It was sent at 8:56 this morning. So I forward that to the members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we do have the PowerPoint presentation, committee members. So with that, we did have a presentation done by Division of Human Resource Administration. Ms. Debbie Manuel, Division Director, committee members. I don't think we need to have a motion and a second for each presenter. Per the agenda, it's all under one motion and one second once we complete the whole presentation. So that will be at the end, so we don't need a motion in a second. So for now, there's 2 ways that we can do this is we can move forward to the next presenter. Or we can start asking questions for each presenter, but just know that you have other presenters and not to prolong or go off subject from the agenda and then the presentation that's going to provide to us Because we do tend to go off subject here and start going anywhere around now nation and sometimes around the whole world. So if we can just stay on the agenda, and particularly to the PowerPoint. This is a continuing discussion that will take place throughout our term. And we do have email address to each of the staff members, to each of the departments to address more questions or concerns to each individuals. We do have contact information, phone numbers to what we can text them. If we have any questions or other questions, concerns, we can do that as well. But again, committee members, I will leave that up to you on how you want to move forward. We're all agreeable to stay on topic and stay on the agenda. I guess we can start asking questions. That way we can get through the whole departments under the Division of Human Resource. Honorable George Toll.
Thank you. And nomination in this matter. In a way, I have a little concern in regards to events. I believe we went under the president's office, but it's no problem the year program, right? Hiring and firing, and submit application. I just want to clarification. Thank you.
This Deputy Manuel.
Sure, thank you, Honorable Cole, for that question. Any of the personnel matters that we, that happen within the government, they're rerouted back to us. If there are things that employees are doing well, or which is rare, we get that information. When somebody has done an outstanding job. The second is we do get a number of inquiries, and they might be asking about their professional, their platforms, where is the status of this transfer, this promotion, this demotion, or this shift, some sort. Then we get concerns if there's something that is happening that this needs our attention, or that someone is asking us to keep an eye on. That's something that we do. And then also any of the terminations or exits that we have, in the departures that are happening within the department. So a lot of it does get rerouted back to me and circles back to me at some point. And often when we do get this information, individuals will say, why didn't you know about this, Debbie? This is your job. And it really depends on the individuals that are in the division directors, the department directors, the program directors, supervisors. It's important that they communicate with me, but not all do. There's a number of times where I find out about the situation after the fact, after there's a crisis. And so, but the response time is generally, for me, is generally immediately. And that's kind of goes back to what I was saying, is that I can get the inquiries, concerns, or grievances between 4 to 6 times an hour. You know, I could be in a meeting and getting messages like I probably am right now. If I go out to the parking lot, somebody coming into the building is giving me something. If I'm walking into another meeting, I'm getting more. It's nonstop. So anything, even if it's veterans, it still comes back to us. It comes back to me. It comes back to our personnel. Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Honorable George Toll.
Okay, thank you for clarification, but I have also questions. I noticed that some of the visit director requiring people have to arrive. Do they have agreements in place with them? I guess one of the things that I asked you to also probably visit offices and will again, I'd like to know more about it probably later on. And you know, it don't seem right New director comes in, just. Get rid of the people, no grievance, I don't know. What's going on, so thank you.
Thank you for that question. Anytime there are terminations, I like to use terminations versus firing because I really believe that professionalism is important. Is to make sure that we treat all of our individuals that are working for our communities as professionals. So there are terminations, there are departures, there are partnerships we have with applicants that are coming in. I think that's really critical, first of all. Second is if there is a termination in place, they're depending on their job status, if they're a professional at will. In some cases, those situations are different than an employee. So employees do have a process that they can follow. They can follow the grievance process, and that's outlined in our personal management. And when we work with the individuals who are professional at will, depending on who the leadership is in those divisions, they can make those decisions. However, based on my conversations with our office of president, vice president, there, and also our chief of staff and deputy chief of staff, I'm always encouraged to be a part of that decision-making process. And from what I've seen, we do follow procedures. We do have conversations with individuals so that they're not side. It's not something that's coming through unannounced. Many of these individuals who have departures or terminations are very informed of what's happening. And often it might be a situation where something might be denied or they may not know everything, but that's usually not the case. A lot of employees are really good at documenting the situation and the circumstances, and so are their supervisors and directors. So I really would have to disagree when someone said they didn't know they were going to get fired, because there is generally a history behind those circumstances. So, and then I will make time to meet with you about the professional habits. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on Stronghold version? Okay. Moving on to next. Another ongoing courtesy income.
So, questions, how they these, and a lot of these should be across the nation. Yes, this goes to all of workforce development as well. Data relations are needed on this.
That's one. This one? No, this one.
Data.
Continue with this.
How far did you guys? Data process, research, job creation. How many jobs have you guys developed since you guys are established back in 1988? Working with all the services.
I'll bring it up.
That's I know that Biden is going to be reelected here next.
Oh, okay.
Company takes over and know that we can reduce a lot of that. What we're concerned about are the social service across the nation. And I believe that navigation social service is there to create training for job security for our citizens out there. That's the way I see it. And I don't know how many jobs that you guys created for them, for training skills to do contracting out there in cities, and building like homes here where we lack a lot of carpenters, and then same with electrician and plumbing. And by doing these kind of training, I believe that they can go into nursing and welding and even in farming. And I don't see that across the nation. And I see a lot of people, they get paid like monthly, that's the thing that they wait on throughout the month, and they're not really improving on their livelihood. I'm quite eager on this shit. How far are you guys working on that? Getting compared to what the federal debt ceiling? Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk Benito, Division Director, Sleepy Division.
Thank you. When I think about, job careers and, opportunities that are here for the navigation, I really, it's important for me to share that it's a partnership. It's not the government's responsibility, 100% to do the job creation. We have to work together with divisions, we work together with programs, with initiatives that happen, and then also with the applicants. Applicants have to be motivated in order to apply for work, to fulfill the application process and then to follow through. This is something where I stress to my team, it's important that we do everything we can to meet our applicants. Halfway, but it's also, them that has to apply for these jobs, for these vacancies that we have. And so that's the one thing that I think about is that's a model that we really need to understand is it's not the government's 100% responsibility. We do our part by making sure that we receive funding opportunities. In this case, you think about workforce development and federal funds that come through. It is important for us to pursue that and stay on top of it to meet those guidelines and to report back to the federal government. However, we can also do the outreach in the community. We can go give information, give workshops, talks, post signs, do all of that. But if there's if there are people not coming to apply for that, it's a different thing. And then the other part of the partnership is with the different divisions and departments that we have is when I think one of them you named is carpentry. Say for instance, carpentry, we have to look around at our community, our government system and see which department takes care of carpentry. Who does that? Who is there? Another area is probably one that came up when we were talking about the workforce program is making sure that the equipment that was purchased during the 24th administration for the chapter use. We didn't have operators who were certified to use this equipment. So we made it a priority in January. We were ensuring that we kept maintain the $4 million or the $11 million is to ensure that that funding goes out to our community to ensure that people are trained and certified to use this equipment. Not to lock them down to one chapter and say this is the place we're going to be serving, but to create an opportunity in more efficient is to ensure that these individuals be treated like business people. If they get certified in using this equipment, they can rotate around to different tribes, different chapters, and make sure they're available to help in different ways with the heavy equipment. I think the other thing you mentioned was you mentioned one more item, but any of these services, education or training to use equipment, really is a partnership between our programs, all of the departments out there, and also the applicants. So I see it as we all work together and then we can fill these vacancies. So that's my response. Did I answer your question?
Thank you, with that, Honorable Clerk Benito.
Almost. It's not that interest. It's the way I see it. You can lead a horse to the water and be drink. But this is a training, I think it needs to be really enforced. Because, like our nation is facing same problem. We're not money and so forth, and we're losing a lot of money to a lot of these outside entities with construction workers and even surveyors, even plumbing, electrician, and a lot of the program that's coming, from outside contract. A lot of these contract companies, we're losing a lot of people in that area. So, by these training to create job opportunities, I think we can start training our own people to start building a lot of houses, even with veterans. A lot of them are capable of employing, because a lot of them say they're not employed. So they're just waiting. And then waiting for that next check to come around. So in that case, I think if there needs to be some kind of training to enhance the development for a lot of the people that are needs. So without any even government agency, even in veterinarian, we don't even have veterinarians. We lack a lot of that, in a lot of our chapters, and we have a program, but nobody's enforcing that. And I just talked to Michael Malone just the other day that he needs to get out there in chapters and start involving and doing seminars where chapters. And I know that in these kind of trainings and veterinarian as well, we as now, we are capable of adopting into a lot of these workforces.
Thank you, Honorable Benito. Looking at your.
Thank you, Honorable Benito, yeah, for those questions. What I hear you describing are the vocational programs. We do need vocational opportunities. I had a chance to review some feedback coming from the community, and there is a lot of interest in vocational programs, and I'm interested in it too. I know that a number of people, they do pursue 4-year degrees, higher education, from anywhere from undergraduate to master's to doctoral level. Those are important, but we also need vocational programs. So it sounds like that's what you're describing. And when it comes, I really agree with veterinary programs. These are these are probably items that we're going to talk about with workforce development, because we did talk about that back in January when we were looking at the federal funds that were existing. So I do appreciate those comments. I'll take note of them, and I am more than willing to have more conversation about that. Thank you.
And Mr. Daniel, Honorable President. You're good, okay, Honorable Vice Chair, no questions, Honorable investigation. For the record, I just wanted to also make it known that we have Honorable Dr. Eddie Nance on the Zoom call. And we do also have a representative from the Office of the Speaker, which are their three states in Allison and the Washington. Nothing still yet on the PDP. Maybe they'll hear you, Division Director, and the study that's made, contact somebody that we need represented on the Zoom call. So with that, Honorable Commissioner speaking.
Oh, yeah, Sam. Can you hear me? Good morning. I was looking at your division summary of fund time. Well, you had a big portion of the orange funds funding right there that you get questionnaire funds. I was wondering what that meant. What that means. Heavy equipment. Do you have a listing of the people that got certified that you can share with us? So we can share with our chapters, so if they need someone, they can call them. And qualificational and all that items. Would be nice for the Navajo Nation to have a job. That, I noticed that other tribes, they have job corps centers, and a lot of our children are the next children, they go on to those jobs. So it would be nice to have something like that on the Navajo
on an donation to a
Yeah, Senate enrolled in an SBA account, is stepping there.
Again, Sean, I'm really grateful to, see you today. We had a chance to talk about a couple of things. We do, there are a number of programs that are here with us today that work with retirement, so they do have a large need for funding. But it's really spread throughout the nation. But I think, individuals who are retired also have this, so we'll learn about that today. To also answer your question about those that are certified, we also have workforce development that's going to present today. They'll be able to answer that question on the number of people, how the program is working, what the update is, and then how are we moving forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Randall, Honorable Visitors. No other questions? Honorable Dr. Inez, any questions for the Division of Human Resources Administration? I see no questions from Honorable Dr. Inez for the Division of Human Resources Administration. With that, Shanada, I do have a couple, maybe I should say a couple, I should say several questions. And my first one is going to be in regards to what is the update of working with the Speaker's Office for the 25th Navigation Council to move forward with the executive order number 04-2016. The sexual harassment training that should be in place for all employees of the nomination employees. So, which as councilors, we do have PAF that we signed. We are employees of the nomination, and all councilors should be sitting in this sexual harassment workplace policy based on the executive order. What is the update to this for coming from the Speaker's Office? Number two is in regards to plan of operations, are there any updates from your department? Any updates regarding any kind of operation for your office or any of the other departments that you oversee? Same thing regarding item amendments. Has there been any recommended? This will be my third question. Has there been any request from departments regarding kind of amendment that needs to be made or that needs to be provided or updated with health education and service committee? And I say this because we did just recently drop the legislation regarding the background check. If you can provide us an update on how that is going up to this far, since that was the somewhat similar situation, an amendment that took place. My fourth question is, we are approaching budget season, and at this point, where do you stand as Division of Human Resource regarding your funding needs, regarding your carryover budget not being existent anymore? How are you moving forward when utilizing all the funds that has been allocated to your department up to this far, all your departments that are under you? My fifth question is, we know that we have had concerns and issues in regards to the communication, and that has been a big problem overall throughout the whole nation. But you, as a division, as a department, departments that you have under your oversight, how are you improving your communication with your departments? How are your departments communicating back to you? How are your departments communicating with themselves on a daily basis? What kind of implement or what kind of plan have you guys put in place to make sure that that improvement in communication has improved and have that effectiveness of the communication within your division? Let's talk about your division. My last question is, from January to now, you've been overseeing the Division of Human Resources. And we've been finding some very interesting parts of the Division of Human Resources. And if we start talking about those interesting parts about the Division of Human Resources, we'll be here most of the day to talk about that. There has been some unique situations, there has been some unique, let me just put it this way, unique, interesting dramas that has happened within in your divisions. And so, out of that, what are the solutions that has been addressed to make that into President Nyring and Vice President Montoya's perspective on the campaign trail regarding to address moving forward in a positive change. And I say this because that was a big wording that was put in place by President Nyring and Vice President Montoya throughout the whole campaign. That they wanted to see positive change. So what have you guys come up to this harm regarding those positive changes? You finding out of taking over as the vision director from January to now addressing all of those drama issues within the departments. So that would be my last question. So with that, those are my questions for the Division of Human Resource. Ms. Deputy National, thank you.
Thank you so much for all of those questions, your chair. All of those are real good questions. I'm going to go back to the number one item you asked is well, I think I should talk about the sexual harassment issue. I'm gonna steal my staff thunder because they worked so hard on that. Should give an update about like what's happening. They have been working on it. I want to commend our staff because she was extremely persistent about that. And I think even for me as a social worker, my previous work being a social worker working with victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, that is really important. And I understood what our staff was. She was very consistent and persistent. And so she worked with our attorney within the office of the president, vice president. They worked out the document. We moved it forward, and president did sign this along with the attorney general in the exchange. Everyone was resolved and aware of it, and we do see the critical need to ensure that every single person in our organization takes part in training in all branches, not just the executive branch, but also the legislative branch. So our staff will give that update here today. Second is the plan of operations. We do have some of our departments and programs that will be sharing their information. They have requested some of their plan of operations be updated, but not only ours, but we also work with other divisions where our programs see the need for other divisions to update their plan of operations. So it kind of works across the lateral to make sure that those are in place, and we'll provide an update about that as well. The type of amendments, we do have, you've asked a question about background checks. That is something that probably is one of our leading achievements, based on our conversation with the Department of Justice. That is something that has taken a lot of moving parts from our task force, from our personal task force, which anywhere is from 45 to 50 people who are involved in the task force. And with all of their contributions to the personnel management, there were key elements in there that were really critical. And I think looking at our vacancy listing, everyone helped us to recognize that this was the most critical, so we were able to address that. And we worked with the Department of Justice and Oversight Committee. We also worked with our task force, and we worked really closely with IMS and background program to make sure that we looked at it. And, right now, as of today, we see how beneficial it is. Just yesterday, the other day, we were at a meeting and we got updates from the program saying that it's really helping the area, brought 6 people on. And we'll hear more of that today. We continue to, work on the launch of the training. So we have the training program that's here, the education program that's here today, to talk about that, how we're going to launch that training for all of our divisions, our departments and programs, so that they really understand that provisional hiring status is now in effect once it passed by council, and now they can hire individuals who are not classified in their sensitive position. And this is where DPM will share information about that as well today. But if they are not in that position, they can get hired. If they go for an interview and there's one applicant that's offered a job, they can be hired as soon as that department offers them the employment. And then they go forward and then they can have their background investigation begin and continue until they get all of their reports back. All of the entities, so that is working right now, and that'll be updated later today. Going to the living with human resource, I'm trying to read my writing. Big communication. Communication is one area that is always, like you indicated, across the nation, it is a challenge. It's finding out the word spec. I think for me, and very stepping away from my role and just looking at how I communicate, there's a lot of ways that I look at it, looking at the resources that are available in my nation. We have tools where we can create them, and the tools that I'm familiar with are not these that are embraced by our teams or our personnel. Sometimes there are really modern tools that we can use. And it takes a little bit of coaxing and persuasion to get people on board, but we managed to improve that in our division, in our by using some of the online tools like WhatsApp. So we're communicating among each other, not just program information for safety. We had probably a couple of months ago an oil the gas leak that happened in one of our departments, and we quickly, we were emailing and we were communicating while fire and police were on site addressing it. We needed to make sure our staff were safe. So we created this WhatsApp group where we communicate with our staff to ensure safety is happening no matter where we're at. So that's one way we communicate. We also use email, and I think phone calls, text messages, those are some other ways. In looking ahead, one of the most important things is making sure that we're all on board about how we do our work. And so we're for me myself, I'm standing back waiting for president's format, and so they've been working and refining the way we give our reports. So once we pull our reports together and we know this is what we're going to do, then our team can follow suit. So right now, I think I've seen it streamlined through a few versions, and they refined it to the point where it makes sense. So now I can pass on to my team. This is what the president's office is requesting. This is how we're going to report. This is what we're going to focus on. So depending on where that is, it can take time to do that, but no matter what, we know communication is important. I know from our staff, I've always encouraged them to talk directly with me. If they have questions, come to my office. I do mean it when I say I have a policy, and my staff will I use WhatsApp to communicate to my staff where I'm at all times. If I leave my office, I'm going to the president's office, I'm going to chief's office, I'm here, I'm there. And at any time they can reach me without delay or without hesitation. And I think for the most part, all of them also recognize the importance of that, because there's documents that have to be signed. There's a lot of important information that has to get through me to get to the process. So hopefully that answers your question. Then I think going down the road, I'd like to maybe communicate with chapters and with our stakeholders in the community. A newsletter is one way. Right now, the current vacancy we have in the administration with our PIO So having a PIO on board and communicating with the public is important. And so hopefully we can get someone on board. We've advertised that about 3 times and we haven't gotten a response. The salary that's offered for it is it's adequate. The challenge we face is housing. There's no employee housing. So that's the biggest challenge for somebody who wants to be a public information officer. The 6th question. The unique drama. That's what it was called. I think that's important to talk about the issues that we face on a daily basis. For our office and the administration, I indicated we can get anywhere from 4 to 6 incidents a day for responding to them. But the solution is what is important to me, like you mentioned. One of the ways we looked at this is through the personal task force. We were meeting weekly in February into March. We had a hard deadline to make sure we did an overview of the manual itself. And then from there, we drew out the things that were most pressing. And then the second thing that we besides the background policy issues, amendments that we had to make, we also were challenged to look at minimum wage. What is that? How can we increase the wages for someone who earns under, say, Arizona State minimum wages? And so we brought that forward to HEHSC, and then we were asked to make sure we create agents. We recommended an agents listening session from businesses because they were going to probably be the most impacted if the president's office set a minimum wage. So while the president wanted to go forward and set a minimum wage right away, they had to ask us to wait, hold on a second. We need to look at the business and see where they stand. So in the week of June 12th, there will be 4 days where we're traveling across the nation and we're creating opportunities for businesses to talk with us. This will also be given out virtually and via email because we know businesses, earning that dollar and time away from their business is really critical. So we're making it available on email. And then also making postcards available so any of our staff can go out and get these cards out and they can be emailed back to our office. So there's a few ways that we're doing that. How we're communicating that with the community is through radio, social media, and email. So we're working closely with the Department of Economic Development. We're reaching businesses through the distribution list that they have from the CARES Act, the business funds that were distributed, and then also their internal contacts for businesses. And then we're working closely with the museum because we know that there are entities like the museum where there should be a high number of traffic going to those places, creating opportunities for tourism or small businesses to come and share. So when we look at what kind of solutions, those are some of them that we're working on. I think for the task force, once we get this wage study complete and the report gathered and submitted to council, then we can go back to our task force and finalize some of the work that we started with the personnel manual. So there's a number of items that are still on our to-do list when it comes to the task force and the manual that we're working on. So those are some of the solutions. I might have overlooked something, but if I have, somebody can let me know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This Debbie and committee members, are there any other questions? Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Davies, and thank you, Ms. Debbie Nesmanuel, for that, for the information and for everything that has been happening within the Department of Human Resource. So I'm just kind of, I don't know, I feel like I'm not very well versed in terms of the job of the Human Resource Department, but I think it would be just nice to have the human resource, some sort of performance wheel in terms of all the different, jobs that you do. And I think in any human resource department is the one vital piece to that is your succession planning. So, and I realize this is a real issue with the application, and I hear it comes from every single department when somebody is leaving the job and they've done it for 40 years and they take everything with them, you know, so that should never be that should never, ever be a case in any job or any department. There should be cross training happening consistently, continuously. People should know what other people do in the event that that person isn't there for the day. And you at least can help somebody. And I really, you know, really want to stick my neck out for people because they come to Winter Rock to get answers. And then they're told, oh, they're not, this person isn't here today. And they're the only one that knows. And that should never be a response. And there should never be a response of come back. Never, ever. So that should be an employee policy across all departments and programs in an application. Do not make people come back. And if they made the opportunity to come visit you and they've asked for things, but you weren't available that day, then you go out the next day because you have the tribal vehicle in which you don't pay for gas. You can then take that tribal vehicle and meet those folks and get them the answers they need and, you know, help collect documents that if we're still asking for original documents, that's another, anyway. I won't go off on that tangent. So succession planning. And the other thing I know we had a really good discussion about was wellness. The reason I feel personally a lot of the time that employees are not providing the best help is oftentimes it's wellness. It's okay, one, are people feeling like they belong and they're safe in their work environment, but also are they coming into this work environment feeling good about themselves, and that transpires into how well they help others. So if they're not in the best mood and they're not feeling good and they're feeling awful, they're going to, you know, whoever comes across them is going to feel that as well. So I know we talked about how do we increase, you know, employee wellness. And so those are things that I think about, and I think it would be really good because I like the idea of having teams. I'm a real team person. You've worked in some high level teams. I know that, and you know what kind of work is achieved in those settings. And I'm not, you know, I've never worked for the navigation ever in my life, except for maybe when I worked for high school, what is it called? SYETP, maybe. I think I worked once or twice, but that's the extent of my I've ever. That's the only time I've ever worked for the nation side. I absolutely have no idea. And no, you know, no, I don't have an experience. I don't know what it's like to work for the nation, but I've certainly worked with a lot of the nonprofits and universities and HEHSC for many years. And so I know what that's like, and I know that works teams and being able to get things done quickly. So those are just going to be my comments, and I know there are a lot of other areas of the field that, you know, take care of like performance and compensation benefits, which we're all seeing that we've been hearing from today. And so I really, and then, you know, training and other things. So I just also want to see you develop a list at some point of, because housing is constantly coming up for everyone across the board. But what are some jobs that can be done from home base, or the challenge I'm giving you today is in my home chapter in Harbor, there are about 10 vacant offices. They don't need, I don't think they need any real renovations. They're all fairly brand new buildings. They're in good shape, a couple of, well, so anyway, most of it is move-in ready. And I wanna, give you the challenge of if you can get 10 people employed in the community that can occupy those spaces, and so they can work from there. That would be a challenge to give you, but also just other, if there are other challenges maybe in mind, that are similar to mine. Put people in those offices as well, because I don't like the idea of offices and buildings sitting vacant. And then it doesn't make sense when we're asking to build more. And then we don't even know how we're gonna pay for repair and maintenance and operation costs. And so we're constantly just building, but then there are vacant buildings sitting out there. So I think we really need to, do a better job in that. So I offer you that challenge, and then just a list of, again, maybe they don't actually sit at the chapter office, but what kind of jobs can be done from the home, and granted that they get set up with good internet, maybe access, and now we have Starlink networks in a lot of places, so that seems to be the most reliable at this point in time. And so that's it. Thank you.
Again, I'm vice chair. I'm around the whole world. That's a sorry, you know why. Okay. This, every day,
Again, I really appreciate Chair's sense of humor. He's at the way. I really appreciate Honorable Simonton's comments that she shared. I don't believe she had a question, but there are some comments that she shared that are really critical. I agree, I think both as professional workers, we understand a holistic person that's there. It's not just that they're there for work. We know that there's a bigger part to our personnel that are working. They have both professional lives and personal lives, and then they have the spiritual sense that they carry about, as they do their work. So to create, increase the wellness in our administration, our division, and what we promote outside of our division is really making sure that we have adequate time to do what we have to do. And while we have directives, pressing directives from the president's office to work on things, we also need the tools to do that. So what I did in our division when I came on board was to address the insufficient administrative staff, and we hired a deputy director. And we completed that. We also, this kind of speaks to our challenges, the timelines that were requested. We also were for 2 months, month and a half to 2 months, we were without the staff that we needed in our office. So we didn't have an office specialist, and we had an individual that was on family medical leave. And so between the deputy and I, we worked really aggressively to make sure we met the demands of our division and tried to do our best. We didn't try to do our best, we did our best, and I'm really proud of how we managed to pull that off. And our staff were very patient with us. I know that there's a lot of demands that they have, and we did our best to meet the needs there. What I see that's really critical to increase the wellness of our administration so that we meet the needs of all of our staff is to get it, and as staff assistant that will help. But this speaks to the resources that are still needed. And so, but some of the wellness issues that we face in our division is we just, I'm sure we're staff members here yet, we had to close the tribal enrollment office for the working clients, our national program. Uncovered high levels of mold in our building, so it impacts three offices. So that happened on Friday afternoon, and so we really look at how our, that's probably a challenge across the nation, is that you know, our buildings are very, they're historic in some cases, but they're not adequately ventilated, or they have asbestos lead. The solutions that I've seen that have temporarily had to remedy what's happening to paint over these things, but that's not a long-term solution that really concerns me, because when it comes to our staff and the people that we serve, they go into those offices, and while some may not be there very long, we do have these long-term employees who've been there, and cancer scares me. You know, I don't want to be in a position and find out that we've had employees in buildings and spaces where they're working there, either mold, lead, or asbestos, and our employees spend anywhere from 8 to 10 hours in those spaces a day, and you add that up to 40 to 50 hours a week. That's pretty significant. And what we don't see happening is the illness that can happen with our personnel, and so that's a very serious thing. So we have function that will probably share that report today, and then also we have today that will talk about the closure that I mentioned. And I think when we talk about the wellness as well, is just to make sure that we understand that in, you know, in this drama that we describe that happens among grievance cases, is to ensure that we listen to each other. We listen to the personnel when they have concerns or reports that they need to make. Sometimes at the heart of all of these grievances are just the need to be heard, and that really helps our personnel. So we do take time to do that. There's a couple of times where incidences have become so intense that I did visit an office, and we did an internal walkthrough, an audit of every step of the concern that we were given. And not only did we hear the verbal report, we got a written report, and we also, I asked for the walkthrough that I tested every procedure that was in there. So when we talk about wellness, I make sure that we listen to our personnel, that I believe them, but we also know that there are spaces that we work in that can be very toxic. And so by going in there and doing an internal walkthrough of those spaces, we find ways to reduce that type of behavior or that type of environment, because it's heartbreaking as a division director, as a woman, to walk into a space and watch bystanders have to deal with this situation. It's one thing for the people that are involved, the parties that are involved, but it's a whole other level. The bystanders, our employees have to watch that day in and day out. That's very difficult. So I just want to acknowledge those bystanders that we are thinking about them as well. We may not be in the middle of the situations, but we're watching, we're paying attention, and we're making decisions that have to be made to address this issue. I think the other thing was the need for the training. Nervous about saying the word training today. We were at Eastern Agency this past week, and we heard one of the chapter leaders there. Really, I think Honorable told us what I'm talking about. We were really directed not to say training, because when you say training, you're essentially calling that person an animal. They can be trained, but they can forget that. So we need to use the word education. So I'm kind of nervous when I say training. Honorable told sitting there watching. But I think when we talk about cross training, cross education, it's really critical. I do believe that I really do believe business never stops. And you are part of the government system, it never stops. So I stress to my team that if you're a sick leave or you're gonna be out of the office, you're gonna be away at a conference or continuing education, we need to make sure someone is in your place, knows exactly what your responsibilities are, and that business is seamless. People shouldn't know that you're gone. You should have something in place, and they should be able to pick up right where you left off, and then when they get back, they should be able to give you a report about what's happened, and then be able to pick up right where they left off. So I really do value that. Another way that I ask them to educate me is if you're gonna take leave, make sure it's on my calendar. Make sure I know who is delegated while you're out of the office so that we can follow up immediately with any questions. And so my WhatsApp also works, communicating that way. The other question is or comment was about, developing a list for vacant offices. We do have a vacancy. I do have a report on that, so I can reference that. And again, that's a partnership with our applicants that are out there and really working to find where they're at and what will motivate them to apply for positions. As that is probably, going to be ready when we establish minimum wage. I believe that will really help. Some of these positions are not at a level where I think people can be with them. I mean, by the time they get their paycheck, they're essentially just paying for gas round trip for the week. And that's unfair. We need to find ways to increase those positions, but again, that falls on all of our departments to find where the sponsor can come from, what there are grants out there that we can pursue, further, what are the funding sources. Succession plan is the last comment that I heard. We do, I think here at DPM, we have a number of staff who really are super critical. We have Racina and Charlotte, they've been here a long time. Ron, Chris has been here a long time. We also have our budget, our admin staff, Lorraine, who's on the line. Zoom, she just returned to us, but they have a wealth of information, and they don't just work with our division, they support a lot of other divisions as well. So we have talked about succession planning and making sure that they are mentoring other people in the programs to make sure that they share that information, they use best practices, they use data to teach those are things that are kind of. So I hope that answers addresses some of the comments that were shared. And helps you there any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe there's Manuel. Many members, I won't see any others or anyone asking to ask questions again. Eventually, I'll probably get my question answered during the whole presentation regarding the budget seasons, the funding needs that I asked of you earlier. Maybe staff will be given sometimes, but my question was in regards to carry over. I know with this fiscal year, there's no carry over that can be done. And so my question to you is how can you move forward aggressively to utilize the whole allocation that was funded to you for this fiscal year? Because September is around the corner. Or are we just willing to do what we have done in the past and say, oh, we're going to give out for bonus pay or do this and that and so forth, just to get rid of all the funding. So whatever funding is sitting in your account at the end of the fiscal year, so that was one of my questions, but how we can receive that throughout the whole presentation somewhere. That will also go for the departments. I think some of the departments figure out what the questions are going to. These are some of the same questions that I will have for the departments, probably more of their budgets that they have allocated for themselves. So, so thank you again. Thank you for the presentation. Again, I want to be with your staff. I could read from Honorable Dr. Daniel Brown is on the call too.
He is.
Oh, okay, so so we have been told that once you're a council delegate, so when you're also a council delegate, so you can say honorable. So moving on, There's no other questions, with that, we'll go ahead and move on. Next one is staff development and training department. This Charlene Cougar. Training manager, she like one was we go. She did email the documents to us, committee members, and we also did receive a hard copy of her presentation as well. And so with that, I will go ahead and give the floor over to Shut it. Charlene.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, PowerPoint go on the top. Initially, we were told not to, submit the really pretty ones to you guys, but we're gonna go ahead and show that thing, so I have the PowerPoint. What she had on the machine or oversight, and that's on the nice old honey, don't let that smell funky, yeah. And I'm not HEHSC the notice شيء كل شيء نشتغل يعني مش شيء وأنا إيش شيء ناخذنا إيش لا إنسان نشتغل وإيش عشان يصير west of the St. Michael's with the rock area will be properties and so also aviation should be Charlene Cougar should know that's when you know that you're in trouble when you're calls you by your full name. So but I've always been known as Char. Yeah, I was like you said that and I appreciate you listening to this morning and either receiving report even on each Friday and right now I am training manager in the folder that I provided to you guys earlier. A business card says Char Cougar training instructor, and when I became the training manager, I was told, well, we can get you new business cards. I said, no. I said, I'm still learning. I've been in this capacity now for a little over 2 years as a training manager. And I transitioned during the COVID. And I'm still learning a lot. And I'm at the old shop. So I said, I'll use up all these business cards until then. I should be a good training manager. So I still have a couple hundreds in there. Yes. Anyhow, these folders on the orientation, the receiving report, they locate that maybe there's the overview, there's the challenges, and then there's the objectives. But I'm going to go back and forth between the PowerPoint and then this orientation overview that I have emailed. Could be a welcome letter from myself and my colleagues who are the training instructors and also the office specialists. Executive order for sexual harassment and awareness. Out of the last one, again, our members, my colleagues, and then the available trainees that we have. So according to the office, if you want a copy of this pretty PowerPoint, I call it pretty because we all work on it. But I can send those ones to you. With no further ado, I would like to continue with my presentation here. Before I get into the historical review, I want to turn it back over to the program summary. The COGI, staff development and training department was established 33 years ago to provide quality training to our nomination people to enhance their knowledge and education and professional development stemming from orientation, technology, progressive, and safety trainings. These training services include our natural language, cultural teachings, and ethics. The cultural prospects of individuals and organizations are values instilled by our unique training instructors. We aspire to treat everyone with unconditional respect. We believe through unity and communication, we are able to accomplish many things among working as a team, as well as working independently. I'll call back to looking at the agenda. The first one, can you go back to the prior one? To the first one. Okay, oh, that one right there. Okay, the constitutional vegetation, or easy, not on the historical review. Before I came to staff development, of course, we continue to do research and I initial and initially a call ACS-181-89 adopting and establishing the staff development and training program under the Division of Administration and Finance. It was named employment section at the Navajo Tribal Training Center and was changed to staff development and training program. Was passed by a vote of 10 in favor and 0 opposed on September 28, 1989. So this program was established over 33 years ago. So we're going to be coming up on the 34th anniversary, which will be in September. So not on staff development training department. So across the education building, that big long building, that's where we're located at. And if you don't know, you can always go to our website. We have resources within our website where we even put together acronyms and things, and I'll go ahead and talk about that after. So they are the EHS in the brick building, restaurant, the hotel, they come to the bond and shade. I'm not that, I'm still pretty young for that. I don't know if anybody ever came there. So, I call one other thing too. We had another navigation way tell us that Alva stayed there one time. So I don't know how true that is. That's what we were told, and we were really, really excited about that. I'm just going to share that and we'll just leave it as a legend. It's not documented. So that's where we are located at, and currently, go ahead and go on to the next one. Not the staff, the one before.
That's the second one.
Is that the second one?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I have it right here. So right now, the staff, the programming staff and vacancy. Training manager, training instructors. A Lionel Paradis Patterson, Vera Hyatt, and Armando Claw. So fairly, and then our last one is office specialist, which is Victoria Roanhorse Long. So a lot of us are fairly new. We have 2 colleagues of mine that have been there longer than we have. And we have no vacancies at the moment. And so we just want you to know that there, and then all of us are full-time on these, we're full-time and we're not here. There's no vacancies there. So go on to the next one.
I mean, the one that are watching Zoom at home. Yeah.
In addition to
no,
that, I
it's,
just wanted to share with you that
She
not
didn't
what
put
they
it in
see our vision, this is what our vision statement is. Not what they see. Committed to offering excellent through quality, innovative and technological learning experience that benefit the Navajo Nation and other entities. Mission statement, AKA Young Capital, that's a whole, yeah. To provide quality training by creating opportunities for personal cultural enrichment and career advancement for the Navajo Nation and other entities. So you'll see that that picture right there. I try to be creative as a training manager and as a colleague to my team there, is that, you know, instead of sitting in the office doing staff meetings, I like to take them to different areas. But for instance, this one is at the zoo. Then that way we can at least educate ourselves too. About not just what we have in our programs, our division, but what we also do have as an nation. So we were at the zoo. I took this photo of a team standing there and talking about that, and giving a little bit of basic information of the male program. Also, go on to the next one. The authentic talk. Again. The next from the ADA program, the challenges in the Navajo Nation, federal, Arizona, and New Mexico. I could not on there because we don't work directly with a lot of the federal programs, or you know, we work right now with the Navajo Nation ways in the Navajo government, such as the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial, so that kind of stems across the Navajo Nation. And no challenges there, as we are a training program on the division director. Over the weekend, I don't need training the national education that they need on this. Program challenges, solutions, and timeline. Another challenges. HEHSC and launching a building, which is the staff development training department closure by NOSHA due to positive test result of asbestos, mold, lead, and HVAC. As of Friday, April 1st, 2022, being unsafe. So a year and not like we've been closed, and we've been working really diligently with NOSHA and facility maintenance. So at the time when the NYRIN and FOIA administration came in, we were told to reoccupy our space by March 31st, 2023, which has not happened yet, because there's still some remediation and some maintenance that needs to still take place along with the retesting upon completion. So we're currently still doing a lot of our training via Zoom. And I can say that we're actually still doing very, very well in providing the trainings, which I will cover here when I'm done with our challenges here. Our solution at the time, and it still stems that way too, is that staff development and training department is working with NOSHA and facility maintenance department for remediation and retest upon completion. The initial NOSHA facility maintenance according to timeline, ongoing, and there's no set date or dates from facility maintenance department. We're waiting on a report to NOSHA and then also the clearance from facility maintenance. So we will continue to follow up, and we do plan to, we would like to go back in there, but we just want to make sure that everything is safe, not just for myself, but for my colleagues. Upon that, staff development training department. We don't have ADA compliance. And that has been an issue even from the previous administration.
which was considered the legislative concern number 23. So on our part, we thought on the hold down, staff development training department submitted a report to DHR identifying upgrades and projected budget. A call automated, not on, you know, because not only that, needed put out chat on these. A call based on the AI, and the call based on then. All that needs that base or then. I sound like a mom. So, but anyhow, we do also need to understand, which I forgot and failed to mention, is that staff development training department program is a revenue generating program. So every day we're hustling, making phone calls. Even not base or needle, and not base or any, even not with our operating. So when we get budget allocation, a majority goes to personnel. A call where projecting revenue by the trainings that we provide. So we can't just sit there and not do nothing, because if we just sit there, we don't generate revenue. We are unable to operate, whether it's to buy toners, to do training via the Zoom platform, things like that. So with that said, I'm gonna go back to kind of went off subject, but going back to the legislative concern from the last administration. The timeline is ongoing and we've set dates from facility department, maintenance department, waiting on report to NOSHA and continue to follow up. So we do have those reports. Maintenance, I know, are very busy with other buildings as well, but we need push doors, because that building is considered historic building. We can't, drill in anything so that's one of the other challenges set that out of the next one, just like any other program, I believe that we're short staffed, specifically training instructors. So that is another thing. There's three training instructors. Nasto, your office specialist, they will which is good. As an office specialist. So, but we have 3 training instructors that cover navigation, and then even myself should go the shop. So hopefully, our solution would be to request for additional funding, but that's always going to be a question mark. And our timeline, we would like recommendations and support of our division and oversight. Okay, so I get the so my grandma used to say that, try to find something, but those are the 3 that we mentioned today. And then the next one, we need any objectives. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay. So our goals in this year, in this FY 23, we operate the plan of operation of our fund management plan. So currently our plan of operation needs to be amended into DOJ for review. And our solution is we're gonna amend it, which I'm working on right now. And then we're hoping that, we get this completed, the timeline will be for someone else, especially. On the fund management plan, but not a finished. So our plan operation was adopted by a resolution GSBMA-11-7. Then it was also passed by HEHSC May 16, 2012. So it is gonna be needed to, amend and put things in there. So one of the things that we opt to doing in addition to not just the plan of operation, but we also would like to change the name. Staff development training department. So if you guys have any recommendation, let us know, okay? Hello, yay, things. Not that they know, because we really did work on acronyms. When I first came to the Navajo Nation, this is the spot that I learned so many acronyms that we decided to put an acronym book together, which is on the website. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. And then our next one, accomplishments. The sexual harassment executive order number 03-2023. It was updated and implemented by the Nyland and Montoya administration. It's in your folder, so you can refer to that. And I know it was asked earlier. So if we want, to include legislative on there, I think that's, but we don't turn anybody away. We think it's very important. We even have legislative staff come in and participate in the sexual harassment awareness training. And then in addition to that, even when the new 26th council came in, there were several of them that sat in for that, so you guys already have that training behind you. So the only thing that has changed as far as our sexual harassment is that now it's going to be every 2 years. And then this coming fiscal year 25, we're gonna, or 24, we're gonna start training, not training, but we're gonna start charging for this presentation. For a very small fee, we're gonna call it administrative fee, because we do provide certificates. And of course it was passed on April 14, 2023, was signed by Dr. Naidu, our nation president, Joanne E. Jane, our chief justice, and then it was passed by Grant, our attorney general. So you do have a copy of that in your folder. And then last but not least, in our accomplishments, there's a lot of accomplishments. Every single day we check, we have something to be proud of. That's something that we work very hard for. But one highlight that I want to make is that our training instructors are now considered master trainers through the Mandarin Learning Services. So I'm pretty proud of my colleagues, my team, for moving and progressing and accomplishing that item, because we do have some Navajo Nation employees that come in and ask us, are you guys certified to be doing this? And so, now we can say, hey, yes, we do. So, so the two accomplishments that I want to indicate on there, although not so position, we will continue to provide updates and let you know of our other accomplishments. And the next slide, please. And lastly, but not least, I need the even lahat ang strategic management plan. For the baseline, so HEHSC have to really oversee that budget. Make sure that everything is up to par. We're making sure that we're spending our money. So currently, within the last last week, we're spent at 53. I believe we'll that one up. And we are at 51.72 expended out of our budget. But that will fluctuate because we're, like I said, we're a revenue generating program. So every month we're making deposits and then we're using it. And we're not just using it just, just to use it, but we use it with consideration of what is needed. They not
like, I know our budgets, budget season is in the works now. But, we might be short on money to operate. So we want to make sure that we have additional toners, paper, we have any, so, and then I also want to say that again, really proud of the staff that I have, my colleagues that work all FMIS certified. Every single one of the staff. Yes, because I believe in what you kind of, what our members indicated is that business has to continue. Every day, whether I'm out in the office and something needs to be paid, that is going to continue to happen. So I made sure that the staff is all FMIS certified, and everybody has a role in that. They are very well knowledgeable in these areas. So that's what our budget. Although next one AA not TV. Trainings. I know it's kind of hard to say that now, trainings, but education. We do provide trainings. We have monthly orientations, which is the navigation employee multi-service orientation, which happens on a monthly basis for 2 days. And some of our programs here in the Division of Human Resources part of that on a monthly basis. And then we also have the sexual harassment awareness training, which has been updated, and then it's also sent out via EIT email class, so everybody should have a copy of that. And then it's also on our website. And we also have technology that's stemming from Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Publisher, Access, Zoom, and then even just basic computers. So the computers being so don't hesitate to give us a call. We do have progressive training, customer service, work ethics, de-stress, communication, code etiquette, just to name a few. And then one of the things that I started to look into is the succession plan. So, once we get that all developed, we'll be happy to share it and get some recommendations or suggestions on the steps. And then also we have safety. We have 4 of the staff that have certified CPR, first aid, and AED trainers. So come and check our website and sign up for that. And then I talked about culture. We do basic navigation, teachings from the seal to the flag to the calendar, introduction to data identity, really basic stuff. That's also, what we teach. And then in addition to that, we're almost done with developing, well, actually we are done just to get it out there, is that leadership, civility in the workplace, and then also the platform package. So we're really hoping to get back into our ability to use in-house training, in-person training, as well as going out there. Although, can you catch that next?
That's the end.
It's coming out here. So our marketing. How do we market what we do? Well, first of all, we have a website. We do, networking like face-to-face, like we did over the weekend. We also utilize the navigation department of information technology. And then where we're still in the building, we would do the house as well, inviting the employees to come in and have, maybe cookies or cupcakes, even though that's not healthy, but it draws people in. And then conferences, they go on dates in youth and mental health, emails directly to schools and chapters. So those are our way of marketing.
And other than next one, not issue of professional development on shift. They initiate employees on shift, so it doesn't follow. And I just got done talking about the accomplishments of the training instructor becoming master certified trainers. So the staff certified and then to take refreshers, and things like that. Next one, non-initiative projects and initiatives. Again, if we come back into the building, we consider ourselves a resource hub. We also like to do the open house and then collaborations and then sending out surveys. Last but not least, like others, we would like to do a 3-year strategic planning, and then we finish our emergency action plan, which is at NOSHA for their review. And then, of course, establishing continuing education units, the CE units for trainees. And so right now we have been talking with NTU. We did reach out to the main college, NAU, UNM, but I'm sure they're also very lazy, so we have not heard back from them.
Questions?
Yeah, thank you. It's Uber. Don't know if I should call him Sean or Sean. So I guess you're going to make it.
Okay.
So I'll say this Uber. So again, thank you for that presentation. And I don't see this PowerPoint email to us. We really have the documents, we have the documents regarding the three challenges of that summary. We need to have information, but not the PowerPoint presentation. So we can email that to us. That would be helpful. Committee members are there any questions regarding the staff development and training department that was provided by Charlie Kluber on hold on George Holt?
Yeah, I'm on the table for us. Members stand. Those that. One question, I have two questions that you probably need to implement also for the chapter. Training and leadership, people check and responsibilities that you could charge them for these training. Mostly these training staff. So I know you do our.
Do you have another comment?
There, so
She keeps care
see how staff looking. The other one is obviously your budget at this present time. I know the session we have, and then the second branch one additional money for their program. And is that you okay up to this coming year in addition to chair?
Yeah, with that, I'll go back to the spirit.
Yeah, and then I think the chapters on the you should have not a coach and the agency council no other they all important they especially they the speaking Eastern Agency Council no budget transfer they us into their training their professional development, that of the being solar farms. Is she a support that you love, she should on the budget on the for a source they wish on the published. Other than 19 budget and maybe a no published any revenue generating non a object program for FY 23 and 381,465,000 each today. A call AEP $347,854 with personnel. A call Bay non-initiating on $33,611. That's what we run operate. A call we hit in addition to our job, we have to go out and solicit, and I call it hustling because we have to make money. And we need to make sure that we're on top of our game. They shall not so you plan ahead and easy up. A couple ADE, but if you understand the budget based on ADE, that goes through a process of deposit based on the RKA, on the deposit and not for these audits. It takes another process there. Sometimes anywhere from a month to a month and a half. One last year, it took 2 months for a deposit to be to completely, be processed. A couple July, August, we get it. OOC will be sending out another schedule. And this goes for all of our revenue departments. They will indicate, when I say they, OOC, NOS, so schedule, the last day to make a deposit, the last day to submit an OR, the call. So you have to really plan in advance. A call right now, I can say, and that we are doing really well. We did really good actually. We probably brought in over 100,000 right now, but we have to pay that proprietary. It basically hot in the heat. So that's the first thing that goes. So we have to be really a step ahead, at least 2 steps. So then that way we can make it through the rest of the fiscal year. So those are the procedures that we go through. So thank you for that concern, and I appreciate that, but that doesn't mean that we don't need no money. So yeah.
Can I have money trigger that on photo?
Thank you, Chair. So committees and then staff. The nomination of the program, its money has to go back to Trump general fund. I wish that law can be changed so where wherever the department makes money goes to them, right away, so they can use that for equipment and other travel. Able to get up and then I know any revenue that's coming in has to go back to the tribe in general account, general fund. I mean, thank you. So thank you for the report. No.
We can have now honorable talk. With that, committee members, are there any questions, comments for staff development and training department of the school board? I don't see any honorable officer. Anything else? Let's not integrate on presumably. So with that,
Chair, I have a comment. Sorry.
it's Debbie has manual.
Yes.
I just want to commend our training program for the high degree level of professionalism that she carries throughout the nation. Ani, she's very, very good and talented at what she does. She works very closely with her staff, and so I really appreciate her work. And also, not just her, but all of our staff challenge me, you know, when somebody challenges me, they challenge me to get better. And so I want to thank her for the work that she does. So thank you, Hannah Sharp, for everything that you do for the nation and how much you remind us, the importance of professionalism. So moving on, I want to let Chair know that I spoke to the staff here at the conference center. Your lunch will be served at noon. You're having Navajo buffet style lunch, and that's paid for our division. And thank you for the time that you've given us today. I really appreciate what you all do, and we're glad to help out what we can have.
Thank you again, Ms. Manuel. Again, thank you for providing lunch for today. I believe what we are going to do is we're going to do a working lunch. Possibly reserve for 15 minutes and we get our lunch and come back. Do roll call. Then continue on the agenda. Sorry, listeners. So thank you very much for the long lunch today. Going back to staff of development and training department Scooper. I really in aspects of your facility, I know it's an issue, it's been an issue, it's an ongoing issue for the now nation about facilities. And unfortunately, for some reason, we cannot come to a solution of how we address these facility issues. I believe one of your local department is also in the same situation. Again, bottle records. That's in the same situation as of the day of my office. So it's waiting facilities that are bleeding and how they're outdated and they have age. It's been an issue that has been brought up to the whole team now, nature council. Is how do we address that? How do we find that solution? And one of the biggest problems is finding land and identifying land. What other land do we have space available to have information for within one of our portfolios? And so how do we address that? Again, when it comes to staff housing, again, where is the land? Where there's the land available, and that's what we continue to move forward in trying to address those concerns and issues. But I know the concerns and issues regarding the safety and health wise, you know, I think to me, as a team, it seems like somewhere down the road, we have to convert to having our homes as being our dog. Homes being our dog place. I mean, then naturally, they're trying to address the issue with all this congested, heavy traffic issues in all the urban cities out there. And they're like, how can we address this issue? How can we address all of the high peak hours, traffic, running into traffic issues in the mornings, in the evenings, and so forth. And naturally, they're going to make that sense of, hey, shall we move certain positions, support those positions can be done at home and move forward with technology that's having the equipment at home and working from home. I mean, those are some of the things that we are also taking into consideration, reviewing and looking at. So it's going to be very interesting on how we move forward. It's going to be very interesting on how PAS are going to be addressed at that time. locations of work sites and location and all of this other stuff on PAF. How VPNs and take care of that for us. It's going to be very interesting how we're going to move forward, trying to address all of this facility needs. And so with that, and I just wanted to let you know, I know you've been searching, I know you're doing your best, I'm trying to find some facilities. We did recommend to you some facility possibilities that were willing to assist, again, based on an agreement, even an agreement takes a long time, to get the whole process, trying to finalize that agreement. What is it that we're going to run into at this time again? I commend your service, and I commend you and your staff for keeping up with what is in place based off of the plan of operations. That's for the staff development and training. I really can't really say, you know, that building wants to be a new facility. You can't really say that. Because again, it all starts from land control. Is that right? So continue to provide that progressive training, that computer training, continue to provide that first aid CPR training, the sexual harassment training, and the listening goes on. And I was really appreciative of the time that I worked under the now formation to sit in at the staff development training sections for all various kinds of trainings that were provided. So I know a lot of that is not new, and a lot of our current now membership employees are lacking those trainings as well. So thank you for doing what you can with what you have at this point. So, yeah, thank you. Honorable.
I just want to clarify this statement made by Jerry Bowley, former councilman, that out of training that they should be part of. But when you look at the definition, it comes training and giving so I would be made to see the way this. So though just one person, there was a resolution or something to change that. But they just go ahead. I mean, no problem with the tree. Still there, we use that every day. There, but thank you.
Thank you. And committee members, are there any questions, comments for Ms. Kluger? If not, that was complete the presentation of Ms. Kluger. So again, thank you very much for staff development training department and distributor for staff. Thank you for providing that information. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to the next presentation, which is the Department of Workforce Development. Ms. Juanita, for yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for that introduction. I want to say good morning again to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Thank you for having us here today to present and orientate for our departments. Very important that our oversight committee understands, sees the services and the importance of each of our departments and the services that we deliver out to the nation. And now the Department of Workforce Development, being that this is really money that we serve and that we have out there. We want to make sure that we implement 100% services, to the people. But that, I want to go ahead and start my presentation again. This for that when we have department manager for now Department of Workforce Development. And I also want to give full recognition to all of my teams out there at private workforce centers and public offices. We do have a lot of staff out there who are the frontline staff who serve to our communities out there in now the nation. So let me go ahead and go to the next slide, please. A little bit of programs going on that for now.
development is we came way back from the CETA days. We integrated into, employment and training, we used to be a division way back. And we went under the, Division of Human Resources as NWP, employment and training to now the Department of Workforce Development. And we serve under the division as a service to the communities. And right now, the Department of Workforce Development is basically the eligible programs for this that is out there for our communities, and it starts with the training services. I was really hesitant to use that term again after Mr. Willoughby had spoken to us out at the Eastern Council meeting over the weekend, but it does make a lot of sense, and I understand where it's coming from, and indicated that, training goes back to education, so that is basically what we do in the Department of Workforce Development. We do our funding from the Department of Labor at spring, and we also get funding from the Health and Human Services HEHSC. And under the Department of Labor, we do receive funding from it's what we call now the WIA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunities, and we moved into that new law from 2018, and we are now at WIA, we can use for WIA Act. So with that, we move forward. And in light of that, it has become very evident over the years that development, we've been a little stringent on eligibility, more for them, and meeting with the Department of Labor, our representatives from here, Mr. Carl Duncan, and we also have Mr. Dwayne Hall, who are our project officers. And we worked directly with them, and we sat down with them at conference out in Chandler, to where it was explained that we need to really uplift the stringent policies that we have in place for workforce. So we're working toward that now. Follow on the NWP grant managers that we have in place. A little background on the program services: we do provide work experience. We have occupational skills training, and we talked about it earlier in the session in regards to heavy equipment, CDL training, and other short-term certificate trainings that we provide funding for. Supported services costs, and we also do support for basic education attainment. Supported services costs are basically to certificates with meals, transportation, startup costs, and any other necessary expenses to help our participants meet their goals for their training and for their employment. And a lot of our goals for workforce development is to get people employed and not to see them come back within a year or two. We want to make sure that we give them a certification in which there's a labor demand out there. Right now, CDM equipment is one of those needed areas of training, and we do have that. With the understanding is that when they go into these programs for training and even for work experience, is that they need to be committed as well, because coming into work experience, they basically become not only a participant, but they become a temporary employee to that nation because they sign up to AF. And with the work experience and coordination with my colleague here, Ms. Sharp Hoover, we do have a prerequisite training that we have set up with our work experience that we want them to engage in prior to work experience. And that does include the sexual harassment classes, work ethics, customer service training, and any of those professional development classes that we want them to begin before they get into their work experience. And work experience may be anywhere from navigation, it can be within our navigation departments. It can be on the border channels of navigation so that participants have an outlook somewhere to gain employment, and the hours that we provide with that is up to 800 hours. The occupational skills training itself is, again, the short-term certifications. We do have a training provider that is available on our website. And we also follow the state provider list. If they are not currently on our training provider list, we want to work with participants who are eligible for our program to move forward, and we do try to enlighten that opportunity for them to add into the school that they want to attend onto the training provider list. With the adult basic ed, it's for those that are after some of our, even our older participants, some of maybe our high school dropouts that came in who have not attained a high school diploma. They need those skills, they need some of that on their resume when they go for employment. So we also encourage them to go back and get your high school equivalency certification so that you can put this into your resume and help you get to this point. Supportive services talk again with the services that now the Department of Workforce Development that we provide to the Navajo people. We are basically by guidance and by CMR is that we should be the last funding available to participants. So we try to work with them to let them know that they do need to apply for other services, Pell Grant, any kind of other Native American scholarship that may be out there. If we can go to the next one. One part I'm sorry that was the last portion of the slide. We do have learning centers for self services at all of our 5 agency locations and at our sub offices that we have out there. These learning centers are available for self-service, meaning anyone, individual, even though they're not eligible for the program or have not applied, they're welcome to come in, they're welcome to use the computers to submit applications, to update resumes, provide them a flash drive, even create a resume. So those are some of the services that we also provide at the workforce. With that, I want to move into program staffing. Administration, we have 22 budgeted positions and currently we have 6 vacancies. With the workforce centers, we have 61 budgeted positions with 21 vacancies and a total of 83 staff that are budgeted. And this is basically on an application form 3 that is submitted every school year. Some of the challenges that we may face in bringing on our new staff in our area is sometimes we have very minimal applicants that come in to apply for the jobs. Some may not qualify, and I heard that conversation a little earlier was that they really don't initiate a really full comprehensive written application. When they go to apply for the jobs, and sometimes that they may not meet the minimum qualification for a position. So it's really important, and I do tell our field staff is that when we do the resume writing, make sure that knowledgeable of all their qualifications, down to note taking, down to typing, down to being able to scan, file retention, all of those things are really important. Some of the other things is that maybe the wages are too low, and I know that DPM are working on, and when it stays salary wage study, that we really need to implement as well. That's probably one of the challenges that has come forward. But I'm happy also to announce is that we were able to bring on some new staff in the past a couple of weeks, and that was due to provisional hiring, to where most of our positions out there are sensitive more now in the Department of Workforce Development. Being is that we deal with youth, we deal with elderly, we deal with sensitive information coming in, we handle our certificates that are needed for eligibility, and that's one of the eligibility criteria, and I'll get to that in a little bit. So a lot of these things, I want to give, that thank you to DPM, to Ms. Manuel in getting that implemented, the provisional hiring, because that is very important for us. We've lost a lot of applicants over the past, probably the past year, and in regards to background checks. And that was a very timely situation for any of our applicants trying to seek employment and come on board. So during the time frame, they're waiting for their background checks to be completed, is they go and they seek employment elsewhere. So some of them even have gone to Burger King or McDonald's and go to the jobs, but they don't understand is that they don't get benefits for that. They don't have the benefits that they should be working for when they're bound. So we also try to emphasize that and ask them to hang in there for the process. But again, thank you for that provision hiring. If we can go to the next slide. On my next slide, I'll just go ahead and start. Is
I wanted to interject here. Because your positions will be on DPM's website, correct?
yes.
So, committee members, this is where we really need to understand each other and how the program works. So you have 6 vacancies under administration, 1 vacancies. Now, if you go to the website of DPM, none of these positions are posted. And that's a continuous problem that we have for a lot of our programs. So, Ms. Benali, if we can go to DPM's website, and if you can show us that these 27 positions that are vacant, and they probably all have a unique case-by-case scenario, but when it comes down to it, what you were sharing with the lawmakers, you're sharing information with us of the issues that you are going through, and then in return, as lawmakers, as legislators, we come back and say, wait, division director, what are you doing? DPM, our personnel management, what are you guys doing? Why this position is not up there? And so this is where it all comes back down to the budgets, how the budget works. Do we need more funding in DPM? Or do we pull more funding from DPM? How is it that we can figure this out to resolve this matter? Because once we see that vacancy listing, where is it that we're hurting? And that goes back to our comments earlier regarding communication. And that communication is that the problem? Or is it the forms, the PCQ forms, has something different compared to what the department has fulfilled? And so those are some of the big concerns that I know a lot of my HEHSC committee members keep bringing up, and that's why I interjected here, that way my committee members can understand what each department is going through. And when we receive these challenges that's on the agenda, the overview, the challenges, the objectives, it's hard for the program to provide a timeline of solution when their whole department it's not providing that information. Are we able to get it up?
Yeah. It was here a minute
And
ago.
I think this is where, DPM also made a new website. And I think that would be very, beneficial for committee members to understand how you can look up position numbers, because we all committee members, all council delegates always gets questioned, regarding DPM, like I'm hiring this application and blah, 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 this happens with it, and so forth. So if that can show us on the screen,
Yeah, it's right here.
we see.
Personnel management, Navajo TV and film. Yeah, it's, oh, we don't? Okay. Back.
So it went to that, if we can't get to it, then it's.
Yeah, it doesn't say I'm sharing. Share screen. Okay, share. Okay, this one. That's still stuck in there.
You connected
This one.
the HTML.
Yes.
So basically, implementation should, is, evidence manual.
Let me take this one.
I know this is why I really like to ask for the documents emailed to us.
Turn it.
That way we
Those
can
two.
go and start viewing, and go ahead and start working out, okay, what is the problem here? And here it is, I came upon this issue of this, like, well, why are they on this? It's not even one.
Is that right?
I
I took it out. Okay.
And I know that concern is the wages too low, and that's the reason why I heard to put it out. See how much it's saved us.
On this one,
And here.
right there, go to the star. It's not on the screen. So this is when you connect it. You can connect it. This one. So that one won't go away. You go in.
Of course. Regarding.
Everybody stop sharing.
Budget, well, we're stating that.
But it's still up.
How long has that position? Has not been. How long has it not been? Job vacancy announced.
Then click on this one.
And yeah, we're approaching. The budget, the end of the budget season, again.
Look at it.
And so that comes back down to the departments. Do they need to redo the position title?
You go.
Do the PCQs, to give it a different word? I think those are some of the helpful information that we can share with one another to figure out how we can resolve this matter.
Right here.
So then, eight members, yeah, that's new, well, how did you use it? Okay, I don't know how you guys got there, but you guys got there somehow.
It might be easier with you.
Keep it.
Yeah,
I know the visit the website. You know, it goes to the vacancy list, it says, PDF. He's putting that PDF, I probably can bring up this PDF file.
okay.
Did it,
I was
did I?
going to the side, with 3 lines.
Right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Right there.
You'll see it, the value is announced, I couldn't break it.
Okay, how did you guys get to that? Let's go now. Yeah. Okay, download the,
I'll show you the old version of values.
okay, so. So if you go. Yeah, so if you go to that download version, and then it has the divisions, division of general education. Division of general service, division of health. Division of human resource. See here, there's only those positions. And within the Department of Workforce, 800 here, you guys have 27 vacancies. That's a question that you can answer later, but I just wanted to show the committee members your information to the job vacancy announcement information and how can we improve in that area that the communication is reflecting the report that we are receiving. So just wanted to say that. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but at least we got to the point here. But before I give the floor back to Mr. Mika, I'd like to give some time to Honorable Pope.
Can I go,
Thank you,
can I go back? Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
So, that needs to be clarified somehow, so. It has information and the website that needs to be corrected. So 15 brought that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toll. With that, Ms. Monica, I'll go ahead and give you the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a real quick answer to that question is we just had a word that closed, I believe, last week, so that's why we're not on the list. And I can add more to that maybe later in discussion on some reasons why we have not had this. Okay, let me get back to my presentation, and this goes to our organizational chart that we have in place. And I really just wanted to be simple overview of the Department of Workforce Development is that we sit under the Division of Human Resources at HEHSC get back. And we have 5 workforce centers out in all the 5 agencies. And each workforce center has a program supervisor 3, 1 office specialist, 1 account statement specialist. And we're trying to push our staffing level back up to 4 AOs, which is employment assistance officers, and 1 counselor. They oversee all of our learning centers, and anyone coming in for services, they are there available in the learning centers. We also have 1 statistical day at each workforce center, and with that, they keep track of all of our data, our information that we report back to the Department of Labor on a quarterly basis. And Health and Human Services is basically for our Native Employment Works program. That is an annual report. So with that, we have under the administration side, the employees that are there, we have of course, our contracts and grants. We have all of our finances that run through the administration. We have our computer service unit and this is computer resource unit. And they take care of our IT. They have very innovative, I want to say, in that area in providing us with technology. When we came into COVID, they jumped into action. We were able to do what we needed to do virtually, and we want to stay on that track and provide services virtually to the communities, and also to provide them the ease of not having requirements to have them come into the workforce center to manually sign paperwork. We can do that on a PDF file. Management information system, again, this is our statistical technicians that work in this area. Some reporting and our data, that's where it's all managed. map monitoring and evaluation unit. We have a senior management analyst in that position. And we are going to put in a couple more, and we're going to be advertising those positions as well. To meet on monitoring, we do have requirements to answer to, so we need to make sure that we bring up that. We have this planning unit still on here, but we're going to be eliminating that because when you look at all of the management team that are at the administration level, basically we are the planning unit. We do everything in respect to one another, and we share goals and objectives. So that's where we sit in our organization in charge.
Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you again. Since we have to do our first stop of a bait for lunch at 12. I'll go ahead and recess for 15 minutes. We'll get our lunch and then we'll come back and start with the next slide. You, Ms. Wanika. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So with that, I'll go ahead and call for recess here at 12:02 PM for 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:17 PM.
Good afternoon, everyone. Roll call for the Adult Education Youth Service Committee. Yesterday. Senator James,
Robert Baker.
Dr. Ananias,
He's on the.
Dr. Ananias is on the line.
I'm online.
Present. Carrie, including yourself.
Thank you, Thank you for that, roll call, so with that, go ahead, we do have 60 members, that. Enter to roll call, so now we do have a quorum. I will go ahead and give the floor back to Ms. Juanita to continue on her, PowerPoint presentation.
Once again, good afternoon, all members of the committee, and thank you. I think I did that. Okay, let's see. Maybe again. So we go ahead and get started again. I'll pick up with my PowerPoint here. I got through with the organization part, so you need to move to the next slide. And with the next slide, I'm presenting our program challenges, and those challenges I saw on the agenda was solutions, and validation is one of them. And we were able to some of the issues, but there's always the right side to it up. Continue to work together and collaborate to come to solutions to even help ourselves as an department. And we didn't have to provide other departments for solutions. We can also be a part of that. So with that, with the fiscal year program, now we're going to we run on program here ends July 1st and runs into June 30th every year. That's program year. And along with that, we run with also the deadlines that we comply with the fiscal year, which is October 1st to September 30th. So sometimes that can be a real challenge, and we're hoping to, ask to the committee today is that if NDWA can allow to operate throughout the year, when our program years we're allowed up to 3 years to expend our funding. We have and at the end of the program year, if we have 300 work experience on the job, we have to commit to doing another pay at the beginning July 1st for them. So we have to end them 6/30 of every year, and then we have to come in and implement another pay that to start for July 1st again. If we can continue our business units without having to do another PA, this would really eliminate any kind of that case that come into play if our going to pay us not updated and especially for our work experience. Same with our, they're very well versed in the permanent staff. We can do the automatic rollover windows, which is really helpful. The other challenge that we face is when we only need regulations on external ones. We have multiple 164 meetings of limited period of performance. If that can be reduced in the 164, which is one round the grant application and receiving our grant notifications. This is probably, I hope it's not too confusing, but every year we have to go back in and we do a competitive application to the Department of Labor in order to receive our funding. So with that application, we fill out what we call SF 424 and 424F forms, A and B forms that go to the Department of Labor. That goes through the 164 process. It makes its way through and sometimes it has its challenges. We have to meet OMB numerous times just to get a budget, minor corrections implemented. And then we have to return it and then we start over again. Our grant package will go back to the bottom of the line. So it's really challenging. It's very hard to try to get more funding implemented. So in the meantime, once we receive our notice of award, then we have to take that notice of award back to the 164 and that's in order to get business units for us to implement our funding. So right now, with our PY22 funding, we received our grant award late in the year only because we were faced with doing our 4-year and we did it grant plan beginning July 1st, 2022. So with that being said, the Department of Labor were late in issuing our notice of awards. And in turn, we got those in November. So we submitted those to OMB in January to get them through the system to obtain our business units. And to this day, we have not received our business units. So that's a huge challenge, and we do need to implement our funding. And our reporting is also done by Contract County under OOC. So they don't have a business unit to report. So those are some of the challenges, and these can become audit reviews. So we really need to work, and we met several times with OMB. So that's one of the areas that I want to reach out. Oversight is that we need to make this process more friendly and timely. A lot of these grant applications are grant awards. These are they're time sensitive, and we have to get them moving once we receive them. The other is the financial release for the payment plans. We have support services costs that go out to the participants. So for an example, if you're under the work experience, we do allow them a startup cost. It's a one-time startup cost. For our summer reading program, we have a $300 startup cost for our participants. And that's basically $150 for their transportation. This is for them to help mom and dad, uncle, auntie, their cousin, grandma, whoever supports to get them to their work site to help them to change the fuel. The other is meals, so that they'll be able to shop and get some groceries and take their lunch to work, so that people don't have to come and check on them at any time. Those are some of the things that have been implemented with our regular work experience as well. There's a larger dollar amount that we needed to work experience, which is $1,000, and that's allowed to them the same pay, meals and transportation and clothing, so that they can prepare themselves for their work site and their training. So with Contract County, they do our funds availability, and sometimes that process, and I know that they're understaffed. We have one accountant out there who's also supervised by one accounting supervisor. And that one accountant oversees not only our program of external funding, but probably other I believe six programs, 6 other departments. So when we submit our payments there, we have to wait, and the minimum is probably about 1 week. Sometimes up to 6 weeks we have to wait, and that's just for funds availability. So if you can imagine, right now, they're probably inundated with payments from workforce development. But these are for the children and people we do that were served under our work experience program. And because of that, you know, we really need to bring that contract down the staff up to par and support them. Giving them the staff that they need in order to process all of the payments. With our summer youth program, we have over 500 youth right now participating. So 500 payments of the $300, those are all the probably because of availability. So with that, it comes back to the program. Why cannot our program do our own funds availability? We have 2 accountants and we have a senior accountant at our level who manage and who oversee our books. And we know our balances, we know where we stand when it comes to funding. So that's one of the solutions, recommendations, is, you know, give it back to the program and have us do it on it. The next one is our lack of general funds for operating, and DWB is 99.9% external funded with 0.1% general fund. And the 99.9% is federal regulated money. So we have to comply with regulation on how those are spent. And there's a lot of things that are disallowed under our program that we cannot do unless we receive a little bit of general funds. The 1% is just basically my salary as department manager. And that's so that I can be here, so that I can tell on behalf of the program. Because again, that goes back to the regulations, is that staff are not to lobby or to be anywhere with the program, unless the general funds are at least partially funded. With this, the solution that's presented here is that because we're under federal compliance, there's no funds for outreach materials. There's no funds for staff incentives. There are no funds for other disallowed costs. When I say that it takes 1 to 6 weeks to get a funds availability for our program, it's not only for those payments, it's for HEHSC that comes us through. On top of that, we have our monthly expenses that we pay for all of our things, our utility bills. During COVID, there was no way, everybody was subject to COVID. Even probably the post offices were closed. So we had, during that time frame, we ended up with a lot of late payments and they accumulated. So we had to go with Division of Human Resources, was manual approve our payments for those late payments to get them paid, and that was over $1,000. So sometimes with this process, our utility bills, they don't get paid timely. So we end up with these disallowed costs and we cannot use federal funds to pay them. So we have to go back in and we have to reach out to Ms. Manning and her team to request for funding. Promotional items, you see these things, even twin arrows, they have these nice pins, little diet tablets in all of their rooms. We can't purchase those with federal funding either. If we put our logo on it, it becomes a cost because the money is oversight of Department of Labor and Health Services. So those we have to be very careful when we're spending or funding educational items. So just like that, those are some of our challenges and solutions. Just to name a few, there are others. But, you know, with the time constraints, I just want to say that, you know, thank you for hearing these, the challenges and solutions that are presented by the Department of Workforce Development. The next one is the challenges and solutions. If we can change the slide, please. The challenges and solutions at the federal level is basically the timely grant extensions. The Department of Labor can literally get us an approval to say verbally, yes, you can continue using your money But when it comes down to actually being able to have access to our funding, we have to go through our meeting again. And they want a written document to say that, I think we were at the states, this is the federal, we can go back one slide. Okay, there we go. So the challenges there is just basically, we want support from leadership, with Department of Labor to assist in obtaining grant modifications. Right now, we have a program here, 20, that has an expiration date of 6/30/23 this year. Verbally, yes, it's been approved, it can have another year to expansion funding, but we haven't received a grant extension. So in FMIS, that end date 6/30/2023, it stays. So as the Department of Labor, we have to jump into PY 21 and start expending 21 funds program here. And then once we reach expenditure by the quarter, we have to transfer all of our expenditures back into PY 20 once we get a grant extension. So it's really a lot of work that we have to do in the grant management, is funneling money back and forth. The WIA grant plan amended to serve off now post off nation. This too is pending at Department of Labor. Again, it goes back to the discussion with our federal project officers, Mr. Duncan and Mr. Hall of the Department of Labor, was this one, you all need to lift those restrictions that you have in serving the Navajo people. So my question right then and there was, are we allowed to open our service delivery area to off-the nation? Yes, you can. Just change your grant. So with that, we submitted our grant plan modification amendment to Department of Labor. So we're waiting for that again. So now we have the next semester coming back up in August for school, for certificate training. We want to help those people, at least within 4 states within our area, who reside, so that we can assist them with occupational skills training. If they have a training that they want to attend. So with that, those are some of the challenges that we have on the federal. But I'd like to say that we did have a really good communication with our federal grant officers at this point in time. And so we want to focus on these areas so that we can move forward to open our services out to Navajos who live on the Navajo Nation. Slide. The challenges with the states, right now I can say that we do receive state funding from the 3 states of Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. Navajo Nation has an MOA, memorandum of agreement between the 3 states and Navajo Nation. And this basically allows the Navajo Nation to utilize our funding to implement our grants based on the Department of Labor's regulations. So when the funding gets obligated at the state level, they send it directly to the Department of Labor. In return, the Department of Labor issues it back to the Navajo Nation. And it loses its color. If we were to stay under state funding, we would have a lot of regulations, a lot of restraints on how we use our funding. So with this MOA, it allows us to be a little more lenient with how we spend our funding, which is very helpful. And that was recently updated between the 3 states and Navajo Nation on September 1st, 2020, and that is going to be in full capacity until August 31st, 2030. So that memorandum of agreement is now in effect. So that's very helpful to the Navajo Nation and reporting systems. Then the HHS grant, which is our Native Employment Works program, This one includes service to the Navajo Nation and our border county residents. So that's how we're able to serve some of our participants who live in eligible counties that are right off the Navajo Nation and the border. So we're able to reach out to them. McKinley County, Central County, and Apache County, those counties, we're able to serve our participants using our native employment works. We have to be very innovative in trying to get services out to everybody. So once we get our red line included and we move to serve off the Navajo Nation, then we can start serving 4 states. And that would be very helpful in helping us get our funding extended. Okay, next is our NEWD goals. We have goals set for Department of Workforce Development that have been shared with all of our program supervisors and our management team. Our intent is to enroll 1,000 youth for the summer employment program. We currently have about 550, and we still have applications that are being reviewed. Our application period for our, what we call our SEP, Summer Employment Program, is going to, the deadline for the application period was last Friday, June 2nd. And that's just to make sure that we meet all of our enrollments, that we review all the applications, get them out to the centers so that they can enroll our participants based on eligibility. And let's see, the other goal is outreach to out of school program services. We have some youth who maybe have not finished high school. We have some youth that are older that need help. Maybe they decided not to go back to school. You hear some of the youth saying, I want to take a year off. 1 year turns into 2 years, 2 years turns into 3 years. So we want to make sure we reach out to those population of the youth as well to get them started with employment, to get them started with educational training, and again with our training requirements. We also want to enroll about 600 adults for work experience, and this again goes out to the communities to help their communities, the local departments, businesses, even private sector. Some of them are hospitals, except our workforce participants. Our next goal is to enroll 400 vocational skill training participants and OST so that we can get our money obligated for the year of 2020 funding. We also want to reach out and maybe obtain 100 basic education participants and help them obtain their high school equivalency. We want to provide employment services to at least 25% of our enrolled participants. And as a funding for Department of Labor, we do have performance measures that we have to reach, and that's basically getting an unemployed person into employment. We also have the services of underemployed. If you have maybe an office aide that works at your office, we don't want them to be an office aide forever. We want them to excel in their education. We want them to excel in learning a new conventional so that they can move upward to be able to be sustainable, to help their families, to help themselves further. So with that, like I said, the program on services that we have to meet. We want to begin serving customers with support service costs and tuition assistance for degree programs. We currently don't have a degree program under the Department of Workforce Development, WIA or employment workshop programs. Degree programs, way back in the day, years ago, we got cited in the audit telling us that we were duplicating services with the scholarship office because of the degree program. But now, with the rising cost of tuition that is out there for our young people, even for those who choose to go back to school at a later age, the tuition is very, very costly. Some of our native people put themselves in debt with loans just to get their degree. So we're moving in that direction, and along with this request to the Department of Labor of opening up now nation services, is also this request is to add that in the degree programs, so that we can serve again the unmet need for participants. Whatever funding they're lacking at the very end, after they've applied for Pell Grant, after they've applied for any other Native American scholarships that may be out there. So those are some of the efforts and resolvement that we're trying to make for our communities. We also want to improve customer services, lessen the burden, and find ways to help them. That's one area that we have worked with our management team. Each and every meeting and session that we have is that we stress the customer service to them. That's who we are. We need to reach out. We need to find ways to help people. If you want to determine somebody ineligible, please call me first. Let's talk about it. Let's meet and let's strategize and see how we can assist this participant. If they're ineligible, let's seek resources for them and make referrals that they need. So these are goals that we have in short for NEWD, and we have others as well. But these are the main ones that I wanted to share with them that we're saying. Accomplishments, next slide, is we completed the WIOA 4-year grant plan that's effective 7/1/22 to 6/30/26 for program years 22 to 25. We've also completed our Native Employment Works HHS grant plan, and that also became effective 7/1/22 and is effective to 6/30/25. And that's for program years 22 to 24. So that's the Native Employment Works program. We have also been working very diligently in administration to update our program guidance instructions. And we'll be providing training in the month of May to our travel team. And this will probably be held virtually and partially in person. We have also implemented again the summer employment training, summer employment program, and we're still doing the intake and review of applications. NEWD, we updated all our technology. We're able to serve customers and virtually and as part of our training and as far as professional development, we have implemented prerequisite trainings for our participants. Again, work at sexual harassment and customer service, and this is to prepare them for workforce entry. A lot of our participants come in without any work history. Some of them come in, they have not worked at all, and we try to prepare them as much as possible before sending them to a work site. And again, from the startup costs to give them the funds that they need to get to work, and that they rely here. Unfortunately, we have those who maybe get their startup costs for $300 or $1,000, and then they don't return. We have those individuals. So what we do is we write them letters and we put them on a period of suspension for services at least 6 months. You won't be allowed unless they come back and meet with us and say, this is what happened, this is why I didn't come back. Sometimes a lot happens with our participants. So we try to work with them in those ways, but we do have those situations and we try to deal with them on a case by case basis, because not every participant comes to us one size fits all. Everybody is different. Their needs, what they need, their development, their education, they're all different. And in closing, my last PowerPoint, I just have our vision and our mission statement in here. And it pretty much states it all. Our vision is our commitment to expand employment and training opportunities to our nation. Our mission, committed to delivering quality services with integrity, accountability to coach their development skills with innovative employment trends and technology. So with that, Human Services, Health and Human Services Committee. This is my report, the now Department of Workforce Development. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, this, Benita, Department of Workforce Development. We're providing the, PowerPoint presentation and also emailed it to us. And your different areas of your challenges, and your objectives. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Sampson.
Thank you for your report. That was a lot of information you shared. And I think there's a lot of your services that are needed throughout our communities. And concerned about your outreach, but I also I believe that maybe to some extent, Office of Dene Youth, I could never get their name right. It's Whitey or Levi, I want to keep changing it to. I think they try to assist and help you with some outreach, because I know that when kids apply for the program, that they sort of give them an option. So I'm thinking about all the jobs that become available for the summer for our kids out in our communities. And it's usually the chapter that provides some jobs, then it's the WeLi, and then there's yourself. And for a small community, I think it gets to be a little bit too much in terms of work placement. And I'm often critical about my chapter. They kind of get upset with me when I ask them, and I told them that don't limit your kids to just, you know, shredding paper, making copies, answering phone calls. They'll teach them a little bit more and how to engage in meaningful work experiences. And so I just think for summer, everybody's trying to hire and trying to get these jobs out. But I think it would be better if they could be done through the year, if you could work with the schools, so kids can have after school program, after school jobs. I think some kids are really want to work and try to make some money because they don't really get that kind of financial support from their families. And so I think if we gave them those opportunities, and oftentimes when there's too many kids at the chapter, swivel chair of non-day boss of the bus contact, just sitting there, and I know rules change from the years that we worked. Certainly we have the ability to go out and do real work. You know, labor intensive work, and probably because of laws and other things that those things were cut off. So the other thing that I'm really interested in seeing is like youth conservation course, because we absolutely need youth conservation. We need conservation. We need watershed projects. We need erosion control activities happening throughout all of our communities. I have a daughter who just left for Northwest Youth Conservation Corps, and she'll be gone for 9 weeks, and she's out there on the field, absolutely learning how to manage fences and you know, studying, you know, the sea life and all these things, and being out on the land. So maybe it's just a matter of working, changing some of the work, the way that the work can be done in every aspect. And then also, if these young people have the opportunity to work with for nonprofit organizations as well, because we can't be limited to just getting people to work with their navigation government in the chapter houses. We need to think outside of that. There's a lot of nonprofit organizations do really good work, and they certainly could use additional, you know, people, and that they could train to do, you know, the really good work that is happening out there. So there's some recommendations and suggestions you provided, and saying that you're the 1% of general funds that covers your salary. And then you mentioned something, and I'm still trying to understand all of it, but you said something about, with your finances, you have bookkeepers, and if you could just take care of the money yourself. I would appreciate if you could just break that down a little, one more step for me, or maybe two, and how we can help you do that. So it's probably just me, my colleagues probably all know what that work entails, but for me anyway, you'll have to break it down a couple, two steps, and with my position as a delegate, how can I help you make that happen? Is what I need you to teach me, because I think where there's no way I know everything there is to know, I need your help as well. And I'm teachable and coachable, so if you're the expert in this matter and in this field, so I need your help, and you need to break it down for me. So I think those are the extent of my, I think the other piece, we're talking about people not making the initiative to look for jobs. And this week, I've had somebody that we worked with for a while, now a year or two, young lady, and we come to realize that the home that she comes from, nobody really encourages, you know, to have goals and to have, you know, an idea of where she's going. And so those things are lacking, I think, probably in a lot of our young people. And so not only should we be giving them job skills, but really life skills in the process. And my son works for Native Renewables, and I appreciate it. He's a grown man, you know, and less a few years shy of 30. But yeah, I feel like I've taught him plenty of life skills. I'm pretty sure we talked about financial literacy, but through his job, they had sort of a slow month and a slow week in one of their months. And the owner of the company, what she does is during that time, she pulls in training, we said no training, sorry, education, life skills. And I know so far he's taken mental health first aid, he's taken financial literacy, and she, you know, puts those in between, you know, their hard time. And for some reason, he really loves them. I swear to God, I gave him all that information, but he didn't get it. He didn't learn anything. I get it. But anyway, he loves, you know, how those are part of his work activities now. And I appreciate that, you know, I really do, and I don't think you're too old to learn about those things. So I think we really need to also get into our schools and really encourage our young folks to, you know, tell them that there's all these life opportunities and they can get out and that they can be supported. And I think we need to do more of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Jermaine Simons. Thank you. With that, Ms. Bonita, I'll go ahead and give you the floor, madam. So for response.
Thank you for your comments and your questions, Delegate Simon. In regards to some of your recommendations that you have given us, we will take those into our planning stages. We do work with some of our job corps offices that come in from Flagstaff. They do use part of our building into the city to come in at least, I believe, once or twice a quarter to do their recruitment. So we try to reach out and make partnerships with other offices as well in order to expand our services. So those are some really good options that we absolutely can take into consideration. The other here is you talked about working with the nonprofit. We do work with nonprofit offices as well, but we also ask them to try to bring them in as a permanent employee after all of their training is completed, if they can job placements. Otherwise, it helps them, you know, beef up and their resume in those areas. So we do try and work also with nonprofit. So a lot of our participants are at an affiliation level, some are different areas of often affiliation as well. So we do try to open that up, and we do allow the older adults to try to go out to and locate a work site that they want to be involved in, something of their interest, so that we don't put them into a field that they don't want to do. Working with the kids as well, is we have stressed that as a management team, you know, to our staff that works at the participants, is to give them skills that they need in their work experience. We don't want to see participants cleaning the office, dusting, washing windows and things like that. We want them to have a meaningful work site, and that's something that we have stressed to our case managers as well, making sure that they review the work site agreements and ensure that they're getting a valuable work site to help them increase their knowledge as far as beginning work. We had a lot of 14 and 15, 16-year-old. We had a hard time finding a lot of work sites as well, but again, I want to encourage all of our division leaders, our department managers, is to encourage your management staff also to allow these young people to come into your offices and job shadow, come in to assist you and help. And you're there to provide that knowledge to them as well. So that's what we ask. The other one is the life skills. Delegate Simonson, we do life skills training. We have learning centers at all of our workforce centers and our sub offices. So a lot of the counselors there, they provide some of those trainings. We began with staff development and training. We reach out to them and they're able to attend training online as well. So virtually, we have all of that set up for participants. As far as outreach to schools, I am happy to say that workforce development has been out to a lot of job fairs. I have signed my senior management analyst team members, the whole house, out to all of these work sites. She was charged, she was tasked with getting this information out to communities. Is that workforce is not only a summer youth employment training, we help other areas of job skill development and training, resume writing, life skills, and things of that nature. So when you really get out there, people are not really aware of the services that we have lined up. So we are working on that and trying to improve our outreach to all of our communities. I hope that answered your question, Delegate Simonson. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that response. Honorable Tobin.
Thank you, Chair and members, asking, I don't know, the staff is really appreciate it. You know, this opportunity is great. The only problem is we live in a remote area. How we can promote these programs that workforce. There's the only way you can find out what our people need is you come check. It's short or I believe some of you have been in that position. When you go to the chapter level, there's no job, no establishment. So my area has to be away from everything. The only place we have in Grandpa is stores. And what you do also is give person available will be custodian. So it's going to start into a position, then they have to, have a qualification. A lot of our kids out there. They always say I was turned out of workforce. Well, in a way, that's the only way you know what the community wants. A lot of them are single parents, don't have parents, they don't have transportation. You can have established a lot of these programs of transportation. Just from my area to Crown, it's like 30 miles. They don't have transportation. I remember one individual from our own town. He didn't have transportation. He used to get shot every early in the morning to you. He finally got his mask or nowadays, even you ask your relatives, they're not going to give you a ride. So those are some of the areas that I look at. So when are we going to go out to the community and present this information to them? Maybe once a month, 2 weeks, a call, these kids, a lot of them, single parents, like I said, I don't need a nice judge. A call, all of these, when you sign them, some of these checks, I don't want to take individual from workforce because of the ability not know. They trying to. So a call, in town, Oregon, they have an employment office. If you want a job, you go over there. Then you look for a job, any job to remove boxes, to load the truck, to help around the house. About they wasn't on the town in Oregon. I remember Cal's like that. One day, that's the short, I don't know. 19 days. Why can the Navajo Nation do that? All we're doing is we implement these programs without any funding. And then also the position. We put a lot of procedures in place. I went to social service, I was observing one day. Social service, it's that actually now. There's an individual team. They want to fill out an application for, I believe, for alien. Be like that. Tomorrow morning, doesn't. Then I see with my eyes. They can help them. But 4 o'clock, they will out at 4:30, around there. You come back tomorrow. Those things we have to consider. So how do you work from 8 to 5? Yeah, I understand that. But somehow we can give this to the community somehow. Remember when I was back in 1980 in official, each deputy used to have close to 10 years. In the checks that the chunks out. Those kids, not my area, we don't have internet. Even the telephone is so bad, reception of internet dead. So they have to go around the building, they have to park on the track to get into the internet. Those are some of the areas we need to improve. I hate to say that, our government, we don't have any establishment within our remote area. If you live in Crown, yeah, if you live in Crown, And all a lot of students, because they have a new program around it. Yeah, I know what you guys are going to do. Also, the starting pay machine pushes. And that one is you don't have a set, minimum wage standard. Will pick up federal and state as a chapter. I appreciate I used to do that. It's looking for nomination. Where is their Gale? So it's happening, I guess. We go by the federal or sometimes we go by the state. Each go there. So those are the concern and hopefully we can push out. I know we have close to 1,000 sometimes. Only if you hasn't been, here for qualification. You have to be that. And then the chapter will receive a lot of money for our kids, young kids, or people. And that we put a lot of guidelines and rules that we turn down these kids. It shouldn't be happening like that. But check. I remember when I was a check president, became check president during the COVID. I put basically I said, why? So he said, all a lot of kids. Goes to the said never will spend a lot of money for the kids themselves. Your boss does. So we need to think about our kids. Shouldn't get behind these. Or just really trying to do the best. Keep program loans out in the nation. Be out and create jobs. I don't know what we mean by that. About this issue. So thank you for your presentation. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Cole. With that response, Ms. Lina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your comments, Delegate Tom. Appreciate your feedback. And it is true, we do have minimal work space going out in areas. It is a challenge to serve those areas. Transportation, we have participants who come to us with those kind of barriers. We don't have a money, we have mom or dad or people who are meant to be fit to work or to be done. But we try our best to work with all the communities. The PS3s, our program supervisors out at the field level. We ask them to make sure that they reach out to any kind of work site within their areas. And I did mention to them that I was gonna put a announcement into the application, and I said an email to request work sites for participants so that other work sites can be made available for participants closer to home. And we do understand those issues. Unfortunately, a lot of our navigable people are faced with that challenge, and all we can do is reach out to them, try to help them. As far as getting to the communities, we'll certainly work on that. Delegate help in the future and getting out into the chapters to do visits to see how we can help each community. We can start doing that with our programs. We were doing really well for just kind of communicating and getting out to making contact with our participants, and a lot of them, they're very intelligent. I think we had that conversation before was at HEHSC was little kids, they know how to use a smartphone. As long as they have a signal, they know how to use the iPad, they know how to use the computer. And sometimes that's needing a babysitter or someone here, give them the phone and you know, they go at it on cell phone. So with our page application that we have, we tried to make it simple, one page application available to our potential customers that come in to apply for our program services. So they're able to sign this on there, they can submit documents, we ask them to take a picture and email or send it to us. You don't have to come all the way in from way out there on that. You don't have to come all the way in from Casero to read in paperwork. We can work with you in this way, and we have a group, a couple of IT staff with our department administration. They've been very helpful. They pick up the phone, they'll help them, walk them through it. Here's how you sign it. Go ahead and do this, click on this, click on that, and they walk them through it, and then it'll appear right here in the email application. So we do really try very hard to work with all of our applicants on delegate tool. We try to improve services, you know, and people get the word out. But we will put that on the agenda as far as outreach to the communities, and like I said, with the job fairs that we did recently, we were able to boost up our enrollment, and that was really helpful. We were out in sailing, we went out to some of the high school job fairs, we had teams set up. They were actually doing intake right then and there, having people fill out an application during the job fairs, during the career fairs that will happen. But we will put that on the agenda, so thank you.
Thank you again for that response. I know we are over to honorable courtesy Nito. Committee members, just be aware right now, we're estimating about 15 minutes per presentation. It's just barely, we're almost up to 31. So if we continue to move forward with each presentation being about 15 minutes to an hour, then I'm assuming we're here until 7 or 8 this evening. Committee members, if you are okay with this, since we're launching here. I don't know about the staff, if they're going to be traveling back. So that's what we need to take into consideration too. So I leave it up to you guys. If you guys want to go around the world, ask all the different things and talk about all that other stuff, it's totally up to you guys. We need to also hear from the presenters and plus our staff, and also they will probably traveling back as well. So it ain't that. So with that, honorable courtesy Nito.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for inviting us for us. Your department. Should I have a question for you, Linda? Monica. That's last name sounds familiar. He get George with the outlets. Nepotism. The election. I think his leadership. He always provided those services. They're not just living. I received a lot of calls in my area. That's Utah. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. But I've seen it on the version. Your notes here. But anyhow, we have this nepotism that's going on every time there is any kind of service or donation or any kind of service that's provided to people. Those service always goes to the people that live near highways and near traffic houses. All the people that are in the rural area, they don't get these services, privileges. And they always blame the leadership. Whoever gets elected gets the first upper hand. And the rest, all of the leftovers. The hills where people live. You mentioned there's allocation funding in the states. I was just wondering how much money those fundings that goes to Utah residents. And then on top of that, do these state receive progress report listing of service that's been provided? These kind of transparency these that happen in all the departments here, and you really consider that these rural communities, they really need the needs. Somehow, this nepotism keeps on continuing, and that needs to stop because these fundings are everything. That includes in the housing renovation, donation, with PEP and et cetera. States.
Thank you, Honorable Benito. Myself, I just have one quick question. And that is audit. Can you update us on that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Delegate Benito. Nepotism. I would like to say that I have not received any complaints from probably the past 2 years regarding nepotism under Department of Workforce Development. But if you have anything, I would like to have them refer directly to me so that I can provide feedback on questions, those who are complaining. I believe that we, as National Department of Workforce Development, is that we serve all communities. Anybody who has outreach to us, anybody who has provided an application for services, is that we respond to them, and we respond to them equally. And like I have also mentioned, is that a lot of our participants that come to us, they're not a one size fits all. Some participants come to us with maybe social issues. They come in, they're upset, they become angry on the process. And a lot of times it's just hearing them out, listening to them, talking to them, and giving them some guidance. Maybe even calling in a case manager to say, here's how we can resolve this, let's look at this. And think outside of the box, and how can we help you? So I like to say that, with our program supervisors as well, is that, they oversee their team also in that fashion, is working with individuals in that way. And as Mr. Toll had indicated earlier, is that in rural areas, we would like to make further outreach to them. We'll plan to do that. The nation is now coming back into play. I think even some of the chapter houses were still closed, a couple of months ago. So we have to put our communication back into place, and that's slowly coming back into effect. Even some of our employees, they're afraid to come back into the workplace, and that's how we lost a lot of our employees coming back to COVID. Is a lot of people retired and just do not want to return. So, but in the case of getting on track, but with the nepotism, Mr. Benito, we will absolutely look into that. Like I said, if you have anything, please let me know. I can provide you my email address, and it's also on this 1-page summary that I provided to you. Thank you for that comment. Let me go ahead and answer Delegate James's question as far as audit. Right now, we have come out of single audit. We had cleared our single audit. As a matter of fact, we hired an AMS. We added her onto our team, and with her effort, she cleaned our reconciliation audit up. And that was cleared, and now we will be going back with auditor gentleman here with an application to get ready for our next audit. Delegate James, so we will be preparing, we have been preparing for it. And to make sure that we are ready once we come from that. So at this time, that's where we sit on the.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Monica, for that response. Honorable Unito, has another question?
I have a small question about child labor laws. At our chapter, every time there's like a youth program, for employment, there's always a concern. You know, like our kids, they're not learning anything on ranching or farming and so forth. Even like traditional ways, they're doing things like that. Only thing that's allowed is the office work. Is there a way that you can kind of combine, you know, like kind of the labor laws and let them start really to the hard working labor out there? That's my question.
Thank you for your question.
Ms. Monica?
Excuse me, Chair, sorry. Thank you. Honorable Benito, I want to respond to that by saying, yes, we do follow the child labor laws, and that's what comes down from our federal regulations. So our labor law begins with the children starting work at 14 on up. So with that being said, we do follow the regulations. I heard the word liability earlier. All of our participants are covered with workman's comp. And that's why we want to have our participants ease them into employment is where they begin and you know, being in compliance with child labor laws. We stick to the personnel policy and procedure Monday through Friday. That they are not working any irregular hours, that they're not working for 8 or after 5 p.m. and that they're allowed their time for their meals, their breaks, and so forth. But that is a challenge. We can work with that, Mr. Benito, in saying if we can probably have a conversation on that too, you know, maybe you can express further what areas you wish to see the maybe working, and that way we can open the doors, get some discussion going on that. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, Ms. Monica. Health, Education, Human Service Committee members, do you guys have any other questions, comments? I can't see Dr. Dennis, so I see nothing. So with that, no other questions. I'll see no hand raised. So with that, moving on to the next presenter, the Department of Retirement Service. Again, thank you, Ms. Monica. As well. Thank you for the presentation and then also providing us the documents. Thank you. If you have to use everything. So with that, our retirement service, Andrea Holmes, Chief of Road, is not, and then they so the floor is yours.
Thank you. I can hear. Thank you, Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and again, my name is Andrea Holmes. I'm the retirement plan administrator for the Department of Retirement Services in Winona. And I know we have a time constraint, and I'm writing these slides here. Those next slide, here's my workload. So the next slide, I just want to announce that the Navigation Retirement Office was established back in July 1973, and it was signed
by Peter McDonald, and this was shared by, Navajo Time State Political back then. So this year marks our 50th anniversary. We're pretty excited about this, so we're creating some kind of celebration right now. So we're looking at July 2023 to announce our 50th year anniversary. So some of the overview of the presentation that I'm going to be going over is, these are the topics here, and background information, organizational reporting, plans, budgetary information, and payments and smart goals and accomplishments at the end, and of course our contact information. So if you look at the next slide, the program and background information, again, we were established in July 1973. And our plan of operation is that BFS 3618, and we're pretty much up to date with all that. And our purpose for the retirement office is to provide that quality retirement services to our employees of the Navajo Nation and some of the participating affiliates. And this is accomplished by providing appropriate retirement plans for various employment statuses. Our primary responsibility is to provide competitive retirement benefits to encourage employees to continue employment with the Navajo Nation and for the benefit of the Native people, and then our continued success and assistance will depend upon how we meet this responsibility and offer employees the opportunity to take an active role in future planning for their retirement. So these things are very important. Retirement services staff are dedicated to the Navajo Nation employee and retirees. We're a client-oriented atmosphere, and we do express customer service. And just like someone mentioned the analogy, it's kind of we don't really try to encourage that. There are times because of the expertise in the retirement world that it does take certain retirement officers to run retirement benefits. So retirement staff are dedicated to our clients. And our NDRS is the acronym. So NDRS goal is to ensure the organizational goals and activities are consistent with the strategic direction of retirement benefits. A strategic plan is to improve the department's performance and carry out its fiduciary responsibility and duties. And because we're fiduciary funded, I think there was a question earlier. What is fiduciary funds? And this is where we use fiduciary monies, and it's actually trust money where we have to budget for our whole department programs, and so we can't really try to transfer money in and out to the other departments and programs. So if you look at the next slide, our organizational reporting, if you notice, we're under Division of Human Resources. We also out of respect, attend to you as Health Education Human Services Committee, but we also have another oversight, which is Budget and Finance Committee. We also have to answer to the RPAC Plan Administration Committee. They're the ones that the three plans, which is the defined benefit plan, 401k plan, also known as a defined contribution plan, and the deferred compensation plan. So the next one is our organizational structure, and this is our staffing pattern. We do have 10 positions, I think 6, 9, 10, 11 positions, including myself. And right now we do have some vacancies if you look at the organizational structure. But if you go to the next page, which is the budgetary information, I did update this, so the numbers are going to be different from what is here. I divided that out to FIS, so the numbers are current.
Oh, okay. I
But
don't know.
as far as staffing vacancy, we have a retirement officer, which we did have a price selection because of the selection where they have to be and replace the position. The information system tag we did, it's currently on the job vacancy announcement that you kind of saw earlier. We did do interviews, but we're in the process of making a selection, but they
are requesting above entry fee at like $30 an hour, which is kind of like we can't really budget for right now. The office specialist position, we have scheduled interviews this Friday. So hopefully we'll make a selection on the specialist position. So the next slide. The next slide is administration information. These are some of the contracts that we have currently, and Willis Stars Boston is our actuarial consultant, and we are in the process of finalizing the tier extension. And what they do is they go in and they analyze the retirement plan for us. And we have two main consultants, who is Van Ryan, who's out of Las Vegas, and Beyonce. Ryan Sullivan, who is from Los Angeles, California. So they're the ones that can help us and finally researching and putting some information together based on behavior requests from the ARPA committee and also our defined contribution plan. The pension plan is currently with Northern Trust as a plan provider from Chicago, Illinois, and the 401k plan. They used to be with Wells Fargo, but we migrated back in May 2021. So now currently the principal financial group from Iowa. Same with the deferred compensation plan that was during the pandemic. What happened there, and if we had to split the plan because Wells Fargo was no longer in a retirement company of doing the custodian and director at the same time. So the custodian mentioned that as same as the migration from Wells Fargo to principal. So they were just kind of the deferred compensation plan, but with principal financial group, and then the record keeping we had to do our RFQ, and we selected at the time it was HEHSC, but because of pandemic, some of the providers they had to merge. So that's why it says HEHSC and this contract in. The 401k contract and the deferred compensation contract, they both end September 30th, 2023 this year. The other thing is we're in a contract agreement for the lease with HTE. So they rent that building and then they lease our copy machine from Xerox Corporation. Continue on, we do have, we're gonna be doing an RFP. And this is probably one of my 401k and the first to get better fees and from the plan providers, you know, assist us with making sure that we're met from the retirement standpoint and also investment side of it. Working with Willis Stars Watson is who we're doing the RFP with, and they're helping us to initiate sort of the process because the 401k and the plans that we're going to be doing the RFP for, they're very restrictive, and we have to follow all federal guidelines and regulations. We also work with RBK, is our retirement investment portfolio manager, and they help us manage and also make decisions. That he also works with the investment committee. We do have an auditor. We just got done finishing some of the audits. When our auditor is KPMG with John Kennedy from Albuquerque. So we had 3 audits. We did complete 2 of them, so we're still trying to finish up one. We were working with an associate, but now that everything was finalized, we're now with the KPMG as the auditors. And then the KPMG audits and retirement plans regarding different. We use different fiscal years to complete this in March because of the budget season that is now taking place. The retirement office is the one that sets different rates based on annual valuation with Willis Stars Watson. And then, like I said, we're working with KPMG on the 401k sample audits, and that is on contribution changes and
their deferred rates for 401k. The next slide is the now nomination retirement plans, and as I mentioned, there are 3 plans listed, and in order for us to make sure that we are following compliance and adhere to some of these plans, we involve the retirement plan administration committee by having monthly meetings. But we need to look at the plan commitments, and we have to stay up to date on revenue and some of the projections because of the trust funding. Then again, we set the annual fund rates, and that's where we kick off the budget season. We also have to accept and approve any resolution for any plan changes, amendments, and these all. Then again, we have to comply with the fiduciary responsibility and the governmental accounting standard board, which is HEHSC, is one thing that we use, and it's an accounting method. So this is where we not only work with the archive committee, but we also work with the investment committee. Next, plan participants. When the retirement plan was established back in 1973, it was actually the regular status employee and the part-time regular employees in the beginning, which was October 1st, 1973 is when the plan actually began, although the actual office opened in July. And looking at the political appointees, they were included in February 1989, and then we included the president, vice president, speaker, and the council in January 1999. And the participating affiliates back then was now Arts and Craft, NPI, and the API. So those were our participating affiliates, but back in 2006, there was a new ruling that came out, which was the PPA, which is the Pension Protection Act. We had to separate our plan because of the commercial versus a governmental plan, because some of these, like NACE and NAPI and NFPI, you know, they're more commercial plan, they had to go on their own. The other one was nomination judges. We included it back in 2002, and then now we're also working with the chapters, the LDA certified chapters. So with that said, the retirement age was updated back in January 1st, 2020, and with the normal retirement age, increase from age, it used to be just age 60, but then now we made it where it's going to be 60, 61, and 62. And the based on the years of service will determine what normal retirement age you'll be able to retire at. The early retirement is the month of your 50th birthday on the month before your normal retirement for regular employees, and then for commission law enforcement officers, it's the month of the 45th birthday, up to the month before the 55th birthday, because their normal retirement age is 55 for commission law enforcement officers. The benefits are reduced by 5% for each year before normal retirement age. So there is a percentage that will, if they do retire, consider to retire after early retirement age, there's that 5% reduction. So looking at the next slide, this is just some of the statistics that we are doing right now. So for our services, looking at the clientele, we look at, this is from January to June, we have 1,498 clients. Then we do monthly, and so with staff development and training, introducing or maintaining the defined benefit plan, 401k plan. So we, on those days that we presented, we had 329 virtually signed on during that time.
And as for our retirement stats from January to May, of course, June hasn't happened because our deadline date is June 12. We retired so far 92 employees. And when we say beneficiary, these are where some of the employees or retirees where they had to see, so now their beneficiaries are now receiving the benefit. And then just to go over some of the projects for the defined benefit plan. Most of these projects are with the actuary, Willis Towers Watson. Right now, we're in a discussion to maybe increasing the retirement age to 65, and maybe grandfathering those, so don't get too worried. You're like ready for retirement, I gotta work at 65. So, but we're still keeping the early retirement age at 55, and there's still a 5% reduction. The other thing that we're working on is called PBI, and what PBI is a third party search company that's looking for deceased individuals who they may even owe a benefit to. So we're trying to find those people. They could be not only the individual themselves, but a beneficiary. The other thing that we're going to consider is a lump sum. And this lump sum is where the nomination will be the retirees for the beneficiary who are receiving the low monthly pension amount, and most of them were elderly age because they retired back in the beginning of, let's say, 1973, and forward. So they're only receiving a small amount. The other thing that we're looking at the lump sum for is because people that do have a low monthly income, some of them can't qualify for Medicare or some kind of financial assistance, like I said, like food stamps. So we were asked, from the retirees, that we can try to figure out how they can, for something different. The other thing that we're discussing is the ad hoc cost of living adjustment. So our PAC is researching to implement this for all retirees. And then on the annual valuation, this begins actually September. In September, and this process is to compile all the census data for all active and term vested employees within an allocation. And we look at all 3 branches and the entities, and we go back one by one to make sure that this annual valuation is correct. And this is a timely process, and we try to get everything in. And what this does is it helps the actuary and us to look for our projections and revenues and costs in the future for our future retirees and how it's going to impact the nation. But the latest project that we did was the enhanced retirement plan, and this ERP was initiated by the Medicare administration during 2021 because of COVID. And this is where, in the beginning, people didn't really know what COVID was. So once we became more educated, we now kind of have an idea what it is. But in the beginning, they were saying it was attacking, people of elderly age and also health condition individuals. But this is where a lot of the people took the ERP, and on the next slide, you'll see that there was 698 eligible employees at the time we did the ERP. 209 took that offer or took the ERP. And so at the time, we were looking at a cost of 698. It was going to cost the nation 175 million if all 690 eligible employees took it, but only 209 did. So the cost came out to be 26 million. Where this ERP, what it did is it gave the employees an additional 3 years of service board for regular years, and they have to be age 60 or older. And at the time, there was no insurance offered with this ERP plan. So that's kind of like how the ERP ran. The first special retirement plan that we did or program was back in 2009. That was the first one, and that had a different criteria set. This is the second one, the ERP that has happened for the retirement office. And so that's some of this, the ERP of how much it was and how much people took it and then how much it costs. But on an average monthly retirement pension payment per quarter, we're looking about 945 per month. The total amount of retirement benefit payments per quarter is about 14 million. So that's what we kind of project every quarter, and it does increase because of you. I remember from the previous slide, there are people who are retiring. And the way we keep track of the individuals are through the continuous service records. And this is all our employment history. So if you were to come into our office and ask, I want to retire in a month or 2 months from now, what we do is we go back into the continuous service record. We have to update that. We have to make sure that all your employment history is there. They also work with personnel in reference to some of the employment dates. It doesn't include temporary status, although temporary is included towards your vesting service if you did work temporary, but it wouldn't go towards your benefit. The next slide is your defined contribution plan. Most of us know it as the 401k saving plan. And in November 2020, the 401k was amended to comply with the CARES Act due to the COVID. This was to be in line with some of the CDC guidelines. They changed the plan because of the hardship that we were all experiencing that time. And for the 401k, we have to change one of the criteria was the hardship withdrawal, because if you did a hardship withdrawal back then, you were put on a 6-month suspension where you couldn't contribute and you couldn't really do anything with your 401k. But since COVID happened, we are no longer like penalizing the employee. They can still contribute, they can still make a hardship, and they can still do a loan, but that's only one loan at a time. There's different types of loan, but we'll get into that in the slides. And this, keep in mind, the 401k, we do have to follow the rules, laws, and it's a restricted plan again where it has to stay in compliance, and we have to adhere to a lot of those laws. And one thing I just wanted to bring to your attention is that we do have a lot of loans. Right now, we have 3,598 participants, and almost half of them have a loan. The loans that we have right now is 1,460. So it's like almost half of them have a loan, and I don't know this is culture or why, everybody gets a loan, but that's what they do, and we try to let them know that the 401k plan is not a loan program that is really set, and it's for your retirement, for the future, and it's a supplemental savings rate. So the next slide, back it's already mentioned, Wells Fargo migrated to principal, and this is where we have to continue to work with uploads. And these are through the bi-weekly payroll files that we use. So every time payroll runs, we have to upload those files, and then we also do RDPs for wire transfers because we have to make sure all the contributions and the funds are been given to principal. And then we also work with a consultant. Her name is Annette Franklin. She's the FMIS post HRIS consultant. who assists us on the 401k payroll plans. Right now, we're still in the process of trying to take care of some issues with that, so we do participate with the issues log every week with the controller's office. And we also have our own, the principal, a communication specialist, his name is Paul, and he helps us with the monthly webinars. He tries to help us with the presentations and so forth on the new stuff. So looking at the next slide, daily, bi-weekly duties, but updating pencil, working with batch listings, what we do, payroll reports. And we mainly use the FMIS, HRIS to the fullest potential to make sure that all these things are met. The one thing we did effective January 1st, 2023, is we did the rural enrollment, which is now set at 3%. Before it was 2%. They also know it as a negative election, and this is where we enroll the employees and become participants who can start saving for their retirement. And the reason why we did the auto enrollment is because some people, they come in and they say, I didn't even know I had this opportunity, I had this retirement supplemental plan that I could participate in, and so they're pretty happy about the auto enrollment. We haven't had too many say that they wanted to opt out. A lot of them were pretty pleased with it. The other thing we did was to auto escalate, because we're all too busy sometimes, and we want the participant to take advantage of the auto escalate. So what we did is we every October 1st, or the beginning of the fiscal year, what will happen with auto escalate is it will increase 1% of your base deferral rate up to 6%, and the now nation matches 50 cents to $1. So just kind of looking at as an example, if you were automatically enrolled at 3% October 1st, it'd be increase 1% up to 4%. And you can also change that once you log into principal. You can make these adjustments in your referral rates. It's not set in stone. You just need to enroll into principal's website. And then the other one is 401k, like I mentioned earlier, the loans. You have to at least be vested 3 years in order to take out any kind of loan. And these are the loans that they offer right now. It's called a general purpose loan, and it's usually about 50%. But remember, keep in mind, once you take the loan, you're borrowing your own money, which means depending on how much money you take out, that's how much money you could be losing as far as your earnings being positive. And then the other one is a house loan for those that are first time buyers. Some people, they use this and then they buy a trailer. It has to be put on a solid foundation. It can't just be one of those that you can travel around and say that's your primary home. It's your first time buying a trailer. So then the hardship withdrawal, these are different things that we use the hardship for: education, medical expenses, burial, funeral expenses, purchase of a principal residency, foreclosure, repair of damage expenses, casualty. So those are going to be hardship withdrawals, and these are just really basic. What I'm telling you right now, there's more into it, but once you decide if you want to know more about 401k, we can do that. The next one is the deferred compensation plan, and this plan was amended back in 2018, and we just recently added a new provision to the plan. So that's out of 2019 legislation. So everyone approves by resolution the deferred compensation participants, and these are basically the political at-will appointees from the president's office or the speaker's office. So they need to go through our tax approval. And then the other thing that we do for bi-weekly contributions further sent to the plant provider, in this case, principal. And then the quarterly statements, those are issued, and that's coming from USI. But at termination, the payouts for the deferred comp, they are done, but because of the timing, that we have to make sure when the PAF is processed, we have to make sure that all the signature process is done and completed before we can actually pay out the deferred compensation contribution of the amount that they're eligible for. And so when that takes time, and it's not something once you terminate, once you get the PAF, that we hurry up and pay down its deferred compensation funds, and does take time to process that. And so with that said, the committee's purpose is to assume responsibility for general administration for the deferred compensation plan. And the deferred compensation plan in the beginning was actually developed to be like a severance package. But because through the years with IRS and some of the federal laws, they look at it as a retirement plan. They don't look at it as a severance package. So we kind of have to be careful. And so it is a non-qualified plan. And opposed to the 401k is a qualified plan where you can roll it over from one bank to another as long as they're qualified. But the eligibility for the deferred compensation plan, like political committees are eligible at 10% and the council at 20%. So we service all 4 areas of that. So looking at the distribution on the next slide, the benefits are payable upon termination as mentioned. So at the end of the term or spend, and there's some options that you are eligible of how you want to get your distribution. There's a lump sum payment. There's a partial distribution with installment payments, and then you can defer either the lump sum or the partial distributions. So if you choose one of these, a lot of them just do the lump sum payout. Keep in mind, Uncle Sam will want his money, so you will be taxed on this, and so FICA, Medicare, federal withholdings are gonna all take place of this. And again, this is not a qualified plan, so your rollovers are not allowed. And the other thing too, I didn't put on here, but I just wanted to mention is with the deferred compensation plan, in the past, people use their quarterly statements, they take it to the bank and they try to use it as a collateral. The bank will call and verify them, so I will not write a statement or a letter saying that you can't do that because it is a constructive receipt. So please don't use your deferred compensation. Retirement services challenges. I just named 2 challenges. We have a lot of challenges, sure, but these are the main one that I focused on. With this first challenge, it's for the retirement pension. The trust fund has to stay at least 80% or above in order to be sustainable to last throughout the years for those people such as ourselves, where we are not promised, but we're just, we're told that we have a pension amount that we can go into once we're our retirement age. And this funding status it's always in a shortfall because the way the funding status runs, it runs with the market. And right now, based on the annual valuation, we're 140 million in a shortfall, and this is where I have my fixed cost account. Additional funds to help fund this money. If we want it to be 100% funded, then of course 140 million would make it look good. So my solution, I guess, to this is to continue to work with the investment committee and who works with the government and some of the mandates for diversifying all the investment portfolios, and this is where we meet with them because the investment committee also oversees all the retirement and the investments within the nation. And then the timeline is just to stay connected with all the current affairs, make sure that the market is doing good, and we're just making sure that everything comes out good for us for the long run. And then to keep in mind, everybody knows we're in inflation rate is here at 4.9%, and we're possibly headed into a recession, so we're gonna have to tighten the belt. I think some of us already feel the pinch, and I think the market, even though it's going good right now, we just don't know what's gonna happen with that silly. You know, those are things that I look out for, and it's just kind of like we have to look at some of the projections. How can we sustain these? And it's really a funding level, kind of mix and match and up and down with the volatility and everything. The second challenge that we look at is the LGA certified chapters. Some of them are participating, some of them are not. And when they start to participate, it's good that they participate, but what happens is I don't know what happens, I guess. What happens is they don't keep up to date with their putting their money into the pension account. So then it's like, well, now the person wants to retire, but then when there's no money, and we're like, what did you do with the money? And you're like, we don't know. So there's all different kind of issues, responses. I don't know all the explanations to why money is not there. Right now, we do have some chapters that need to participate. We're going to try to get them on as soon as we can, because some of their monies are just accumulating. So I understand, so we need to work with them, and we've been going out to other requests to help them get word, and so we're trying to work with them. There was a standstill at one point because of the way the resolution was written and how DOJ interpret that resolution, and they looked at the resolution from the retirement standpoint, not the chapter, but the retirement standpoint, that resolution was like a contract. So, in that sense, we have to get the president's signature in order for the chapter to participate in the retirement plans. So some of our goals is making sure that all the retirement plans are adhered to and compliant with the IRS laws, federal laws, and application laws. In DRS works with the investment committee. That's one thing that we always try to make sure that we're up to date with a lot of things. And then we also continue to have competitive benefits. That's important. And one of our major goals, I think, is again the LGA certified chapters. We want to continue to work with them. Then I just put on there that this is what we have on file. Is 18 out of 45 LGA chapters who are participating in the defined benefit plan right now. And then there's 14 out of 45 who are participating in the 401k plan. So that's what we have, but a lot of them are not really up to date as far as payments in both plans. So looking at our accomplishment in December 2022, the retirement plan revised the definition of earnings to the nomination council delegates effective January 1st, 2023, meaning the earnings again. I know it was in previously it used to be 25,000 per year for your annual salary. Now for the retirement purpose only, we increased that to 55,000 a year. And this was done last year, December. January 2023, the retirement staff are all certified in CPR and first aid, I guess, and then same with the mandatory executive order for sexual harassment. We all completed that, so we're done with that. And then another thing is in March, of course, is our kickoff month to start the budget process. So when we go back and we do the annual evaluation and we look at the fringe rates, this is where our projections come in. And this is where the actuary assists us to make sure the fringe rate, the census data and everything that is compiled. This is where it comes up with the fringe rate. So once we release the fringe rates, that's when the whole budget process begins. And I work with OMB on this, and then also OC. The other accomplishment we did was the annual retirement recognition, which was held here. That was on May 11th. We did have 100 retirees who retired, but out of that, 8 retirees for over 30 years. We did lose 3 of our employees during that time. So the next slide is the contact information of where we're at, phone numbers, fax numbers, and that all include my investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes, for that presentation. It was a lot of information. At that PowerPoint slide talking about auto enrollment, was telling the vice chair over here, I think we can get new rides in this auto enrollment. In the auto enrollment. So thank you very much again. And my question answered under the retirement service challenges for the LGA chapters who are participating in the 401k. So you answered my question there. Now, my last question that hasn't been answered through your presentation is in regards to how do we address those LGA certified chapter employees that put so many years as either being a chapter manager or chapter service coordinator, administrative assistants, or counseling specialists. And those certified chapters were never part of the 401 program or anything like that, but they have funding sitting at the chapter house for all those years. So that would be one of my only questions that I would have for you. So, with that, committee members, were there any other questions, comments? Committee members? I know this was a lot of slides and a lot of information, but great information that we got. So with that, I'll go ahead. I don't see anybody's hand. So with that, I'll go ahead and go back to you, Ms. Holmes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So addressing the chapters who are already in the chapters and they earn some kind of retirement. We already met with some of them and we're the chapter, I think the coordinator, they have to fill out that CSR that I mentioned in the presentation. Once they do that, then we can assist them to retire. So once that happens, then they should be on board. But the other thing too is they have to go before a plan if they happen. And then with the defined benefit plan, the good thing about it is we can retroactive based on the resolution. So whenever the chapter resolution is signed, then
Are you gonna do
here,
so
it is usable, but it's
No,
not possible.
full screen? Yeah. Can I have a?
Okay, thank you. Actually, hey, I did all the lines now say. Curtis and Mr. David, she needs said, Mr. Curtis and Mr. Damon. That's a quite good colleague, a lot of this Honorable George Local.
Thank you, Chair. Members, also, mine. That's one state, thank you. Probably like a question that I retire, so thank you.
There's no other question, comments, committee members? If not, again, Ms. Holmes, thank you for the presentation. That was very helpful. And we'll go ahead and move forward to Office of Labor and Relations. Mr. Curtis and Mr. David.
Yeah, hey, thank you, Honorable James, Mr. Chair. And Vice Chair Simonson. My name is Ron Curtis, Program Manager for Office of Navajo Labor Relations. And I am originally from the community of Shiprock, New Mexico. And I migrated over the mountain to Winter Rock, Arizona. I'd like to begin my presentation by going to the second slide. The ONLR office staff. Currently, the ONLR staff has 6 regular status employees located in Winter Rock, Arizona. The 6 ONLR staff are myself, Ms. Antoinette Nez, our administrative assistant, Michael Armijo, our construction and project analyst. He is the one that goes out in the field and conducts the construction monitoring at the various communities on the reservation all over Utah and Arizona. Bill Damon sitting here to my right, compliance officer. Mr. Eugene Kirk is our other labor compliance officer. And then we have a new employee that just came on board 2 weeks ago, Doreen Bryan. She's our office specialist in our office there at the Winter Rock office. The brief history of ONLR is that Navajo Nation leaders have for many years recognized that now the nation's power of self-government includes the responsibility to regulate the employer and employee relationship. Navajo Nation supports the importance and nature of this responsibility. In establishing the in January 1972, Navajo Tribal Council debated and ultimately passed a resolution establishing the Office of Navajo Labor Relations and adopting their plan of operation. The Office of Navajo Labor Relations Department under the Division of Human Resources, which is under the executive branch of the Navajo Nation government. Our regulatory relations. The Navajo Nation government must protect all persons within the nation through, among other things, regulating the relationship between employers and employees. The trust in place with the Navajo Nation Council to protect employment relationships through laws and regulations cannot be handed over. That would be a betrayal of the trust. Now, ONLR's purpose is to monitor and enforce the Navajo Preference and Employment Act and assist employees and employers in addressing employment issues. On January 19, 1972, discussing the ONLR plan of operation, the council was most concerned about 2 matters. First and foremost, the council members were concerned that employers had employment contracts with the Navajo Nation. Second, council members expressed frustration with labor unions, which they perceived were failing to safeguard the rights and privileges of Navajo workers. For years, the government has taken an employee rights approach to addressing the unemployment problems. In 1985, Navajo Nation amended the Navajo Preference and Employment Act, which created wide-sweeping rights for Navajo workers. The Navajo Preference and Employment Act has evolved through legislative amendments and judicial interpretations, and its impact on employers and employees have been felt through countless administrative decisions. The Office of Navajo Labor Relations jurisdiction extends to Navajo Indian country, defined as all land within the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation. all land within the limits of dependent Navajo Nation, Navajo Indian community. All other land held in trust for, owned and fee by, or leased by the United States to the Navajo Nation or any band of Navajos. ONLR's responsibilities are, but not limited to, for monitoring and enforcing the Navajo Purpose and Employment Act, receive and review affirmative action plans, certify unions to represent employees, issue wage determinations for construction projects, conduct job site inspections, conduct orientations and training on the act. ONLR's mission statement is to increase public knowledge of the Office of Navajo Labor Relations and enforcement of the Navajo Preference and Employment Act. Our mission statement is the Navajo Nation, the Office of Navajo Labor Relations monitors and enforces the Navajo Preference and Employment Act and assists employees and employers in addressing employment issues. ONLR investigates, but not limited to, the following charges and claims: employment termination, layoff, reduction in force, suspensions, transfers, wage discrepancies, hire or non-hire, recruitment, selection, hostile environment, hostile work environment, intimidation, prejudice, and sexual harassment. One of the challenges that ONLR is in the Office of Navajo Labor Relations at the constant flow of Navajo Nation government employees requesting for ONLR's assistance regarding matters from being subjected to, but not limited to, hostile work environment, to be disciplined without just cause, etc. However, the Navajo Nation Council Resolution 0-48-14 restricts Navajo Nation government employees to ONLR's assistance regarding alleged violations of the Navajo Preference and Employment Act. The solution to this situation would be the Navajo Nation Council Resolution 048-14 should be amended to allow Navajo Nation government employees to again file with ONLR regarding alleged violations of Navajo Preference and Employment Act. Also, most of the employees that have contacted ONLR have indicated they feel they will not get an unbiased decision on the grievance with the internal procedures they are required to comply with. The timeline for the solution should be amended as soon as next year or within the next 2 years to allow Navajo Nation government employees to file allegations of violations of the Navajo Preference and Employment Act of the Office of Navajo Labor Relations. Mr. Chair, that is our presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Jonah, thank you. That was nice and sweet. Office of Navajo Labor Relations. Yeah. Many members. Do you have any questions, comments, on the topic?
You have a thank you, Chair. And you also have a job since I did it's 2 questions. To stay with you. It's not in a way. Go to that. For a presentation this deals with the networking. My understanding doesn't. Person is terminated at will given they don't have control to this right. In our security. The other one you said in what time by the nomination needs to do to allow the employees to file labor relation, Yeah, notes.
Yeah, thank you. Did you, Mr. Damon Chinsky, like, no, they're taking all the popcorn, but they taking on the non-speaker. Mr. Curtis, I'm changing it to what to call it. Whatever, there's a question for response. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Damon.
Good afternoon, thank you, Chair, committee members, again, my name is Gil Lehman, I'm the Labor Relations Office, Labor Compliance Officer. And I believe you're asking, whether or not the at-will individuals can file with our office. As long as there are not, Navajo Nation government employees, because in the presentation, there was a resolution that was stated that restricts Navajo Nation government employees to file with our office. And other than that, I don't see any other bill employees that are non-government employees. The resolution covers division directors, supervisor, program managers. So their process is to file internally with the executive branch previous procedures or the legislative branch procedures and the judicial branch procedures. We did have an orientation just this past Friday with Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, and she did pose that same question. And I just advised them, yes, they can file, but most likely for Navajo Nation government employees, the Office of Hearing and Appeals, upon review, it will probably dismiss it because they have no rights under that section, under 488, which requires a just cause reason to discipline an employee. So that will be the process. Hopefully I answered your question, Honorable Tilton.
Thank you for the response. Committee members. Any question, Honorable Benito?
There's no fairness in the preference that's going to. So I guess, the resolution CO-4814 revisited and indicate. Can you explain more in detail than that on your resolution, page 16?
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Benito. Office of Labor Relations, there is a request to go over page 16 and go into more details. Okay, page 16. Okay, I think it's on order. That one there?
Yes.
Okay, well, like the slide says, there's several nomination government employees that wanted to file with our office, but a majority of them have came to our office beyond the 20 days limit under the policies. And they kind of indicated that they were unaware that they weren't able to file with us. And what we did is we went in and gave them copies of the resolutions and advised them that maybe, just maybe, that if you advise the internal process that they were never given any kind of information on this resolution, they might be able to go through those procedures. But they never came back to advise us whether or not they were able to go through that. But I believe the resolution just did give them only, according to the executive branch policy, 20 days to file a grievance on our part under the preference gives us 365 days. So they also commented that's not fair. Why is us as Navajo government employees have less time to file, while non-government employees have a whole year? And I just couldn't answer that question for them except to say that the resolution does requiring US and Denver now, they should go employee file internally. We'll request that, I go ahead and refer to response to, our program managers, Curtis. The chair, you will have permission to speak. Oh, Mr. Curtis. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the solutions that we have been trying to pursue since the last administration and since the 24th council is to have the oversight committee amend CO 1448-14 to allow Navajo labor relations to investigate complaints for Navajo Nation employees who want to file agreements with our office. Currently, they have to go through the DPM process, grievance process that's spelled out in the DPM personnel policy manual. And a lot of those individuals that want to file with our office feel they do not get a fair grievance period through that process. And they would rather us be able to investigate and reach conclusions for their determination. And we do have some, I would respectfully say, maybe untrained or unsympathetic supervisors working for their tribal company who treat their employees very bad. And there is no recourse for these employees to file a complaint. The only recourse is through the personnel management grievance process. But that's a process that they don't feel comfortable filing it because they don't get any kind of satisfaction in that process. And this is coming directly from these employees, tribal government employees who come to us. And we're saying, we're sorry, we can't assist you due to this amendment in the Navajo Preference and Employment Act. This was done it became effective in 2015, January 1, 2015. That took away ONLR's responsibility to investigate complaints within the Navajo tribal government, executive and legislative branch. So our solution would be for this committee to begin the process and the discussion how to amend the law back to where we can conduct investigations and pursue grievances for these employees. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that response again. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? Honorable Toll?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Same issue that I have. This person works for the government so long, help the government. And new administration comes in and get rid of these payments. I don't see that. It's very bad. All of this is that position to aid that you know, I would appreciate if I had service in the community and the government. As administration to get rid of me. I thought I was supposed to evaluate them, be professional about getting rid of people. So I guess the other thing is the grievance email. It's so long from the Human Service Director hasn't contacted that. And so even if you're going to terminate individual, you have to submit this information to Justice Department. Justice Department, and I'm not me, I can do it correctly. Because I work for the tribe, was with that. So, it takes forever. To the grievance issue now that call the net cottage with them. That less in order that you get the most together. That's where the complaint comes to me all every other day. The outcome. The process. Everybody should be the government, which is the executive branch. They should be not a government, so anybody is the chair. I'm sort of thinking.
Yeah, Honorable Toll, thank you. With that response from Labor Relations.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Response to Mr. Toll's comments, the Office of National Labor Relations have been trying to work diligently and trying to assist any individual that comes to our office, non-Navajo, Navajo, that has filed a complaint, because the law provides us to assist non-Navajos also. And we try to, we maintain a neutral process in our whole investigatory process. And we try to expedite the investigation as quickly as possible, so that we can come to some kind of relief with the employee against their employer. And a lot of times these employers on Navajo are not aware of the Navajo Professional Employment Act and the requirements of the NEPA. So we have to provide continuous orientations to these employers and new contractors that come on Navajo. We have to do a reconstruction meeting with them and also provide them with orientation on the Navajo requirements. They have to have a certain percentage of Navajos on their work site, qualified Navajos, and then all the rest of their work site can be, excuse me, other nationalities. Basically, a minimum of 80% workforce for these contractors must be Navajo. The other thing is that the contractors that come to Navajo also have to follow other regulations regarding wage rates, and have to offer the equal or equivalent wage rates that they offer projects off the reservation, so that these Navajo workers can get the same hourly wage rates as non-Navajos that are working off the reservation. So that's what they're competitive. We try to make this a better process where Navajo workers are getting good wages for the work they are doing for these contractors. And a lot of times we have these minimum requirements that they have to follow, and we have to require them to submit wage rate, weekly wage rates for each of their positions. And how many Navajos are working in those positions like laborers? How many Navajos and what's their wage rate? So we monitor those when we go out in the field. They send us the reports. We take those reports with us and then we monitor the construction site. They usually have a project office on site, and we look at their records to see if their wage rates are consistent with what they report to our office. So all those kind of actions that we do are just to make sure that we protect the workers' rights there now for the benefit of their communities, and their families, and themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. for the response again. Committee members, Ashna Rafid. Ashna Ziba, I think there's still a lot of popcorn and cookies left for you guys, so thank you for the presentation. Yeah, Mr. Curtis, the name. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to the next one. That's over. Okay, I want to now, you can really tell from here, his feet really moving around. So with that, Mr. SOP, Mr. Antonio, nomination, TV, and field. Right, I'm not going to show that. Yeah, hey. Pardon me. Yeah, hey, good afternoon. It's John Davis, yeah, it's yeah, right, so, you mentioned not either the training of the net. You should be the notion. He was not a young shit. But yeah, good afternoon, my name is Pete. Program manager for National Tasks, the Honorable Mr. James, Chair, Honorable Committee members, the Health and Human Services Committee, National Consultation, additional look at the chief, which is chain of initiative, he doesn't shake, all the English. Look on the agenda, execution, about suddenly engaged, question. Now, the whole button on tonight, can it go tonight? Can it clean it? Now, she on this. Although she was speaking, there came in 20, she did not get out of the station. Of course, then you know, you should like kidding, or you don't just stop and they don't get strong. I think what us kids. It is not the best thing. Although they lost see, located 2 years, you know,
Yeah, today my name is Kevin. Charlie, management provider, team, here to the table, the team that are broadcast technician and navigation team with film, residence control room. And thank you for having me here today.
Yes, navigation TV and film. They are under the Division of Human Resources, Department number 34. Organization of chart, program manager myself. We have 4 sections. The first one is administrative, logistics, finance. Under this section, we have an AMS and also a film production assistant. Our 3 primary sections are film office, production services, nomination TV5. And under the film office, we have a film liaison, production services, we have a production coordinator, and video production technician. Under TV5, we have Tony, the broadcast technician. And so we base the program off of a marketing strategy based on our 2018 revision to our plan of operation. So our marketing platform for revenue generation, we have a marketing initiative called Film Navajo, Produce Navajo, Watch Navajo. And such, we intend to have Film Navajo, Produce Navajo, and Watch Navajo, both K and M. The summer of navigation TV and film are being dedicated to finding innovative ways to combine Navajo culture with technology to preserve the language, commemorate the history of Navajo Nation, and to ensure prosperity for the community.
We are committed to the success of the net people through ethics, industry knowledge, and consideration to professional development and partnership. We strive to provide quality television, film, media production services on an application. We strive to cultivate relationships, motion picture, motion production, television, and commercial. We on location, hire now in town as cast and crew, and to offer important effort to create a streamlined process. Promote a marketable production platform for revenue generations, essentially for growth and sustainability. Our funding source annually is October through September. Nominations general fund fiscal year. We have four funding sources up until recent. We do have now HEHSC funds, which is specifically for services that we provide in navigation. In this case, which is the television, channel 5. The other 3 is 1, general funds, 2 is proprietary funds. Proprietary funds basically is more or less an upfront credit to our program, because essentially we have to repay back to the nation. In addition to that is revenues. When we're talking about revenues, let's say, for example, if we get $45,000 in proprietary funds and we generate 90,000, the difference of that 45,000 can go into our general funds or operation dollars. So those are our 4 funding sources. Although the film office or first section is film now, we have a couple prioritized goals in each section. Going into fiscal year 2024, we have an out-of-town agency program that we have developed. We also have an MOU with the state of Arizona. We are trying to create one in the state of New Mexico. Also, investment opportunities, which essentially equates to co-production or producing feature films. The 4th one is a dual credit accreditation, the film certificate program. So in short, for each of the 4, the Navajo Talent Agent program is basically harnessing and working with Navajo talent in front of the camera and back of the camera. So essentially what we want to do is create a workforce opportunity and training opportunity for each of our all our Navajo talent. Although our memorandum of agreement with the state of Arizona is to promote and market film, not only in Arizona, but also in another nation. So with this MOU, what that does for us is to create a production assistant program, training opportunity where our staff will get accredited or get trained and be the trainers for our locals. Because the intent is we'll have more filmmakers come to the state of Arizona, essentially the Navajo Nation. So we wanted to prepare and create a pool of workforce for these opportunities that will come. Because Arizona just recently passed a tax incentive program, which basically means that there's $125 million that will be spent as a rebate to filmmakers filming the state of Arizona. We want to be able to provide a workforce and have a workforce ready production assistant where at any time we'll be able to get on the production in a short term, but also an opportunity to always get on another production that will be filming on the Navajo Nation, or if they were going to California. Investment opportunities again has to do with investments. We want at some point to present a project and a finance portfolio to the investment committee of the Navajo Nation Council, where if there's an opportunity for the Navajo Nation to co-produce or produce a feature film and be competitive in the film market, I think that would be great. The dual credit accreditation is a film certificate program that we're working to establish by a curriculum where we'll work with the college. So what that means is, if you're a high school student, you can intern with us. But while you're taking those classes in high school as an elective, those credits can be transferred to the next college. And then the next college will recognize that. In addition to that, we're also providing that training, and that training will eventually lead to an elective credit, which will be transferable to NAU, which we're having conversations with now, and also the American Indian Arts Institute. So that's the dual credit accreditation. Goals of each section below. The other one is Navajo Nation TV and film productions. Basically, what that means is giving our Navajo community an opportunity to collaborate in curating a digital illustration from around the Navajo Nation. It inspires a joint effort in creativity, community relations, and conversation with Navajo artists who seek to write, read, discover, and share original stories. Nation TV and film production dedicates its services to produce content for now to inspire, inform, and create workforce opportunities. Our efforts to develop a viable industry are motivated by harnessing skills and talent to produce modern day storytelling. So, with nowadays TV and film productions, we generally work with producing content for TV blog, but also for YouTube videos, including marketing, in addition to other products that we'll be discussing here shortly. Goals for Navigation TV and film production is to conduct production assistant workshops and basically went through the trainer course in Flagstaff with Oakland Community College through the Arizona Workforce Department. So we're working with this entity to create a curriculum which will eventually lead to us teaching production or creating production workshops. Here in a couple of weeks, we'll be at a college doing a 3-day course, a 3-day workshop to local college students, preparing them for production assistant, or we'll teach them how to operate a camera, anything that has to do with audio, lighting, script writing, and also storyboard development. So that's our intent with production assistant. The other is to create local content for Navigation TV and 5 with Navigation participants. Again, the hope, the intent is that our participants will have hands-on training and experience so that when a production company comes onto the Navigation, they're already trained, they're already prepared. Not only that, there's an opportunity to get into the high school training, which is called the Washington Filmmakers Program. Thirdly, create employment and economic opportunities through film productions. Continue to provide media production services and strive for being the site of the Navigation Studio. So what is the Navigation Studio 5? The idea with Navigation Studio is provided that in the market right now in the film industry, there's a wide demand for a studio or a soundstage where a production company can work on their post-production, which would be audio, lighting, post-production editing for their movies, films, studios, music, whatever it may be. So there's a demand out there. Now, with the state of Arizona, with their tax incentive, the anticipation is that there is going to be an influx of media productions coming into the state of Arizona. Where there's already an influx of production going to New Mexico, and it's been successful. And I know Arizona wants to go down that same road. In such, you have that MOU with the state of Arizona, which with the MOU with the state of Arizona, we also have this thing called a tri-national solution. Basically meaning that a film company in Mexico can bring their studio or their production to the nation, vice versa. Our intact participants will be able to go to Mexico in a cross-cultural exchange in film and media. So that's the intent with the Navigation Studio 5. Perhaps that if we have a studio and news outlet, we can have conversations, whether it's in our product meetings, whether it's around the Capitol, where we have our council delegates, our local leaders, our students, our community members. Come to the studio and have a conversation just like what it shows there in the photos. So that's our goal. Next, we have our Navigation TV 5. King Antonio will cover the Navigation TV 5.
Hello again, Navigation TV or TV 5. Our slogan for that is watch now. What does that mean? That means that you, the viewer, are witnessing and experiencing visual content with Navo talent team. So you engage with this content in your own home or business, a group like community to you to instill a sense of connection, familiarity, and inspiration. So Navigation TV 5 is a Navo owned and operated low-power, non-commercial television station that showcases the land, people, culture, and language. And we connect with our community through the digital spectrum, and we also build relationships with industry partners, brought in our native technical network. Basically, we're a television station for the Navigation, and that map on there is a visual image of the coverage area we currently cover on the Navigation. And you can see it's majority Mexico. And that's with four towers. And also with navigation TV5, we connect the navigation with terrestrial wireless technology. And TV technology is still new. And we want to train the next workforce of TV technicians and engineers who work with RF technology, which is radio frequencies, and microwave systems technology. TV technology is still very new on the Navajo reservation, meaning in full practice by Navajo and for Navajos. This field is also progressing, and we want to be state of the art in this field. So our priority is to have Navajo TV operators. Thank you. Oh, and goals with Navigation TV5. We have 5 of them up here to continue to enhance the state-of-the-art digital television broadcast station, which includes remote maintenance capabilities. Also build an on-site live production. Going back to that Studio 5 and a similar concept to have like a newsroom news team. And also we have up here is to build out a mobile production platform. You can think of that as like a newspaper. We'll have ability to go out into the field and then send that content back to the master control room. And also we have up here to expand broadcast transmission to the Arizona side of the navigation. As you see in that last map, we mainly cover the Mexico side with our terrestrial towers, so we want to expand it to Arizona side as well. And lastly, to create the navigation news file team. Thank you.
Current projects of navigation TV and film. Broad range of this is revisiting marketing strategy, review our plan of operation, which is to see expansion and networking opportunities for a lot of update was 2018. Next is to develop a financial portfolio for investment opportunities, building out the production gear for electric. We want to be truly ready on the application. Navigation agent program P8 workshops, maintain pacing of producing new content, quote unquote, around an application, which includes the categories of health and wellness, work, today, and using Navajo veterans, public safety, not money segment. The other projects that we are currently working on is Navajo agent improvement video, pre-production of virtual fan tour, revisit the MOU with first digital media, revisit the Mexico conversation for MOU, Navajo treatment incentives of 20% rebate. This nomination pageant, urgent missing indigenous women in the day relatives. Nomination video, nomination release from Canadian partnership video, IANTA, travel video, travel food in a college, graduation, research on broadband technology via over-the-air transmission with bonded cellular, which will give us the remote streaming capability using our mobile production trailer build-up. And preparation for fiscal year 2024. And also lastly, we visited the Title V navigation code, which is trade and commerce. Essentially, we do have a plan and that will be outlined in our next revised draft plan of operation. Aside from that, you can also visit us at navigationtv@film.com. If you have any questions, visit us there or give us a call, or you can also ask us here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, some very great information. All the information that wasn't in here was when you're going to start the Navajo soap opera. Nowadays of our lives, we're talking that agent license. Oh, yeah, Jonathan, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I don't think some of my colleagues knew about this here, that you have provided some great information for them. So with that, I'll go ahead and give it to my committee to ask questions and make comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Also members. This is what we're missing. We're not making any money. Even Mexico has TV. You should have thought that there used to be one. I don't know what happened to this. Your initiative. No, so. Anyway, that's what I was questioning. But TV did, and TV station, that he could make money out of it. Advertising, you could make a lot of money. These, other TV, the state of New Mexico, Channel 7. We should not pay, they're making money out of it. Even politicians who, they get paid. And they're the campaign instead of on radio. Now people are depending on radio, so we need to, hopefully, we can implement this station. Now, back in 1995, used to have they go to council chamber. Now Facebook and social media is taking that away from us. But a lot of elderly needs information in Navajo, what's going on with the government. That's what I'm aiming for. I was asking about the I see about the next thank you.
De hoy Zanana, Yorgino. Asian guys, no, but Ed, I can, thank you. Response back, Mr. Pete.
Yeah. And when I used to go and I finished the off there. Now Nation TV5, they were staying on 2010, the analog channel of 5, one channel analog. Although all those ones the machine is although only 2020 and 2019 and others the New Mexico is rebroadcast. So now we have 6 digital channel broadcasting on our nation. So we have PBS, PBS Kids, PBS News, PBS World, FNF, and our TV5. So there's 6 channels broadcasting right now as we speak. And so we do have a state-of-the-art master control room, which is where the TVs are at our current master control rooms. That's a digital television station that we're broadcasting. We've been routing to rebroadcast and transmit into the Arizona side and eventually create a partnership with Arizona PBS. So we did have conversations with them. So in short, the TV5 is back up and running in a digital format for 6 channel rebroadcasting. Although the other one is $18 off of the TV station. Yes, we do agree. Basically, that's going to be part of our next time operation is to revisit that. Essentially, what we want to do is start exploring Title 5, which is trade and commerce. Under that, there's economic development opportunities. So under Title 2, there's a potential that we can follow 2 routes: option A and option B. Option A, perhaps we can be on the economic development, or option 2, be on the native broadcast enterprise. What native broadcast enterprise back in '85? Only 1990, 2007. Native broadcast used to be office or broadcast services department back in '85. Although they changed it here, although it's AT&N, native broadcast enterprise, or native broadcast enterprise. Office of Broadcast Services at the time somehow came from their workforce development. Although it was also needed. But in 2018 is when we did the return of operation and made navigation TV and film with the current structure as it is. The next intent is to start exploring the commerce trade opportunities, not only for television, but for the film industry. Basically, instead, what we're talking about is the purpose of economic development is to provide an environment within the Navajo Nation that is conducive to promoting and developing businesses. Commercial, tourism, industrial, and other sectors of the Navajo economy, thereby creating job and business opportunities, quasi enterprises. So that is on intent. I just want to bring that to the forefront. So it'll probably, and I should know if, yeah, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Although nowadays, you know, to your questions and your comments. Now, go in regards to your current projects, NNTBF, excuse me. Oh, you have 22 projects going there. For those knowledge of any as staff of NNTBF. I don't know those hitting accounts and you guys with that expertise, you guys know the process. Arizona, the man, so what's the issue, what's the problem, why, NNTBF is not broadcast, maybe across the Arizona states. They would not have been on the issue before. But they're thinking,
Chair, and I didn't. In SEC Federal Communication Commissions, you have to have a license to be able to broadcast television, radio to all states. You have to have a radio license to SECs, you have to have a license to broadcast. On the TV side, right now, we have 3 licenses, which is the 3 that regularly expand into the New Mexico site. With the assistance of KMD out of Albuquerque, with a rebroadcast agreement that allows us to rebroadcast the channel. But we need to reapply for the licenses. We were in track of doing that. However, the problem we ran into was, I don't want to say the problem was not the problem, but the initiative was to oversee the telecommunication. Because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 towers under nomination TV and film. So the idea of the planning department was there's a lot of these telecommunication towers are going up, such as cell phone towers, radio towers, all of that stuff. So they weren't accounted for. So we don't know who's on all these towers, how the towers are being created, or how they're being structured or filled out. So there's a contract that was provided through an external organization. So now this organization is now overseeing the towers of nation. So they oversee administratively all of the tower sites, including any new towers that may go up. So we have to comply not with them, and also with the SEC. So we have been reaching out to with the intent to build up and reapply for the license, but there's also a certain equipment rating. So we basically have to be project ready, right? So the funding factor also is related to the factor for us. If we had, let's say, $170,000, that would easily give us 2 towers to be able to get that into. So we do have the plan. We want to expand into Arizona, starting with either Venado or Delta, and then repeat that from Summit all the way to Chimney. So at least the Chimney area, the Venado Delta will be covered. But obviously, 2 things is SEC license and then the funding source. And we can definitely have a proposal ready to meet.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the response, and I'll work with you to get more information and how we can move forward regarding the funding. Committee members, are there any questions, comments? Then I believe there's no other questions, comments with that. Thank you again, gentlemen, for being here with me. Your team for coming out this far and providing the presentation to us on your in TV station. Thank you for doing a great job and doing what you can. And I would not mind viewing these 22 project videos that you guys put together. So I should think that and I would assume that a lot of politics advertisements will be kicking in soon again, and hopefully you guys do that too to generate funding for your department to charge a certain fee and for all the local stations for the state of Arizona. If we day in a road advertised for the roads, on that sheet on civil top. On that is on the top. Can't on this, so keep up the great work that you guys are doing. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, moving forward, on the agenda now for office of, Ryan Biden records and ID, Mr. Duncan. Hiding on numbers usually. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee. My name is Glenn Duncan. I'm the program manager for the National Office of Library Records and Identification. Total cheating, more frequent cheating, I should say, and I've been in my position for about 5 years in September. And actually, this is going to be my second time coming before the committee. I went back on February 8th. One of the first order of business for the committee was to have budget records presented to talk about some of their issues and things like that. I am just kind of waiting here to get shares and start with the presentation on the on my card. Now, since I have presented already to some of these elements already, just to give you some background of the authority of records, and I'm going to go through these slides fairly quick since they are already coded inside the navigation code. But the big thing is I want to make sure that you have some type of records on hand, so we can talk about that piece. We can talk about you'll have information on hand. So, but in the meantime, one of the bigger things that we do is that the RS-630 program, and and back here, apologize for that. And again, it's pretty program, and again, this part is really kind of talking about what we do, our authorities, again, for most of the travel membership. Enrollment information is done at Title I, and information regarding marriages and relations under Title IX. That's what we're involved. But we also issue marriage licenses, we record marriages, and also divorces and things like that as under our enforcement. The big defining things that our scope of work, and share with you all back on February, and but our scope of work outlines our job. Basically, we're similar to a federal contract. 163 funds. The federal government gives us some funding in order to carry out certain activities which are outlined in our scope of work. And again, this is primarily the federal government. And again, here's the reference to membership, and again, that's codified under section 7.1. Basically, people who are eligible enrollment are
Those folks who found the base role, yeah, the base role is 4th degree medical blood, and children born of tribal members. Keyword is born to control them. Okay, we can have grandparents control children. Let's be like parents, especially in the current world. Okay. There's more detail and talk about dual enrollments. You can belong to another tribe if you want to join that organization. Applications are available, they have to be notarized, and that's prescribed for code. This section of 752 talks about screening committee, if there's any questions about people who appear, may not appear to be eligible, but may have a good reason related to adoption or surrogacy, just the latest thing that's going on. And this is more detail of the role of the enrollment screening committee and sake of time. You see the reference there under section 752 speaks about where it can be found in the code. And I won't go into deep detail about this information since it is available within the code. Again, more information about the enrollment screening committee. Now, again, it's provided to you all back on February. This is the other side. The final document membership enrollment for basic goals. Big thing is that we're supposed to automate the processes. As with other navigation programs, really heavy on people. Even our CIPs are and the other thing is that we're going to have automate this process. And for me, the dream is to have kiosks with their offices, so people can self-serve, can have that information also available online for people to self-serve, request for that, things like that, which is much different to what we do now with the state supplier records, things like that. And it's such an opportunity that office without people coming from far away to Seattle, Dallas, in order to get to CIP. We should be able to just automatically. And after the risk of working to automate processes, to go to account services, and we're also to provide travel identification numbers. This program's been around since about 12, 13 years now. We've only used it for more than 6,800 employees, and we can use the move in that direction. And part of what that would help us further than that is the automated processes. We're supposed to report changes to county status. That's very important because that's we're trying to plan and help out the future staff in 20, 30 years from now. We're working about records. We're counting mistakes from folks who worked with travel flag records 23 years ago. And so the best thing we can do for future is that we capture this information accurately. We've had this program since 1982, more than 3 years. And prior to that was within the 12 line of BIA, and they maintain central and that's where all this information comes from. Our job is to maintain that information. Who's been married, who doesn't, or deaths, things like that. And so that's very important, and we provide employment information needed. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Procedure guidelines, again, I'll not spend too much time on this, but basically it follows the order, forms of travel member, things like that. So it's something that we follow and with the travel code. And this is more detail about the relationship between the travel membership, the eligibility requirements, and the enrollment screening committee down to that. Okay. Now, since we're talking about county histories, very sensitive information about people's situation, we follow certain guidelines. We inherited the H roles from the BIA. We follow many of the Spanish policies, something. We also follow navigation practice in the United I can't just provide information about it if they're using to stand. So again, this is considered sensitive. According to the Privacy Act, we're limited and will be shared with other people. And this is belonging to the state of our not the in that sense, we follow standards held within that field. With this information that we have, also statistics at a general level to the Bureau, and individual now was requesting the type of information for whatever purposes. Includes this programs. Thing is, with our database, that's the information that we're finding out. Lacking some information should be already encoded within the database. It is sure now we look to provide information with first support. Navigation, other trouble programs, and I do want to do more scholarship, social services, the deadline for the scholarship is coming 2/26. Now we'll be getting a whole lot of requests from students who understand these. It seems to me it's better to approach the world as access to the scholarship. They can see online if a student is enrolled in a nation. We don't have that information. We don't have the CIE. Goes over the scholarship office and just look at it directly. And it saves a lot of work for students. They don't have to come in every semester. For me, that just makes no sense. That's we should be proceeding with any type of data sharing. We share information about the tribes, primarily Romans, public schools, primarily Johnson Valley, and maybe speak about that tomorrow in these education speak. We should work with better team as again general information on her through the state reference the team the life the matters with kids, of course, online versus we do a lot of CID requests that we have to be on the jurisdiction thing. If something happens with the members on the lands, we have jurisdiction. And so we have a lot of requests for information. And recorded like this topic because what we do. And it also causes delay for enrollment because everything should line up in terms of what their information is, births, deaths, any type of divorce, condolence, things that happen with people that are on that. Our responsibility is to record this and do the next thing again, taking in the future for future. What was important records. It's better for them. They have this information. They know right now. We in fact have to work for previous letter staff. Some information was seeking for guessing. In the meeting situation. So we have to make sure that everything's properly. I did speak a bit about data sharing. Big thing is making sure we have capacity to do that in upgrading the network systems, our database, and participate on farming and the departments. And again, I mentioned ICWA and currently hardship and having the data information about eligibility, secretary that they're understood about the status. And of course, I mentioned scholarship and we speak shortly in elections as well. That's it about the part thing. What I do want to talk about is the little handout asking about our program summary and that type of thing. Let's see. But I just put this really quick. Our biggest challenges, again, goes back to database facilities. Right now,
And again, I mentioned the trouble, scholarships are coming on. We have a remedy in deal with, not having access to our information. Staffing is an issue, we have, some funds from this recovery. Okay, and, we just need to be aware. And it's demonstrated that we do the provisional hiring, but, on the other hand, we don't have any people applying, so. But, it is promising the provisional hiring, so on to make, use of that. And, but in any case, I don't like time is coming to, end, but really quickly. Right now, it's running enrollments, that's, March, it's 410,982 now. Okay, we still have about 1,600 pending enrollments. This is prior to through the membership. But despite these challenges that we've had, in the last 3 years, we've enrolled about 11,000 child members. So that's really, that's the work of my staff. We're dedicated. Weekends, and overtime, things like that, just to try to deal with the increase in military costs. There's positions, vacancies, potentially one of our specialists. The number of specialists person would be the person that would help us to develop our run games. And in any case, I'll get stop there. Yeah, Mr. Duncan, thank you for that. On that office, vital records ID, for providing the PowerPoint and then also the appropriate summary. We did receive the email and hard copy. I did. So thank you very much for that information. And I think my only question is under your program summary, where you have a solution in regards to database, visual database. Are you guys going to be accepting some chapter summaries from students, employees, as they are currently looking for websites on where they could work? If you are accepting, this goes for any departments. If you are accepting any chapter on some new students, I think it's good to share that information. Because from my chapters, from Kikichi, Ganado, and Steamboat, students are usually asked to find a website and bring that document back to the chapter. So, I just want to make that my question. Committee members, are there any questions, comments on roll call?
Yeah, on the table here, presenting the same question I asked. This is, we found out that underused resources that your department's not in there, the vacancy many. So that's the only thing that I'm trying to look for. So I guess we have your own job vacancy announcement. Does that mean advertised? Sir, thank you.
Mr. Duncan, response?
Mr. Chair, members of the regarding the question about some workers, the accident happened with Orlando here, having WP students come on board with us, because it seems like it goes back to we've received listings from the who's available. Next week, received a listing offer contact agent people to come work with us. In the end, only one was able to work with us. Funny is now he's going through this process, very different work,
unfortunately, we don't have anything. And it's like, you know, you basically do that. So again, we're just gonna be working on a solution for this, but again, maybe limited in space with some facilities, yes, that conversations. Talk about having that in WDs, it's a lot over those. And WD, Pokemon, whoever, we just need workers to help us. Kind of go through the paperwork. So now regarding the question about vacancies, it's not listed because they actually closed. Okay, so they were not, if we take a look at the vacancy listings from a few weeks ago. We were the advertisements have ended. We're just waiting for the referrals. So that's we had I heard it, they're still vacant. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the response. Just an FYI for you, the non-unified school district is more than willing to assist with facility agreement. As long as you have an agreement in place, they're more than willing to assist. They were going to assist election office, but the speaker indicated that she wanted to keep election office in Winter Rock local. So that's an option for you if you're looking for a facility. Canadian Western District has some conferences and some buildings available that could be taken over through an agreement. Just an FYI for you guys on that. Committee members, are there any other questions? There's no other question. Question, I can answer. Quite borderline, not sure it name. So not so much. I'm not sure it's the vice chair. All our additions are over here. She's passed the borderline and she created. Oh, I'm gosh, so thank you. Okay, I'm going to investigate.
Oh, good afternoon. You gave a good report, thank you. And I just wanted to add to your comment. I'll just make a comment to what you just said, is that, you know, I'm thankful that you work with our children during the pandemic. The office of the census office for helping our children that are living off the reservation with their census, getting their CIPs, things like that. And there was a community member that came to me because I had a complaint that I guess she was calling in that she kind of got a poor service with not a person just hung up on her. Things like that. So I just talked with her and told her that, you know, she probably everybody puts under pressure. So, but other than that, overall, you know, I think you guys did a wonderful job doing COVID helping. At the same time, there was hardship and all of that going through. So that's the reason why a lot of our kids were living off the reservation were coming back to the census office, and a lot of them were doing everything online. So that you guys helped them out. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Honorable Leland as a game. Honorable Curtis Benito. You good? Okay. With that, Mr. Duncan, response.
Mr. Chairman, speaking to the Student Services Committee, delegate I appreciate the kind words and respecting that we're always working on our customer service. We do have training at one time, but I know that customer service. I think that one of the big things that has happened with my staff, we're kind of burning out, especially with the hardship, and you know, everyone's coming out now.
I think the goals for some youth roles of the studies and we're rolling or yes, they're now where they the countries too. And so it's become important. And I think it's staff for service. Leah is there in terms of really merch and these things now so the answer is now formally state. I think we have Mr. Chair.
Again, thank you again. So that, committee members, we did hear a presentation from the office and vital records and ID from Mr. Duncan. If there's no other question, we will move forward, move on down to this thing, now for Nation OSHA. Mr. Yancey, Mr. Bates, Mr. Kahani, Nation Pike, I'll change that nation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and also honorable council members. My name is Austin Yawley, and the program supervisor for the National Occupational Safety and Health Administration. I've been in the program here at OSHA for, I'm going to say 17 months now. I entered the department in 2022 of January 26th. In that time, we have first of all, I just wanted to stop there again. My name is Austin Yawley. I was so interested in the cup on each field, and I'm saying that. But team, I'm going to do this to do this. Thank you for carrying this out, please.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here. My name is Calvin White. I'm with the program. I'll be 1 year in July. Majority of my experience is 30 plus years with mining. And I was a Flemish North Virginia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go over it. We're going to do like overview program something to our National Occupational Safety and Health Administration program that encourages employers and employees within the territorial jurisdiction of reduce occupational safety and health hazards. Through that, we collect information, conduct necessary field studies to identify hazards and preventive needs and ways to reduce occupational safety and health hazards. Most of the activity that we've been doing in our program is training, education, raising the level of awareness, safety, awareness to the employees and also to the employers. In addition to that, we also provide consultation assessment, and we also provide technical assistance in some of the programs that are trying to meet the compliance and standards and regulations for the OSHA. So our program staffing here, vacancy is we have 3 budget positions here. We have a safety officer who is Richard Bates, and we also have a senior safety technician who just introduced himself, Mr. Tahani. And also we have a temporary office assistant whose term will be ending at the end of June. And also we have a current office specialist that is vacant. This position here, the vacant position has just been updated the job vacancy announcement, and it has also been submitted to the Department of Personnel Management. So we should be seeing an advertisement here soon for that position. And then also myself as the program supervisor. So one of our main challenges here is the our department here faces challenges by overseeing the vast nation, which we all stand with about 27 plus square miles, with only 2 enforcement personnel, which is our safety officer and our senior safety technician. Our solution is to address this challenge. The program has developed a solution to expand the department with 5 agencies on an amalgamation consisting of 2 safety technicians and 1 office specialist. And each department that will report to the administration office, which will be located in the office. Our timeline for this solution is looking at completing this by 2025, this year 2025. 3 challenges each year in application is first one and foremost is the lack of employers' knowledge comply with OSHA standards and safety regulations. Most of the time when we visit and we report to the safety alleged hazard of incidents and complaints, one of the things that we come to find out is the employer's lack of knowledge. What one of the employers they don't understand is the authority that's invested into our department. We have the authority to cite employers ranging from $70,000 to $5,000 for violations that occur and that exist in their department. For example, we could say $5,000 for a violation that each employee is exposed to. So if your department is occupying, say, for example, if you're employing more than 15 people, that would be multiplied by $5,000. In addition to that, our department also has the authority to impose criminal activity. If the employer willfully and wrongfully knew what they were doing was wrong. For example, right now, our department is looking into the audit. 2020 COVID pandemic that hit us here. Now, the nation government has required and mandated that employees wear a face mask respiratory. One of the compliance and regulations for the respiratory protection is if your employer is requiring you to utilize respiratory protection, that you should be medically evaluated, medically vaccinated. Most of these employees that have been identified for essential employees during the 2020 pandemic were not provided that type of evaluation. So those are some of the things that we're looking into. In addition to that, navigation employees are also not familiar with reporting safety hazards. So we have two issues here. Number one is the stance from the employer not knowing their responsibility underneath the OSHA Act 2000. And also the employees, most of these employees are afraid for retaliation and discrimination for reporting these safety concerns. And most of the time we try to advocate and speak on behalf of data underneath the OSHA Act 2000 that the council has approved covers employees from retaliation and discrimination just for them reporting safety concerns to our department. The third challenge that we have is collecting OSHA 300 annual accident logs. Most of these trainings or most of these education sessions that we provide, the OSHA statistics is just referencing outside the border of the navigation. We would really like to compile data statistics that would reflect our own navigation. However, how we can do that is by providing multiple trainings to the employers to let them know that this is one of the requirements underneath the OSHA standards and regulations is supporting our submitting annual accident logs. Now, the question is, where do these logs are submitted to? From my understanding, these logs are submitted to workers' comp and safety laws and then communication manager. We should be working with the departments to work collaboratively to make sure that these incidents don't occur again. The only way that we can prevent these issues from reoccurring is that number one is they have to be communicated through our program. And from there we can do the investigation. Federal challenges, we don't have those federal challenges that I've experienced to this far. Also within the state challenges, Arizona, New Mexico, and we still have not experienced any challenges or obstacles in really areas. Our goal here is to update our plan of operation. Again, the plan of operation, we understand that the OSHA department has went through several program managers, program directors. Although none of them made the attempt to update the plan of operation. Plan of operation is outdated in year 2000. So right now, the OSHA department is operating on a 23-year-old plan of operation. And then the other one is our fund management plan and also our OSHA Act 2000. Our goal also is to complete 5 agency consultation assessments for all 110 chapters, senior standards and the Head Start, and provide these deficiency reports to the respective department management. And also to train all the navigation employees, OSHA 10-hour training, and also the supervisor and manager / directors with the OSHA 30-hour training. I believe we see the implementation here where we mandated sexual harassment training, and I really want to work with our division director here and also the president's office, we can get this into a also the executive board to get all the employees and directors go through this training. This is one of the main issues that we come across here in application is the lack of knowledge from the employees where to address these safety concerns, how to address them, and where do we provide documentation to the safety village has in. Okay, so our accomplishment here is one of our safety officers that received an advanced certification in OSHA training. Is safety specialist in health and also a certified safety health official. The result of those advanced those certification has allowed this employee to promote to a safety officer. The employee is very proud that the promotion has been honored in his favor, and that's one of the things that I have witnessed here within my department is when we talk about professional development, that is what exactly is the I guess the perfect example is encouraging and supporting the employees to develop to a professional level. That's what maybe what we have been doing here, and also the senior safety technician here just introduced himself, Alvin Tamani, and also fourth course is last to get them to that level. And two, we also looking at advancing his position from the senior safety technicians to safety officer. And one thing that I want to also highlight is throughout the history of the Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration, this is the furthest that the department has taken their employees as far as advancing them into professional development. And one of the things that I always stress and I always highlight with most of our division program managers meeting is our division director, Debbie Danielle, has been very supportive and very understanding of allowing us to attend these trainings. One of the things that we need to understand is this previous administration that came through more likely put a executive order that we trained employees from doing off-reservation travel. Most of this has put a roadblock from allowing our employees to develop into professional level. We are very fortunate that the President Lunay has listed that executive orders, and also the division directors have allowed us to conduct these or be involved in these trainings and these education. But yeah, again, I wanted to just mention that to our division director, Debbie Danielle, thank you very much. I know and myself here, he is still the leader of the January, yeah, I know he is still almost at the game. So AME the last 3 weeks ago, AME bachelor's degree in finance and business degree. So I'm not still AME, so again, I am registered and continuing my education master's in the business administration for July 1 year. So another station, I'm very looking forward to that. Again, one of the things that I want to stress the most is that if none of this would have been possible, the understanding and the support from our division director. So with that, thank you very much. Our continued accomplishment is this highlights the staff professional development buckets. The current staff of those are the first step in the creation of the department of this part of professional development. So our plan of operation was completed with the Department of Justice review and is currently under the 164 review. So this is one of our major accomplishments within our department. And this plan of operation, as I mentioned, 23 years outdated. And right now we have released that plan of operation from our department and now it's in the hands of the human resources. So we're very proud and excited that that document is moving forward. Once we get that kind of operation, it talks more about extending your department. And I mentioned here, one of our main issues that we're dealing with is the lack of employees. Like I said, we only have 2 enforcement personnel that's overseeing 27,000 miles of navigation. Every day is different and unique. One day will be in the city, the other day will be in Cabo, the other day will be in Chicago. That's just the assignments that we enjoy being out there and helping out the employees and his departments. Again, the kind of operation that is 164 review. So the notion again was established, our department also has established an advisory committee. In 2022, so that meets on a monthly schedule. So the notion Act 2000, the amending process communicated and presented to this committee for their approval. Currently, we are 75% complete with this notion act. So once we get this notion act completed, it will go into with the plan of operation and fund management plan. So we're looking forward to updating this notion act to be later as the notion act 2023 rather than 2000. So looking forward to that. So updates and that's as much of the information. And then some of the departments here that have mentioned OSHA. One of the main things that we're dealing with right now is one of the processes, safety of edge hazard. Once it's submitted to our office, we do an on-site visit unannounced to the department, and there we conduct our assessment. One of the main issues again that we're dealing with is the historic buildings. For example, we just mentioned here that the census office vital records is going to be in that direction for closure. In addition to that, the public defender's office also occupied that building with the public the vital records. So there's two departments there that are going to be vacating that building there. On the side of the AAA, we have the district court, and we have the family services, and we also have this notion of occupying the other building. That building also has been identified as asbestos related to the building. So when we talk about asbestos, we give on this side, on the 1% exposure limit to 8 hour operation period, not on. But most of these readings that we're getting back from these laboratory reports are reading about 15 to 5%. These are definitely. So based off of that, and we have no other option but to request and recommend an order of closure. Then again, what we understand is it interferes with the operation of the department. So there we try to work collaboratively with our division director here to see other options, what options can be avenues that we can take rather than just automatically going in order of closure. So that's a process, lengthy process that we're going through again. We're executing these obstacles one by one with the support of our division director. Finish up and thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that information, and then also thank you for your documents that you submitted to us. We do have 2 separate reports coming from you. So appreciate that, but we don't have the PowerPoint, but it seems like what you have on the PowerPoint is on the 2 documents that you have provided to us. That's the way I understand it. So thanks for that clarification. So what we committee members, what we received here from OSHA is actually just a copy and paste everything on the PowerPoint slide and presentation. So again, thank you. I think each and every one of us have a lot of questions in regards to OSHA, in regards to our Head Start centers, to our senior centers, to our chapters down the line. So I will start off with Honorable Curtis Finito.
Let me try again here. Yeah, Dick. Yeah, looking that you lost. You know, it sounds like your department's pretty scary and messy. My question would be like spills, like hopefully the spills. The Utah Evidence just an area on Zoom. You have a lot of spills almost every month. the community is always concerning to EPA. And then, you know, the employees there afraid to report these things because they're afraid of getting fired for this. So on your program summary right here indicates that, you know, anything that's hazardous in the workplace, unsafe condition and environment, to enforce applicable occupational safety, coordinate with employers, employee health, and pertaining to health hazards. These territorial jurisdictions now nation, it needs to be monitored. And I think the company, that the owner of the company should be cited every time this happens. All they say is, oh, EPA is gonna come to clean this up on the there's a lot of fumes that, you know, it escapes into the community because that all fumes sit right in the middle of the community. And that's the hazardous area that I think you guys should be really consider monitoring. Like other companies buy out the white ladies like that. How do you guys handle that? That would be my question. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yanita. A question coming from me in regards to page 2 of the document that we received. You did indicate that training all non-information employees with OSHA 10-hour training and down the line for supervisors, managers, directors, with the OSHA 30-hour training. You were making that request that all employees, or is it just the actors or just the individuals that are in the building? If so, you want all employees to go through this training. Is there a template or a draft of a plan on how you want to address this matter? And then what is the challenge from your office to address this training to take place? Based on the challenge, it would be interesting to review, to look at, and to see if it would be considered as something that's similar to an executive order of some sort regarding this training, just like a sexual harassment training. So I don't know where it would stand depending on the challenges and depending on the plan that you have laid out for the training to occur. And so that would be my question to you. On the sign, I'd also like to meet with you and to possibly have a discussion in regards to Toye. Toye facilities back in the days, it's still there. The buildings are, some of them are still standing, most of them have completed and collapsed and so forth. But the actual buildings, the concrete buildings are still standing up. And so I'd like to have a conversation. I did have a conversation with the federal EPA, the staff, and then also BIA office, and everything comes back to the now foundation. So, but that would be something that I would have to maybe even possibly even getting that steamboat that we might show to the staff or where the situation and how we can address that. Thank you, Honorable Thomas.
Share many members of staff. Is this department needs to grow. What that means, we need more enforcement. Compared to the outside, which they have a lot of responsibility. Enforcement is very important. As you know, Even IHS has that same more authority than, you know. So hopefully that this department will grow, have more enforcement in each agency. Right now, what do we deal with? Buildings or, you know, about to fall apart. Even the employment at the chapter house, PEP working, staff inside the chapter. That should be number one, if that's part of your responsibility, safety, right? So those things we need to house funding this. It's very, you know, low. So I'd like to see more enforcement because there's a lot of violation out there. And sometimes we don't have enforcement. Sometimes we don't have authority. So if this OSHA becomes real good program, then you're gonna have, I guarantee you, you're gonna close the whole damn nation at window out. See, that's how powerful it's supposed to be. But right now it's not. I'm not saying go start closing. I want to get paid too, so hold on with that. Anyway, that's the way I look at it, because I work for the IHS before. They have a strict policy. Why can the nomination do the same thing? In the whole thing. So I was just looking at you and saying, these are the keys trying to enforce it. You know, that should be more staff in there. Because you just barely got on. A lot of times the politicians gonna look at you, who are you, you know? So the more stuff we have, the more money we can put in, probably from the outside. So I appreciate you trying to do your best wearing that match. I wore a badge for 27 years. So I know how it is to enforce. It's very, very, you know, people say a lot of things to you. But in this case, will get going. Somehow, someday, we can fund more money to the program. That we have a good program. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's close with that. I'll go ahead and give it back to Mr. Yazzie. Response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Also, Honorable Delegates. First question with the oil spills. Again, we would definitely like to work with you to address these issues. One of the main things, one of the main sections that we reference, and this is in the personnel policy and the economic station employees personnel policy, is general duty clause. Section 581 underneath the OSHA Act states that each employer shall furnish to each of his or her employees employment in a place of employment which are free from recognized hazards that are causing or likely to cause death or serious physical harm to employees. So an accidental release of hazardous material, as you mentioned, oil spills fit into this category, and we would definitely like to pay a visit to this work site here to enforce some of these regulations. In addition to that, we also work with a team of EPA, also safety and loss, also they work with we collaborate with them, we go out as a team. So again, we're definitely like to work with you as we move forward with bringing that concern to us. The second one we gave you, Honorable Chair has mentioned some issues here regarding the page 2 training all validation employees. What I was referencing, Chair, is I would like to see that all the validation employees complete this 10-hour training. We provide 2 10-hour training. There's one for general industry. General industry are for employees that operate inside office buildings and so forth. Then we have also construction industry. So we would like to, see that we can get all of the navigation employees, to complete this training here. Once we complete this training, as I have mentioned here, this is one of the, miscommunications that we have with our navigation. If we raise this level of awareness in these trainings for these employees, they will have a resource to rely on. They will, also get the idea that they have a resource that they can work with also. So that I think that's one of the main issues here. Get all these complaints about nobody, we didn't know that there was a navigation program. We didn't know we had an ocean program, navigation done that. That's one of the things that we've come across. Charity health training goes in more into depth of what the responsibilities are. And this is where the employers with, I think we could really get into this category. And I did mention to our division director that I would like to invite our honorable council delegates to partake this training also, so you guys can have a level of awareness that what we're enforcing and to get an idea of what we're all about here in our department. So we would definitely like to provide that education for you guys as well. Not only that, but our division, our management also, we understand that they do have a busy schedule. But one of the things that we have also looked at is we could work with their schedule, we can provide and see if we could reserve every Friday throughout the whole month to conduct this 30-hour training rather than doing it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If we can allow 3 Fridays, and then take this change for the division directors. With that way, we can get more clarification on what the employer's responsibilities are. For example, none of these employers are aware that they are supposed to provide personal protective equipment for their employees as far as the work boots, the hard hats, the gloves, eye protection, and most of these the employers are allowing their employees to provide them under their own expense. But underneath the Department of Labor Law and the Motion Act, it specifically states that that's the employer's responsibility. So that's what we're trying to emphasize with most of these education trainings that we do. So again, we done the whole Head Start last year in around this time. We done it here in this conference from adjacent to this here. We've done 280 Head Start employees we trained in all of these 10-hour training. And then people talk, people like to share information, so the word is out there now that fighting this training, there's a new manager in the ocean department. So a lot of people want to come and find a department rather than getting I guess you would say so again, what we want to do is just raise that level of awareness and training. And like I said, we have 2 distribution programs that we're scheduling to do here soon, and also the child care development and also taking exams. So we're within this month, June, July, we're looking at training more than 300 navigation employees. So we want to continue to keep that going. The other one here also I mentioned is the toilet buildings. A lot of the buildings in the Police Academy down in Toye and also in Steamboat chapter. And she's in his bottom and she lay on ship up there. Right there where the San Juan River is. There has been several buildings that have been neglected right there that have been abandoned. We worked with the chapter house and we submitted an advisory notice. These advisory notices that are issued out to these departments gives them the time frame. We say we want 30 days for you guys to come up with a plan how you want to address this issue. Don't know again, there's going to be a violation and there's going to be a citation and a fine. So based off of that, these departments want to address these issues and these concerns. So for example, we got to work with the Chicago community to get those buildings demolished. And that's the same way that we're looking to work with chapter house also with Toye. Not only with the Toye, but then again, we look at these buildings and window lock and the for some reason we categorize these buildings as historic preservation, it may be that, but the question is who's preserving them? Right now, from what we see, as we all see right there, when you go into winter park, we have those EIA buildings right there, right where the, Department of Justice, building is. And there's a, road building, that building there is open to the community. What we're doing right there is we're not securing it, and we're not setting perimeter around that building, and we're allowing the community to go into the, abandoned building, and they're, what they, vandalizing, and they're disturbing these materials and releasing these accessory particles. So this is a major concern when we look at the safety of, community. So again, if it's labeled as the storm preservation, maybe there should be some type of, maybe preserving maintenance. So that's another thing that we would like to see as we're moving forward. And we would like to work with the definitely that is concerned employee, and also the Stevewood chapter. The last one is Mr. Tully, Honorable Tully, thank you very much for your words of encouragement and also your positive words and judgment of the And again, yes, it is. Unfortunately, we always been labeled as the bad people. Again, when we go out there, we do steps, but we have a job to do. We understand my background, my history, where I came from, is I was a safety officer, emergency management coordinator for a healthcare facility. This facility that is operating right now is still operating underneath that policy that updated. Same thing, they were operating without with the outdated policy. That is the reason why we come into this now nation to update this policy, this plan of operation, and plan management plan too. So that's my main priority and goal. Not only that, but expanding the department, the opinion of our honorable consultants, they envision that to see our department expand. So again, we have that integrated in our plan of operation. And hopefully that can pass. And pretty soon, we're going to probably be looking for one of our honorable delegates to sponsor the plan of operation, so we can get it approved. And thank you very much.
Again, thank you for that again. And when you have that plan of operation available, don't hesitate to ask any of the HEHSC committee members to sponsor. One of us can sponsor it, and then we can all co-sponsor it. And that's how all our health, education, human service legislation should be moving forward. As we unite and holding each other together for our departments that we have overseas for. So with that, since we're talking about that, Ms. Lowe, thank you for being here. There's 3 questions that has come up in regards to the first one is in regards to the Now Nation TVF. I know Mr. P just left. But there was some questions in regards to the dropping legislation for funding requests, and we wanted to provide that information to you. Eventually we'll do that. Number 2 is the request that came from Mr. Ronald Duncan. The request regarding also another legislation be dropped, requesting funding for the possibility of administration building 3 and 4 of the development and where it stands, or if previous delegates have dropped a similar legislation for development of administration building 3 and 4. Number 3 is in regards to Mr. Yazi OSHA's presentation that we just now received wording of the request. If we're going to do this as a directive, I would look up to your knowledge and expertise, Ms. Lowe. If we do this as a directive, as HEHSC, regarding OSHA's request to have a 10-hour training for all Now Foundation employees, and then OSHA training for 30 hours for supervisors, managers, and directors. And so that's the third request. I don't know if we should move forward with it as in legislation, or since we are currently in a special meeting as HEHSC, we can make that a directive to the individuals that need to fulfill the needs to move forward and assist OSHA in this fashion of their requests. So just those are the three. Ms. Lowe, our legal advisor, I'll give you the floor.
The first one, I am not going okay, try again. So the first request, the funding request, I'm imagining that is going to be from UUFB, so if that's correct, the required documents are budget forms, and it's 1, 2, and 4, and then we would also need the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget to review the documentation and provide memos concerning their reviews. Likewise, for the second request, which deals with funding for admin buildings, again, it's a supplemental appropriation from the UUFB. Those same documents would be required. And then as far as nomination OSHA, if it is if nomination OSHA needs individuals to collaborate with them, that can be done through a directive. But if it's something that the committee is going to request that the home nomination participate in, that probably needs to be done through legislation, or something through EPM, that you couldn't do that through just a general directive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Michael.
Legislation, what you're recommending, last item we keep, to have these people trained. If we just do it directly, sometimes they don't involve us. It's very important for all of them because they're manager and also employees. So I would request to have legislation. Thank you.
Okay, so there you have it, Mr. Yazzie, going back to your questions and your requests. Again, like I stated, any of the Education and Human Service Committee members can drop legislation. This is the matter who you want to sponsor. So yeah, Honorable Tolls, it's available, Honorable Nito, Honorable Vice Chairman Jermaine Simons, and myself, Honorable Nancy Gay, Honorable Dr. Inez, but you'll just need the documents. And so there's our answer. And if Ms. Debbie Nasman, if you can relay that message back to Mr. Pete regarding NTB, and then also Mr. Duncan, if we can get some documentation. I don't know who would have the design and the documents in regards to Avenue Building 3 and 4. And again, providing those documents, budget 1, 2, and 4, and then we'll see over these review, and then the memo that will correspond all into the legislation. So it is with that again, there's 6 council delegates here that can sponsor legislation. If you're going to sponsor one of these legislation, or if we receive it, just let us know or let me know. That way we know what's going on in regards to these 3 that we have requested so far to this part. So with that, again, thank you. OSHA, Ms. Debbie Nasman. That is correct. 1 is NNTBF, and then 2 is that the design building of the administration building 3 and 4. And then the OSHA 10-hour training for all now employees. And then OSHA training for 30 hours for supervisors, directors, and managers. Those are the three. Okay, committee members, if there's no other questions, we can move forward. Mr. Yasi.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I'll extend my gratitude to Karen. Thank you very much for you guys continuing to support the Karen. Look forward to working with you guys.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I say travels. With that, moving on down the listing, Department of Child Support Service, Ms. Judy Terrell.
Honorable Health Education and Human Services Committee Chair, Vice Chair, and the members. Shay, Judy Hotel, and Shayla's asking each long, and money machine, Kaidas and Shayla's, and Janina should not call. Abigail Candy, Shay, but I'll make the race not like that. He's not on Eastern, or you go the husband. Of course, I for the opportunity to Division of Human Resources. And Kodoshi, put us on she let me go back to say that. Child Support Services, AAR, in May 1971, we had the Social Security Administration, shut down welfare, could not get it done. She got up the Z, told us like you pay up. Oh, told us like you pay up, I get the national and in the whole United States, welfare, the Social Security Act, the Title IV, don't need child support, based on these states need a young child support rate of a long day here now nation in Mexico, though Arizona to go a child support dedicated to the Mother share that a call New Mexico, though Arizona that they need dollar yash Navajo population again the state jurisdiction the states don't have jurisdiction over the Navajo population Navajo nation basically joint powers agreement a 1994 child support enforcement act Department of Justice commission Navajo Women's Commission he could go to judiciary committee the judicial branch they cover the child support act I don't know how to shake it not quite Navajo Nation around 1996 7 pound point Arizona chin lead on 1996 New Mexico to Arizona, now nation facing our name, there's no the nation, the federal office of child support enforcement, another in tribal child support program, direct funding model, I think 2004 tribal child support fine rule, understanding Ande Washington, Washington, nation to base of the has the unhidden tribal laws, though unhidden program plans to give capital that nation related this is just a brief history of what happened. I know Kashmir, condition statement, issue other no I think child support act children are the most valuable gifts of creation. Just so we want to ensure the well-being of our children by providing quality child support services, and we're dedicated to providing the quality child support services with the values of the act. And the services that we include is legally establishing paternity, financial and medical support, modification of administrative orders, and enforcement of existing court orders, out of a collection of child support payments, out of the disbursement of the child support payments donation, put out I give commission statement, don't commission that they let me just show my screen again. Okay, this screen here, telling about the number of active child support caseload. The Crown Point, we have 2,395 cases. Shiprock, 685. 40, excuse me, 45, say 1,325. Chinley, we have 1,047. To the city, GKA 1,038. On and on an application that active child support got issued 6,890 cases. What we have. Utah, Shiprock, the cases and then again, if they live near Shiprock, out of they should be honest to both of that. This is our caseload right here. I guess you can just move it from there. Go forward.
This one's frozen.
Next
It's frozen on the site.
I think I get that so getting young, we have a baby. No, the case of the not child support cases, let me go back to the organizational chart, the Division of Human Resources, now nation done in part of child support administration. Out of the offices in Eastern Agency, Northern Agency, Port Compliance Agency, Central Agency, and Western Agency. They Crown Point we have seven positions over there, so all the positions are filled in Crown Point. We have 6 positions. Vacant position, when you not promotion to get agent, the should put in professional hiring. National lady. 14 points, we have 7 positions now. Security guard, the vacancy, the job vacancy announcement, and the security guard car. June 22 to 2023, regional manager, the A supervisor, now the she both for case worker, the she was on the sheets of the caseworker position, she advertised, not the naturally. I don't mention lead will get 7 positions ago. And the positions are all filled. I don't think to the city to go get after all 7 positions became a security guard. If she filled out some kind on the job vacancy announcement, if I advertising to the city, G, 7 positions, security guard, vacant position. Town field, advertising, the central administration, have 5 positions there. And they is got their field, so provisional hiring, I don't know, could have collaboration with the states, but then the New Mexico Child Support Division, joint powers agreement have not legacy, so they need the child support enforcement system, which is an automated system, the automated system, case management, enforcement remedies of wage garnishment, income withholding orders, IRS state, intercepts, license suspension, it's on passport denial, enforcement remedy, financial institution data match, the bank account, how long they go, we freeze their bank accounts. State and Indian gaming winnings, they started with the stuff intercepting that. Retire the data, basically, so by court order, but not you need the shade needs and New Mexico customer service line no our custodial parent non-custodial parent to get case updates on their cases. Don't care staff don't train they provide education. The child support system they clearinghouse they also call it a state disbursement unit. And they're based on child support payments they apply them to the case. So the majority of the cases it's either direct deposited to a bank account, a debit card, they get paper checks. just states without they're going electronic, that's what they're doing. The challenges that we have with the state of New Mexico, annually increased charges for using the child support system. Basically, and they the child support system, the automated child support system, according to 5% of that which is out of all the cases in New Mexico, 5% of them are nation cases. Crown point 2,395, Chicago 685, out of the other challenges that New Mexico, the fiscal year is July 1 to June 30th, and fitting out from October 1 to September 30th, being on two separate fiscal years, being on the contracts about I think out of a collaboration with Arizona, this automated child support system, atmosphere, intergovernmental agreement, as they automated case management system. Called the system that allows us to collect child support as well. Called clearing house, the state disbursement unit, so basically intercepts about wage garnishment, debit card, even the way you have to possible for custodial parents and out of customers, and then customer service line, the Arizona the system, they place. So we are in a 5-year plan with the state of Arizona for development of a new automated case management system called this system navigation that has on the business process without any then with all of the no the cost of everything is going up again. We're asked to pay an additional cost for this new system. So one of the things we're doing, we started a supplemental funding request. We submitted that over to the Office of Legislative Counsel. Legislation Cheryl Yazzie, New Mexico, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, for child support. Out of our collaboration with the federal government, we work with the Office of Child Support Enforcement. Just today, I got a notice from Washington. They changed their name to Office of Child Support Services. Child support enforcement. Child support services. The program in 2016 and the name reflects the program's commitment to serve the whole family and provide services that promote family self-sufficiency so that the children can receive reliable support from both parents. Trying to make it more friendlier, because if you say child support enforcement, you don't they have change the name in that way too, with our, so, the federal government, they have Office of Child Support Services, they require a, 20% match from the Navajo Nation, and the, mass on, CFR 45.309, get it, that's what they need, you should apply, tribal programs, 20%, they thought that go, and the federal share is 80%. Accord the hit budget, they gave me 900,000, we get it from the fixed assets account for the federal programs that require federal share. Accord the federal share, they put in 3,600,000. So our budget is 4.5 million of them they need each. But of course, we do the IEC, the model, budget they need right now as of June 2nd, which was last week, and our expenditure rate is at 16.92%. So 39.08% again, that means your budget the that they need niche. According to the grant application, again, online, grant solution, budget based on they need here. October 1, don't they September 30th each year. I'm launching the region 9, little San Francisco office, not conceiving a budget versus from data to go with that we I don't know Washington didn't go that we with the kitchen that we they like the new system we get on but navigate with on getting that we have a lot of collaboration with the federal funding agency, Office of Child Support Services. Oh God, and I think the challenges we're amending our child support guideline. 1996 and on they in the budget amendment they legislation they don't need. I don't know Joe Bosch federal government those CFR 5309 tribal programs must have 20% match. The conversation now in the federal government with Office of Child Services is that they want to, they're proposing to eliminate the required cash match, meaning that the federal government will be funding 100% for child support. If that does go through, but it does seem to be in favor of going that way. Although there's always tribal consultations about that, and whatever I get an email on tribal consultation company, I always forward it to our division director, that she would share that with the leadership, which includes the nomination council and the office of the president and vice president. Although another one of our challenges that we have is Crown Point, those shiprock, we're located with the in the Nation Shopping Center. Really kind of complex because they have mentioned that at least one more year to extend the date by September 30th, 2023. We've been diligently looking for a facility in Crown Point and Shiprock. Then we're asking them we're working with our division director Debbie. If I know the last one, we skip one is Sean needed which the IRS deals that we do income tax interception, which the IRS is getting very strict. I need it but don't need the IRS though the tribes the need on for the tribe, so we, the IRS intercepted us, it's on net with all the data, and according to the area, there is, the US Congress, the Senate, again, they're trying to resolve this by the act of Congress too, so excuse me, it after RJ, but so we're hoping that that does go through, and we are sharing this information with our leadership here as well too, with RJ, then I don't need a child support case for the gate of the lake commissioner. I don't need April 2023. May they're coming in again. These are the child support collection, snow not child support payments, a young issuing the baggage national Crown Point was have $79,290 in one month. That's what was collected out of Shiprock. $80,026 for defiance on agency. We collected $133,822. Chinle JA $109,097. To the city $116,079. So for the month of April, Nation Child Support Services collected $518,314 for the month of April 2023. I'm not sure the data, the shares, with this, those are accomplishments, and then I just want to note that we have a website, now Nation Department of Child Support Services.gov, and we got a child support website. So if there's any questions, and I'm quite get not an application, but I'm quite get the law, any one that wants to file for child support, like a application, but they did that all. We have an agency email at all offices, so they can email their application for child support services to any of the 5 agencies. Could not be they should all watch us.
Providing information in regards to now Nation Department of Child Support Services, and then also providing us the hard copy of the presentation. Again, thank you. I believe our Vice Chair, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, has several questions. So I'll give her the floor.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So I'm looking at your caseload and your agency cases, but do you also have it split up between the cases where the father figure is the one who's asked to pay support, and then also where the mother is asked to pay support? So is there when something a graph that shows what the maybe gender is or in terms of between those two? Also, are you able to ask a non-native, non-Navajo parent to pay the child support, and do you take care of those cases through your office? That's it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. With that, I do believe Honorable George Stone has a question, comment too.
Yeah, thank you, Judy. These are the root checker officially. You know, it's good and bad, yeah. What I mean by this is a non-Indian situation in my area. This particular individual is non-Indian, married to Navajo one time. So I guess what she was doing is marrying different people. This is the female white man. Up to 4. They not spend the beast But this was never filed with the nomination, it was filed with the state. Though these individuals were paid or being conducted. Every time they work, they collect. So one time they came up to me and asked what I can do. I said, there's not much I can do for you. So there's an abuse like that. I hate to say that. And it's been abusive. So this individual is not working. So she lives out of that retirement, not retirement, the child election identity. That's how they make their living. That's not it. I just wanted to share that with you. So there's not much we can do. And I don't know about our side, how that either or collectively got to live on it. So I think.
Honorable Unita.
Thank you, Chair. Shows now, I think you can know. You, all the challenge now. Away in hidden then in the safe sheet. I call a responsibility. We want to accuse. You mentioned you take license, you suspend license and freeze accounts and their retirements. On the nation, I think, there needs to be like a 3 strikeout rule. They're gonna lose their service privileges. Those in housing, unless you pay a KO from standard that, and they need to be registered like sex offenders. They call the sheet law. But they're talking, I don't know, but as far as collecting, if they don't pay three times, they'll be restricted. I think they can kick them off the res or something like that, because they can go pursue a job somewhere to pay their dues here. Just want to make a comment on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Unito, Honorable 12, for those questions. Again, thank you very much. Shalanta, Mr. Matera, in regards to ridership, was there any arrangements that were made with the hardship payments that were paid out? I think that's been the questions that's been lingering around several council delegates at this point. So I just wanted to ask that one question, and based on that, I'll have no further questions. Thank you. Ms. Matera, response.
Koshina, yeah, for the questions, Alaji, Shma, Saxon, Kevin. خلينا إياه أجاكي نقله أما كي تدور نقلهاكي we can't get that information all the time. That's just that we have not done that. هذا إياه أنا إياه كل شيء إياه هذا تجديد جبنا عليك في النجاة أنا إياه I now down parent. Navajo Nation child support, all the states, all tribes. We call them intergovernmental cases. So they, let's say, the state of Virginia has a non-custodial parent. Navajo Nation article nonsense, which we people gay Navajo educate Aquila Quagia, task for maybe some Aquia, Kikant, no, and Kikant with all federally funded child support programs. And it even goes as far as international. We do have a case from the country of Germany. I thought that I initiated as a child support is actually worldwide. So the 50 states in the is funny that I'm not over the initial. I don't know, she asked Mr. Cove, could now to legal, cases she put not it's up to the custodial parent to file a claim to file for child support services. Child support illegal man deneki they have 4 cases for that. So they have a case that they have multiple cases on us on that. Each one of them, cases basically don't understand. I don't know the show until election year on and they 19 they got people. I think that the show there's not a key for you or accumulated some and the columns arrearages that we these arrearages we can collect with that. There's no statute of limitation in the Child Support Act. As long as adoption added 19 we take it back to a hearing and we have the arrearages in a judgment. We continue to collect with that and the hearing officer or the judge can rule until all the arrearages are paid in full. No, then we have to abide by whatever the ruling is. Was she zero balance for me? The custodial parent not we don't dispute arrearages. The paying parent may say, oh, I owe my children on each day they thought on each day on them. Hold on that. How do we have the tax intercepts too? A article I think they give a thought and hotel again on Crossroad that I didn't create Mr. Tom. I need to Korea go. Ashini's needs and the way that they go is our responsibility on mother Hashem. I will also must send another that set up. Kushima Kayeta now nation child support services Congress that they need they Laguna Chelsea they were here casino right before Albuquerque. Route 66. Aja ni kai, ada Thomas Lahia. Governor Lineage, a the facility which they need to be welcome address and copy. Then he said his first statement after introducing himself and greeting everybody was, we are Native Americans. Why do we have to be ordered to pay child support? That is not the Native American way. And it made a lot of sense, yeah. And sometimes I do mention that on Native American so three strikes you're out rule identity. Response one muscle. The young because on that Yaraki, but they need niche. Could all no cargo. Young, big out a young, the shade then. That lies in the hands of the lawmakers. On the with she a young could with but they disobey. Out of KD, guardianship, though, out of hardship, yeah. Hardship payments, when during the pandemic, IRS they were they need those papers that went out. And we did intercept those ones from IRS, but now nation did go hardship, but that can be again could there's on go could go she because not be to because on then now nation child support services right now does not have the authority to intercept the hardship payments. That's where we're at, but we can begin a conversation. Again, it goes back to the lawmakers. Every time I get change out of the door, I can't, like he's not talking.
Yeah, thank you. She does a honesty skill and transport. Or she did it. Yeah, committee members, are there any other questions, comments regarding child support? I can't have some more gold, you can also commit all. Actually, let's say the job non-singles without being so money actually the now outside the case in that way like some young day on the agents but the young they have not identity each year with our initiating something committee, health education, human service committee, the doctor in DDR according to my single all issues I told Anonymity of a non-see non-see of the call. Although in case it's just know that we do have our support and don't hesitate to come to any of the HEHSC committee members, PD assistant or resources or recommendations for all of us on the. Of course, yeah, and you know, they provide something that I don't think done, and she would and then they are the tasks to go. Yeah, it's hard, it's fantastic. They don't need, they need these to but so thank you, thank you very much. So there is no other comments, questions from committee members, we'll move on down the listing here. According to the Office of Background Investigation out of the Cato Department of Personnel Management, should not the committee members. This Kirk, Kirk, John's Army, the one that talked about, it's in the setting on a that non functional was in the general investment initiative. Yeah, people manage the office, speakers office, the Nation Council. General knowledge in many so the knowledge in the stop they not consent or they not needs and not needs this quite enough. Miss Nikita.
Yeah, today, Honorable Chairman James and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, known as HEHSC, of the 25th Nomination Council. Also, the Office of Legislative Services, also the Speaker, also the President and Vice President, Division of Human Resources, fellow division staff, guests, and those listening online. My name is Nikita Kirk. And I am the program manager for the Office of Background Investigations, also known as OBI. It's under the National Division of Human Resources. I have had this position since March 27 of 2023. Thank you for the invitation to participate in the HEHSC special meeting, and as the committee requested, please view this brief summary PowerPoint report being created for the OBI overview, challenges, and objectives. First off, I have OBI history overview. The history, briefly, the Office of Background Investigations was established in July 29, 2009, and is directly aligned under the Division of Human Resources as a separate and independent department. And the purpose, OBI strives to ensure that the nation employees are provided a safe work environment that minimizes risk to the health and safety of its employees, volunteers, interns, program participants, and to protect the national nation's funds, properties, and other assets. Hold on, please. Next, I have the OBI overview. And the OBI overview is the establishment of the OBI plan of operation, which is on an approved resolution HEHSC MA-04-14 related to education and human services, approving the plan of operations for Office of Background Investigations. And this also was amended again January 25th, 2022. The purpose, the OBI objectives. And I'm just gonna go through this real quick. There's three items there. The first one is going to be one, OBI forces to be enforcing OBI to be organized, responsible for the background investigations and adjudications of those individuals of those requiring such services. The next one, number two, will be the OBI will be aligned with Division of Human Resources as a separate department to eliminate any potential political influences and manipulators of sensitive background investigations, matters, and materials. The next one states that the OBI is the agency for nomination for the oversight and maintenance of the minimum standards of character that meet or exceed federal, state, tribal, and local requirements. It provides investigative and judicial services, including but not limited to verification, searches, character references, civil searches, fingerprinting services, criminal record searches, credit checks, program-specific searches, and employment suitability. The OBI continues to work with the FBI Accounting Services to provide the reports. Currently, OBI staffing, there are seven positions, but currently there are 5. There's a program manager, one that's me. We have an HR leader position, but that's vacant. We do have a senior office specialist, Ms. Savannah Leonard. She's also in Arizona review. And then we also have a air pollution technician, Lucy James, and she's in New Mexico review. We do have a background check technician that's vacant. Then we have 2 HR records for Patricia Clyde and Shannon Lee. I'm going to go through just a couple of OBI challenges. The first one is lack of staff. Although OBI is an active program, all staff provide direct services and potential employees. Challenges OBI faces are lack of staff to complete caseloads at maximum timeline and the investigation and adjudication section. Right here, I just want to mention that the adjudicator position has been vacant the past fiscal year. DPM personnel have been assisting the OBI with adjudication functions in coordination with the OBI office on a temporary basis. To date, an adjudicator has not been hired, although we did submit a JBA to DPM, so it should be posted for advertisement soon if it hasn't been already. And then there's also the next one, which is the HR records clerk, that should also be advertising soon as well. Solution in addressing the vacancies is to continue advertising the positions, participate in job fairs. Our staff have just started to participate in some job fairs where they share the jobs with employment agencies across the nation and statewide. And now provisional hiring, we are hopeful that the onboarding process a smooth effort. The next challenge will be the applicant employees paying fees. Most of the time, when the new employees struggle, when the new employees get hired, they come to our office, they struggle to pay the fees. Since they come to our office unemployed and the background check has to be initiated by the employee, they may not return for an extended period of time until they can provide payment for the fees. The second is right now, OBI operates on money order only. In the past, the office did have a credit card machine, but it seemed that the bank fees exceeded the revenue. So that was just put aside and they just continue to request for money order only. But OBI does continue to seek online payment options. OBI objectives, accomplishments. The OBI mission is to conduct professional background investigation and adjudication services to determine and individuals' suitability for employment within our nation. We used cases that was completed this past quarter for the current. So for April, there's a variety, there's applicants, regular, temporary, transfers, motions, volunteers, and so for the month of April, that totaled to 86. For the month of May, it totaled to 72. I didn't get the data for June yet. So overall, April was the busiest month. We had 86 cases, and then for May was 72. So totally that was 158. So our order, our goal is 125. So we had plenty of cases during those 2 months. Another goal was the new legislation, and that's resolution HEHSC 4/23. And that's been an action relating to the nominated committee and the nomination council, and many of the nominations for some consideration for including the nomination to hire employees on a provisional basis while which is pending. And I provided a picture of the OBR provisional hires. And that was also approved by DOJ. That's as far as we got, but for the OBI financials, the staff and I were convening a budget work session to go over the general funds, the revenue generating, OBI is a revenue generating program, so that's also to be looked at, and also the fund management plan and other issues that may come. And that's all I have for you. This is a brief report. Thank you. Stand up, Christian.
Thank you, again, Agent, thank you for that information. Yeah, thank you. For all, many members, we did receive, the hard copy of the PowerPoint presentation. We also did receive a brief summary report, and that has an introduction, the summary of the challenges. Again, mainly corresponding to the PowerPoint. So that's how this brief summary is replaced with the letterhead of Dr. Brunei, President Michelle Antonia, Vice President. And okay, so these are the only two. So with that, we have those two documents for us. Committee members, are there any questions, comments in regards to the presentation that was done and provided here by Office of Background Investigation, Ms. Nikita Kirk? Honorable Toll.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, members, since this new policy or procedure came out, is it better off now than before? See, a lot of times when you hire an individual, you have to go through background. So is this working? Is it still new to the departments in the nomination? I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Again, thank you in regards to trying to look for a number, but it's under your OBI challenge continue. Item number 1, which is the new employee struggle to pay the fees since they come to our office and only by our check process.
is there any potential or any recommendation to Division of Human Resources as of how we're going to address this in the current budget that you have or with the upcoming budget that you guys will be presenting to the committee here? It's one of the question. Again, it'd be nice. Again, I think we're going to get that information down somewhere in one of the presentation or under the recap. Before you guys send your budget that was provided to us this morning by the Richard Director. Stephanie Lance Manuel. I know you gave us the overall amount regarding the Division of Human Resources. I don't know how much you guys have unspent and maybe some of those fundings that would be allocated to these kind of individuals that are struggling to pay for their background application and paying the fees. So that's my questions and my recommendation. Anytime.
Jag har till och med jag checked the law against on getting sit there all day long and she not you just want to say thank you for putting up with us. I tell you start issue budget. My question would be on your background check. How far does that go back? At this workplace that I learned through the chapters and through this government workforce. Oh, you net get out ADGT, just because of that, people don't really get along. I don't avoid these and these workforce is not all there because they person has a history. As far as like employment, I don't staff that and I know that we had an election. I got a background check too over there. And I think I won't even pass because the deadline is about 5 minutes of the education. And so I applied for it and then they said you could plus talk me. And so when I got on, then I noticed that my opponents, they people start coming up, say, all these different allegations are coming up. Which is that's why I have a question on back is investigate these because I learned that there's thieves and there's rapists, and there's murders, and there's even that child support violators out there too. Without any you don't know those let what's he does. There's a big background check. It's not basically that's the way I see it. They don't really pursue the background check.
I can on detail. Thank you for that. So then I'll go ahead and give it forward to Mr. Small.
Thank you, members of the HEHSC committee. Thank you for your questions. For Delegate Toth, you're asking if the policy is working. The policy is fairly new, but we are eager to begin the process with the employees. And we are training our staff at FBI to enforce more informally with the new procedures that's going to be in place. So yes, and then of course to the DHR, the DPM team, we are working together to provide training to assist with them and upcoming mandatory training for the supervisors. So yes, we are excited about the provisional hiring form process and the hiring itself. For delegate, Vince James, Chair, Vince James, OBI, the fees. Yes, they were requiring on the fees. Some of the times, well, when the employee comes to our office to do the intake, the first thing they need to do is they need to obtain travel information. That we work with the Division of Public Safety Information Management System, also known as IMS. And they take care of that report, and that is around $15.06. That's how much you have to pay to that office, and then that report takes a little bit of time. We have to market that report back. We can continue the rest. So yes, there are times that staff, they do show. And that is one of the things that we've been discussing during our managers meeting, even with the division. We've been discussing that, and hopefully we can compile the recommendations so we can start helping the employees and applicants and how we can better the system with the fees. And for delegate Curtis and you, how far does the background check go back? So for the travel communication report, that one's with the famous, that one's going to be from the 18th birthday to present. And for the national reporting, those are done with maybe digital fingerprinting, so that one goes off to the research and the FBI agents. So that one we get the reports back. That one I don't have a timeline, it's just what they have. But for the local, when I shared with you, I missed out on the 18th birthday to this. I answer your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the response. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? Committee members, Honorable Vice Chair Julian Sanderson.
Thank you. Yeah, when I see I am interested. I would like to sort of spend maybe not a full day, but half a day just to kind of see how you go about, your work and looking at, I know there's confidentiality and privacy things probably in place, but just kind of what your process is when you obtain an application and how you look at these background checks, but also looking at background checks. There are so many different kinds of background checks, and there is, from what I learned when I, was made to do this for some employees that I had. I was told there is not one single background check company that could find any and everything. So there's certainly some companies that will look, but they're only limited maybe to state, but then there's the counties again. And there's all different other areas that that a certain company cannot get into or they don't have that access. So it was just interesting to me, and I need to learn more about the different kind of background checks you do. And I just think, when I would think that streamlining processes. So if somebody has recently, or what do states do? What are schools asking for? And I would like to see that if it's somebody saying in working with Department of Education and has to interact with minors. So looking at local schools and see background checks that are required and sort of using the similar documents that they need, because otherwise you're asking for just any and all kinds of things, and I'm sure you guys people tell them where to see these documents, but You know, like going to Winter Rock is a long drive, say for somebody that has to come, you know, across the nation. And then there was only like 25 limit, I don't know if that's changed, and just things like that, so, I think if we were to streamline some of these processes, in regards to other employment, agencies within an application, and that way, you know, if they should be done working with, say, Doty and application that they want to work for the local school, they can carry, you know, their documents over and they're just make life a little easier for people. I don't like the idea that we make things so complicated, you know, and we don't need to do that. We need to help people out, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Committee members, any other questions, comments? Honorable Leader Nancy.
Oh, yeah, so, we can't have this name. So, I've been a tribal employee for so long ago. I sometimes it makes me wonder, why can't we just stay with the state background check? It's a lot easier and it's a lot faster. When that whole nation is going to get your it's time. So and then state GD data we can go to our local police department there. You know, they said we used to, years ago, we used to just go to our local, to us, like, I'm from Western HEHSC. So we would just go over to TSC, PD and get our fingerprints done. We didn't have to come all the way to Winter Rock. It's it's a change, none of the coming from Western HEHSC, you know. We had, then we had to close up everything just to come out here and on way. This is really a story. She accomplished it. He did went down to memory lane. I know when they're up the back to go, you do that, check out that traffic, whatever. Then 18 years, and they did 18 years of it show. They used to only take the first 10 people. We used to leave from the cheap like 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we would put our chairs up in the front door, that office. And we would wait and wait and wait, because once they get 5, 10 people, you know, there's no more what they need. We used to sit in chairs like that, sit with our blankets, you know. I remember doing that. I hope it's not like that anymore. So anyways, but state juggle, you know, I don't know how you guys feel about that. I don't know how it is. What's the difference between Navajo Nation and the state? I would think that they will work together. I mean, you know, we are evangelical. We are evangelical public school budget. They just go with the state. And then they issue you a small card to keep in your wallet. But with Navajo Nation, Jade, that's just my question. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So that Honorable Helena Nancy gave with that, we'll go ahead and give the floor back to Ms. Nikita Kirk to respond.
Thank you again, members of the HEHSC committee. Thank you for your questions. For Delegate, our chair, Helena, sorry, let me start. For Delegate Nunes Miguel, thank you for your comments and your question. I believe what the difference between Navigation and the state, the background checks, they're fairly different. There's also the jurisdiction issues. But I believe just coming into OBI, being fairly new, looking at looking at the statistics, looking at the work, it appears that how OBI started, I think now the process is finally where it's at. So to enter new avenues and using additional background check. I think that's something that we're going to be looking at and something that we can provide more updated details as we move forward. As of right now, I don't have the answers for that. And thank you. As far as, sorry, I missed our comment. I'd like to respond to a comment made by Vice Chair Simonson. You were mentioning streamlining processes. And speaking to the staff and watching them work, it seems that they did streamline some processes. They do sometimes staff or applicants that live a little bit further away from one call. Sometimes they do call, they do have the option of filling in their security packets or their fingerprinting cards. But those are usually arranged with the staff. And then they also used to do mobile services where they actually go to other little areas, little nearby towns to do background check services. I think this was done during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you for the response, committee members. Honorable Dr. Nez, Honorable Helena Nesgay, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, Honorable Yelito, Honorable Nicole. Any other questions, comments? If not, I believe that will complete the presentation. Oh, you got one more? Okay. Yeah, that will complete the presentation of Office of President, Office of Background Investigation. So ADA with that, thank you. Ms. Kirk, thank you. Okay. I was looking at this email as a president. So thank you again. And then moving on to the last item, which is Department of Personnel Management. So with that, you know that Ms. Rosita Todd is here, Ms. Charlotte Big Thumb is here, Mr. Brian Garcia is here. So I don't know if we have Ms. Thomasito Woody on the call on the line. She's out on leave today. Okay, so she's on leave today. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor over to the DPM. We did receive a folder of the hard copy of the PowerPoint presentation for the Department of Personnel Management, and then also classification and pay and support service section. We did receive that hard copy PowerPoint. We do also have the recruitment DPM recruitment section PowerPoint for us, and then also Department of Personnel Management Support Service section is here. And then we also have lastly the employee relations sections of the Department of Personnel Management. So we do have those hard copies of PowerPoint presentations here before us. So with that, the floor is yours. And I keep looking at Mr. Duncan. I sort of have a similar jacket like that. I'm thinking, did my nephew walk in and then it's wrong again? It's like, oh. So good to have a similar jacket like yours, Mr. Duncan. So with that, the floor is yours, Ms. Toddy, DPM staff.
Hey, good afternoon or good evening. I started with good morning. It's evening now. Honorable Vince R. James, Chairperson, and Honorable Vice Chair, Ms.
Delegate Simonson, and other honorable members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Also, the Office of Legislative Staff and the Division of Human Resources Staff and others that are listening. My name is Rosita Todd. I'm the HR Classification and Aid Manager with the Department of Personnel Management within the Division of Human Resources. I have other staff here with me: Farron Garcia, Recruitment Manager; Charlotte Big Thumb, Employee Relations Specialist. We had another individual, Serenity Nigel, that was supposed to be here, but she was unable to make it, so I'll be covering her section. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this special session to present to you the Department of Personnel Management's overview and challenges and objectives. The overview pursuant to the NAMI Committee of the Navajo Nation Council Resolution number NAB-26-16, which amended the Department of Personnel Management's plan of operation. The department's purpose is to plan, organize, and administer the personnel management services and programs of the executive and legislative branches of the Navajo Nation. This includes, but is not limited to, recruitment, staffing, compensation, benefits, and employment, and also to provide guidance and advice to supervisors when implementing personnel management policies and procedures and programs in accordance with applicable laws, rules, regulations, and also to support and advise executive level management in human resource planning. As far as our staffing, we have a total of 28 regular status positions, of which there are 3 vacant positions and 2 temporary employees. We did advertise 2 of our vacancies. However, those were put on hold because of the lack of office space. And we have 1 vacant position that will be reclassified. That's why that position is not on our vacancy listing. Our Human Resources Director is Ms. Thomasita Woody, who is not here today. We have several sections, starting with the administrative staff section. There are 3 employees under that section. The classification and pay section has 5 employees. Support services has 5 employees. Position control has 1 employee. And recruitment has 4 employees. Employee relations has 2. Information technology has 4. And the records section has 2. As you will notice that our staff is very, we've got a limited staff, especially in the position control section. This section is responsible for maintaining all of our budget information, position information, as well as employee information in the human resources system that we utilize. And we also have in the employee relations section only 2 employees who handle all of the employee relations situations, grievances, and disciplinary actions. So we are limited in number of positions. In the records section, we only have 2 employees in that section. So we are, we don't have very much staff, very many staff. Some of our challenges are the lack of funding, staff, and office space. As I mentioned, we do have 3 vacancies. However, we don't have the space that we need to be able to fully staff our department. Currently, we do have a total
of 1,597 vacant positions. Previously, it was mentioned that we had a little over 2,000 vacancies. However, as of last pay period, this is the new number. We have 471 general fund positions that are vacant, 909 positions which are externally funded, and we have 217 other fund positions, which include the special revenue, the proprietary, and other funds. Some of our challenges are also cooperation and participation from that foundation programs to assist in streamlining the processing of documents, such as personnel action forms. Earlier, you heard workforce development and their concerns regarding the challenges that they experience when they're addressing verification of funding. That program, which is contract accounting within the Office of the Controller, does have the responsibility to verify funds for all externally funded programs, which could be very timely. And one of the situations that we've recently come up against is that they're continuously asking for additional documentation to support decisions that were already approved by our, one example is the step increase bonus review committee, as well as going through our processes. They're asking for additional documentation, which I believe also workforce development is going through. The other is processing of budget revisions by the Office of Management and Budget, which also slows down the processing when programs are submitting PCQs for recently approved new positions, or if there's pay adjustments that need to be addressed. Our solution to that challenge is continuous meetings to address the challenges. We have begun talking to the Office of the Controller staff, contract accounting, as well as the payroll section in addressing these issues. Another challenge is updated technology and equipment. DPM continues to seek the use of innovative and appropriate technology. One of our issues is the use of our human resource information system, which does not fully meet our needs. And we do have another database that we utilize, which is the file mixing database. That's where our applicant tracking, our position control, or our position classification questionnaire, and our personnel action forms are being tracked. Our solution to this issue is to establish partnerships with our stakeholders, such as the Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the President and Vice President, the Executive Branch, Legislative Branch, to work smarter, not harder, because what we're finding is, you know, if we were to have a more updated system, we would be able to do our work a lot faster. Okay, I'll be moving to another presentation now. Okay, the next presentation is the classification and pay section, as well as the support services section. Our story is that the classification and pay section provides services to the Navajo Nation government in establishing and maintaining a viable classification plan, as well as administering an equitable compensation pay program. The other is administering the performance management program. So those are the three main assignments or responsibilities that we have within the classification section. We also oversee the support services section by providing onboarding services for employees within the executive and legislative branches through the processing of personnel action forms. To give you some information regarding position classification. Position classification is a tool that we utilize to determine the occupational category or series and groups, as well as the position title, grade, pay rate assignments, and career paths for positions within our classification plan. Each position is classified based on the duties and responsibilities, as well as the qualifications that are required to do the work as described on the position description. We also address the pay range for a position, which is determined by the occupational care category and the grade of the position. When we're working on position classification, we're evaluating the position. So what we look at is employees doing like jobs will be paid within the same pay range, regardless of their personal attributes and qualifications, using the concept of equal pay for equal work. So that when we're going through this process, we do not evaluate the employee's qualification. It's until after the position is properly classified. And then after that, the recruitment section will receive the applications and complete the qualification assessments. In order to classify a position, what we need is a position classification questionnaire, which we call also a PCQ, as well as an organizational chart. The organizational chart shows us the reporting relationship of each of the positions. We have several types of actions that we could be addressing or handling. One is the classification of new positions. And this usually occurs right after the program's fiscal year budget is approved. However, we do still have some positions that remain unclassified even after October 1st or at the beginning of the fiscal year for the program. We have several different fiscal years or funding periods for the different programs within the Navajo Nations. We also handle classifications of existing positions. We also address the pay reviews. Sometimes we all know that there are a lot of concerns about our low salaries. Some of the programs will request for a pay review. Others will request for qualification reviews. And what they're finding is either their qualifications are too high or they're not sufficient to attract qualified individuals for their positions. Other types of reviews we do are desk audits to determine whether or not the positions are properly classified. And the last type is when when programs budget for new class titles. We do have a few unique titles within the Navajo Nation, some having to do with traditional ways of healing. We do have a traditional practitioner, which is really a medicine man type of position. We also have the traditional counselor positions. So this is what we review when we're talking about position classification. I do have a copy of our organization chart, and as you can see, it's a real busy workflow process. It begins with the program submitting a position classification questionnaire along with a organization chart. And then it's submitted to the Department of Personnel Management. We log in each one of our documents that we receive. And once the positions or the PCQs are logged in, then they're assigned to an analyst who will review the PCQ to determine the appropriate classification. I did mention earlier, we have the classification of the new positions, reclassification of existing positions. And there are situations where we may not take an action on it because the duties and responsibilities remain the same. And the other is we do coordinate with OMB on the approval of budget revision requests if the program is proposing to create a new position. The other program we work with is the Office of Background Investigation. This is in situations where positions are determined as sensitive and requested that they be designated as sensitive. In those situations, once we make a classification decision, we forward a copy of that decision to the Office of Background Investigation so that they have a record of the position being designated as sensitive. The other responsibility we have is compensation. And the compensation is tied in with the classification portion when we're assigning a pay rate to a position. And this will entail compiling market data from comparable organizations. And we do that along with a job evaluation to determine the pay rate to be assigned to a position. The other thing that we do is we provide general wage adjustments for the percentage for a general wage adjustment, which is recommended to the branch chiefs. And they in turn recommend that to the Budget and Finance Committee for approval. This is done during the budget development process. The other thing that we handle within our section is compensation study. And as I mentioned earlier, and I think it was brought up several times today, that an application does pay low salaries and that they're not competitive. So what we did to address that is we are currently working on a proposed compensation study. We did release an RFP on April 20th, 2023. And those, the deadline for submitting proposals was on June 5th. We did receive 6 proposals, which are now under review, and we will be making a selection on June 15th. So that's one of the projects that we have ongoing now. The other is the proposed minimum wage increase. This is being addressed in coordination with the Division of Human Resources, and we did make several presentations to the 24th Council, and they didn't get, by the time their
their term ended. We weren't able to complete that minimum or address the minimum wage increase. So we are in the process of presenting it to the current council again, so that we could determine how that could be addressed. So we will be working with our oversight committee, the HEHSC committee, and so we look forward to working with you on that. And there are listening sessions that are scheduled for during the week of June 12th. So they will be having a listening session in each agency, which is headed by our Division of Human Resources. So they are all set. I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but each day of the week, they do have a different agency that is scheduled. Another thing that we work with is the personnel lapse fund account. This was established sometime back. This is unexpended personnel funding that is available. And for the past several years, this personnel lapse fund has been utilized to fund any approved general wage adjustments that the council approved. So the other is that this helps with the recruitment and retention of our employees, because we our salary, like everyone's saying, is our salaries are low and not competitive. One of the other things I'd like to point out is the total compensation. A lot of employees, as well as others on the outside, do not understand, or they don't take into consideration what is included in total compensation. It's not just the base salary, it includes other fringe benefits, such as the employee benefits, or life insurance, health insurance, vision, dental, insurance, short-term disability. The other thing that is covered under that is the retirement program, or the benefit, and the 401k. Other benefits are the annual and sick leave accruals that each employee earns, as well as paid time off for holidays. So there is a lot of there are a lot of other benefits that are now foundation employees get as a part of the total compensation. If you take into consideration the pay in other organizations, especially on the reservation, what we find is a lot of times the employees are paying a real high premium each month for life or insurance coverage. And I know that there are people paying more than $400 a month for their insurance coverage, unlike our deductions here for the same type of insurance, or maybe even better insurance coverage. So these are some of the things that are a part of the compensation of the NAP Foundation employees. The other responsibility we have is the performance management. And with the NAP Foundation, it is done through a tool called the Employee Performance Appraisal Form. And this is utilized to track the employee's performance. And some of the benefits of integrating a performance management plan is an employee is aligned with aligned with the goals and objectives of the department. And they have a better understanding of both their own as well as the department's objective. And they have a solid roadmap to help them achieve their goals. One of the things that we find is that a lot of the supervisors do not provide the goals and objectives to their employees when they're hired on. So they don't know what is expected of them until it's time to do the annual appraisal, and then later, and finally, they're given a copy of their goals and objectives. And a lot of the times, the employees will say, if I knew that that was what was expected of me, I would have done a lot better. And now I'm being told that I'm not performing up to par. So these are some of the things that we come across. The other is through the collaboration with and support from the supervisors, the employee will see that they are a valued member of the department. And by informing them of their goals and objectives, sometimes, they feel like they're not valued by their department. And it's also a skill where it's also a tool where their skills are being developed and you develop and use in a meaningful way. And that there is a reward for their hard work. It also helps employees and departments identify teachable and coachable opportunities for their staff. In situations where some of our staff or employees are performing up to expectations, the supervisors can develop a performance improvement plan for their employees. And when we get the annual appraisals, that's what our staff does, is look at the overall rating for some of the employees. And what we find sometimes is that they're not meeting their objectives. And in those situations, we will write to the supervisor to let them know that we saw that the individual does not meet standards. So we recommend that they develop a performance improvement plan for the employee to help them in wherever their deficiencies are. It could either require additional training for the staff, rather than just letting them continue to be there and not assisting them in improving their skills or performance. Performance management is also job satisfaction that will improve employee retention. And with an application, I don't think we really focus that much on the retention of our employees. So, we have a lot of talented and very knowledgeable employees but their skills aren't being utilized up to par. I do have a copy of the workflow process for the employee performance appraisals. It starts with the programming, and the supervisor prepares the employee performance appraisal form, and the supervisor reviews the performance criteria with the employee. So there is a meeting that takes place between the two to show them how well they're doing, as well as to identify any deficiencies and to help them make improvements. And once that review has been done, the two of them will sign the performance appraisal form. And then they'll forward it to their reviewing official, who will also sign. And once that's completed, it'll be submitted to the Department of Personnel Management. So when we receive that document, we do log it into our database. So we have a record of all the performance appraisals that have been completed for each employee going back to 2005. And we maintain that in our in our database, so when employees don't have or are requesting copies for that, then we have it available. So what we do is we send it to records at the records section after we complete it, and it becomes a part of their personnel folder. Other assignments that we have is Ms. Kurt did go over the recent approval of the provisional hire policy amendments, which allows programs to hire employees pending the completion of the required background checks for sensitive positions, which have criteria numbers 2 through 9. And this provision does not apply to positions with criteria number 1. Criteria number 1 is for positions that have responsibility for childcare, whether it's supervised or unsupervised, whether they have direct supervision or unsupervised access to children. So one of the examples of that childcare would be our the Head Start program. Because of their funding, they are all required to have a background check. And however, Head Start does allow the Navajo Nation to hire employees with this responsibility if they have a background check, a state background check, or either a tribal background check and a federal background check. But they still have to get the federal background check. Anytime a person has a felony conviction under the Navajo Nation Head Start, they will not be suitable for employment. Other things that we work on is policy and procedure development. And we also provide training and education for all of our division and programs. So we do have a training schedule regarding the provisional hiring amendments. It's scheduled for June 9th. We'll have a morning session as well as an afternoon session. Some of our program challenges within the classification and pay section are a lack of resources, which includes staffing. We have inadequate office space and also funding to ensure competitive salaries, as well as technology. We need to upgrade our systems so that we're able to better track and maintain our information, as well as to expedite the processing of all our documents. The other challenge is the lack of accountability and partnerships between DPM and the departments. What we're finding is a lot of our supervisors are not taking responsibility or being held accountable for the submission of different documents and making sure that they do meet the timelines or the deadlines, as well as creating a standard that the expectation is the timely submittal of all documents. A lot of times you will hear where individuals were deemed ineligible because of outstanding performance appraisals. And usually it's not it's not the fault of the employee, but the supervisor who failed to turn in their performance appraisals. The same thing goes with the personnel action forms when they do not submit them in a timely manner. Sometimes we have employees that have been working for months and their PAFs have not been turned in. So this also creates a liability for the nation when these employees are not official employees of the Navajo Nation. So we try to we remind on a continuous basis the supervisors to let them know And there are situations where employees will not get paid. And they're patiently waiting until they, finally they get to a point where they can't go without another paycheck, but no one reports that to us because we don't get a copy of their PAF. We don't know that they're an employee of the foundation. So that's where, the accountability parts of our program, managers and supervisors is really critical. Some of our key achievements. Although DPM is a small team, we do achieve results for the entire foundation. One is we continue to build our team and train the new generation to do the work that we have, as well as creating and building relationships with departments to help expand their knowledge to ensure adequate staffing and retention. As far as initiatives, we will continue to work on our training material and provide training and education to all of our supervisors and employees. The other is the compensation study. We hope to get that underway as soon as possible. However, we will be looking for your support and assistance in identifying the funding. Although we think that we will have funding available through the ARPA funds, as well as continuing to review and revise our policies and procedures. With our section, we look at reviewing our position classification questionnaire to streamline it or to make it a little shorter. We do have an 8-page ECQ form, and 2 of those, which 2 of those forms are just a check-off list. Our department was audited back in 2014, and one of the findings was that it was taking too long to review and complete the qualification, the position classification questionnaires. So in order to have the programs complete entirely the form, they recommended that we add a check-off list, which is 2 pages. The other is our performance management form. We're also taking a look at that and revising our procedures. We appreciate your support in our initiatives and welcome you to visit the Department of Personnel Management to get a better understanding of our processes. The last page I have here is the classification and pay stack. My staff includes Christian Clark, who is a human resource analyst, Valerie Monica, and a human resource analyst. Also, she's the sole individual that handles the performance appraisal forms. Brianna Bonke, our senior human resource technician, and Serenity Miguel, who is the senior human resource analyst, as well as the support services staff. And I'll go ahead and go over that when we get to that presentation. So that ends my presentation for the classification and age section.
Good afternoon, can you hear me guys? Yeah, hold on. Let me go back to Department of Personnel Management Division and Human Resource before we get to you, Mr. Garcia, and also classification and pay support service sections. Committee members, these 2 PowerPoint presentations, are there any questions? Honorable Toth.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if I can work with the human, your department. Let me tell you a story before I get to the point. I left from that, Navajo Nation back in 1903 season. Then I worked for the grad school for a year. After I left, I went back to school after I got my degree and decided to go back to work. So I went to Phoenix Hospital, the security was. And then I submitted my application. Got my resume down there within 2 weeks. I was told to come in. I didn't have to go to interview. And my background is done in no time. Okay, compared to this one, you're gonna have to wait for a long time. How can we streamline this hiring situation? That's the reason why people are leaving. When they apply for this position, any position, and now, and they keep waiting, and they go find another job. So those are things that my concerns. Why this? Have you ever looked at other organizations such as HEHSC? What is their procedures? To me, this is too much of just like you show us the organization chart, what our error is. You can understand which way to go this way, jump back, come back over here. That's too common. And that's where we give a hard time to our people. And we should be doing that. And we should hire people, if this individual is not qualified, we should just let them, be on call. Or we can offer to another position. They're just didn't hire them. So right now, we wouldn't have this many vacancies. And then the salary, how do we, we're saying, bring our people back. We're just figuring out to other counties and other departments outside of the res. So is there a way of study could be made where a lot of these are redundant? You add all these things in there, it's going to be a giant process. HEHSC fund to streamline some of this. So it could be about how do we change the government? Waiting, I mean, you probably didn't create this, but somebody did that. So we just added things in it. Somehow we can narrow down the hiring procedure. Anyway, that bothers me. How can I explain to my community? They're gonna say, hey, this is, what up, I just I know you do your job. You probably created, but when you got in and he was there, they just working with it. So it needs to be streamlined somehow. And all that, but it's this is so crazy thing. Doesn't teach you.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments regarding the presentation from DPM, and then also the section of classification aid and support service section? Committee members, this topic responsible to this honorable Mr. Toll.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Toll. With your comment regarding the streamlining the hiring procedures. We are currently looking at that. There are some processes that need to be streamlined in terms of position classification. And why it's taking too long. The other is the salaries. That's another thing that we are looking at. And there is a proposed compensation study that we have received proposals for. And again, your question is to regarding how can we change the department and also to narrow down the hiring process. I do have the recruitment manager here who will be presenting next, and then we can entertain any other questions that you may have after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tani, for that response. And so moving on to the question of, I know you indicated the resolution in AB by 2016. So in that kind of operation that was sponsored by Honorable Weatherspoon, there's section 1 findings in that section, and I'm looking at D, which is DPN's purpose. It's planning, organizing, and administrating the personnel management service and programs of the executive and legislative branch of the now nation government. And so I don't see what I know in there it talks about exhibit A, and within that exhibit A, which was certified by Urban and so in that kind of operation, it really doesn't give a breakdown of how the process will take and what kind of process you will eventually move forward in. And so my question to you is, how did we get to this point with so much intertwined process? Now, when I started scrolling down and reviewing the actual exhibit A, your plan of operation, it really talks about the needs of how the positions or the jobs to be created throughout the Navajo Nation. And administratively resolving the understanding of hiring individuals. And I'm trying to figure out how did we get to this point where this process is just a continuing forever process that is so lengthy. But in the actual NABI 2616, I know it's general, but how did we get to this point where there's so many things going on? There's even to get a PCQ in place. There's even just to get an EPAF in place. Even just to advertise a position. Even under, I know we haven't got to the recruitment section yet, but under the recruitment section of how interviews and all of that, PAF, how did we get to that point? If you can give us a brief general summary of how we got to this point where all of this process that we're dealing with has created this humongous issues and concerns, and now we can address it. And you know that we have so many different concerns and issues, but the only thing that we get back is that one is that we're short-staffed and we don't have enough funding to hire individuals. And if we know that's the problem, why are we not going back to this plan of operation to make some amendments? What recommendations do you have to streamline this whole process? And I say this because, you know, how can the departments help? How can they assist department personnel management? Right now, I don't see how any of the departments are assisting DPM. It's vice versa, where they have to adhere and do what DPM asks them to do. And it's just to that point, I'm just going back to your plan of operation. Where is it that we need to make those changes to eliminate a lot of this prolonging items that are before us? Because you and I and members here, the community, and then we know that staff are aware of it, that this has been an ongoing issue for many years. This is not within the 25th now Nation Council. It's been a continuing issue that has just been going in circles, round and round, round and round. Same thing. Every new council that comes in brings up these issues, and it's still the same. We're still stuck in that. Or it just seems like, you know, it's not even improved, it's just getting worse. And at this point, I think a lot of our constituents are now people have figured out, you know, they know the process, and they just know nothing's gonna happen. And they even know to the point where they know EPA is not gonna happen. That's all a lie, that's all a joke. Is what we get as committee members. And it's like, I've been in this position for so many years and I haven't even get a step increase. But if I request for a step increase, I'm told that, well, this is the person that was hired before me, EPA is not even needed. But then the whoever supervised that individual at the time is no longer with the program, so it's just all static building. How do we resolve these kinds of matters and issues? And it's something that I think we encountered ourselves where we made our skin really thick to, oh, well, you know, we're just like, oh, we're going to go through this work session, we're going to go through this meeting. We already know what council is saying. We already know what the concerns and issues are going to be said. We already know. We're just like, well, this is what I'm going to do. We already know because we've been in this static hole stuck in one place that we just know. And now it's gone down to people that they just know as well. That nothing's going to happen, that, you know, they're just like, well, why are you working for the non-nation? Why did something with my application? Now I'm told that I have to do a new application because it was revised in the state. It has to have the state of the application. And I don't know what has happened to my previous attachments to my application. And then it goes down the line. I mean, that's what I mean. We've just heard so many different concerns and issues and stories, but we're just not addressing it. And how can we as the 25th Nation Council, the HEHSC committee, how can we change that? I mean, how can we improve that whole situation that has been ongoing for the past 10, 15, 20, 25 years? And so it's really difficult, and I come to you because you have a lot of experience in your position. You've come through so many different challenges, and you've come through so many different recommendations, and you're the expertise, you have the knowledge. Before you retire, give us some advice, share some recommendations with us on how we can make some changes instead of just leaving it and then retiring. It's still in existence. And I appreciate the work that you have done up to this far and you continue to do. And how you're serving now people, but how is it that we can address this, all the issues that's just like putting this bowl and the bowl not moving. It's just there. And I think that's the part that we would really like to hear with you as well. Other than that, I think a lot of us are familiar with the process, and we've just been hearing concerns left and right. We just don't know how to respond anymore. We ran out of excuses, I guess I could say, for DPN, department personnel. I don't know what else to say anymore. I don't even know how to respond to employees that have said, you know, I've been in this position for a couple of years, I haven't been gone to step B, and it's on step A. COLA has happened, cost of living adjustment has happened, but on the salary schedule, I haven't even moved across for all these many years that I've been in this position. And so how is it we can address those kind of issues as well? And then another one is earlier we did have labor relation office here, and that's also one of the questions that have been lingering among us as HEHSC committee members, because staff have come forward to us and said, you know, the process that is in place right now, I know we haven't gone to that employee relationship portion, but it's not helpful. I'm not going to get anywhere. So I guess putting in like 15 years, 20 years means nothing. So now it's going to retire, it's going to move on. And I think my colleagues have seen that process of how we lost some real knowledgeable individuals to like HEHSC. I mean that was a shock to my committees here on how there were several individuals that just went to HEHSC. And there's like, you know, we're tired, we're done. There's no reason I'm trying to fight anymore, because we've been fighting for decades now, trying to resolve the issue of our pay and the EPA. Nothing's happening. And so it's been really hard. I think we all are frustrated as committee members trying to figure out what is going on and what is it that we need to do. And since now you brought up the kind of operation, and while you were providing your presentation of reviewing that, there's really nothing in there that talk about where we should be at. I just don't know how we got where we are at with all of these different processes. With that, so I just wanted to ask that question, and then also to make that comment. Thank you, committee members. I hope I summarized your guys' questions, your concerns, your issues overall. So I hope that helps. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson has a question and comment.
Thank you again, once again. You know, being a new newcomer to all of this, navigation, how departments and programs operate, as well as even the council. I'm really looking, work session, I get really excited because when I think about work session, it makes me think that we're actually gonna sit here and without these council rules, and that we're actually gonna sit here and start reviewing manuals and laws that have been put in place and amendments that have been made that have caused us to be this combobulated. I think that I feel like when the word work session comes, I get excited. I go, oh my gosh, we're finally gonna work. We're not just gonna talk about it anymore. And I'm looking forward to the day, and that really has to change within council, our council culture. I'm tired of calling these things work sessions when there's absolutely no work that happens. That's not fair to anybody. And I'm looking forward to the day that we sit here, you sit here, our DOJ people sit here, and we start to go through these things and we start to prioritize on how we're going to change things. And in real time, DOJ will be sitting here reviewing the documents and saying, well, okay, if you do this, then this is what will happen. That's sort of looking at intended and unintended consequences. Like if you make this change here, you know that'll impact this, or maybe in real time, let's look at how things will really play out if we make change to one area where it knows does it impact. So I'm looking forward to that day in all of council, not just in S. I'm looking at in the general NAMI. I'm looking at real work sessions to start taking place. And so I know that at some point you had talked about some kind of system that you were going to have bring on board with human resource, and I don't remember the name of it, but I know that you were going to have like an actual any other place I've worked, I've just done everything online. I submit documents online. I can see that there's a portal and that there's a dashboard, and every training that you need to take already exists there, and you just go through this whole employment process and you never actually have to see anybody and submit anything original. And so there's online signatures and all this good stuff. So I'm looking forward to something like that rolls out. But in looking at all these the vacancies, it makes you wonder, well, if we've gone this long without these jobs, do we really need them? It makes you think that we've been operating as a nation without all these positions. Now, do we really need them? If we've been, I don't know, have we been, are we okay? But then I look at, like, I was looking through again and CHR, is really lacking in the rural areas. And in my area, the Forest Lake CHR has been vacant, I think, for a long time. But how do we work with folks if they can almost meet the requirements? How can we go and start to work with these folks to say, we're going to give you 1 year provisional hire, bring you on, but remember, it's only for the year, but within that year, let's get you, let us help you with workforce investment. Let's help you with some training to get you over the line so you can be qualified. And I was just telling Debbie that I met the owner of Gateway Bank down in Mesa, and he owns a bank, and he, and one of the things that he said to me was that he doesn't really hire people based on their qualifications or even their degrees. He said, I hire them based on whether they feel passionate about the work. And he said, I have a young lady who's a young, Hispanic young lady who's not graduated college, straight out of high school, but she loves learning, she loves her work, I hired her, she's the hardest worker I have. And she said, and he said she makes about $100,000 a year. So we, you know, I appreciate people going to school, I appreciate degrees and education. But a lot of our folks that are living here in our communities sometimes don't have those resources to even go to school. They don't have unique support from family, and that's severely lacking in a lot of our people. So let's start to look at different ways of recruiting talent, you know, and let's look for people who are really passionate about what they want to do and provide other kinds of training for them. And let's hire people. Let's hire people. It does us no good just to have a whole ton of vacancies, you know, and year after year is what I'm seeing. But I would really like Miss Debbie Nesmaniolas. We really could, and Chair James, I think we really need to change this culture in which work sessions really are about work. And we really produce something. And I think it needs to be a collaborative effort, and it requires a good team. That's what I'm thinking. So,
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair, Senate. With that, Honorable Helena Drazowski.
Oh, yeah, no. I just want to add on that, you know, several years back, we used to get temporary employees that used to cover to be a driver, a cook, or even a teacher's aide, a hotel, cover the evening then until they get someone that's in their permit. But sometimes these temporary employees, you know, they're the ones that apply for this job, and sometimes they go in there. So that really helped. But the last so many years, I've seen other senior centers that when one of their staff leaves, it's just vacant and it's just too much work on one person. And if we had temporary employees there, that would lighten the burden of that one employee. So, you know, we need to bring that back. We're here for the people that they know. I came in as a supervisor. And I used to have volunteers at my center. Sometimes I used to do HEHSC, you know, audit, I have $20 that would look at for helping me out, because that's what I know that was what they wanted. So I show them some kids, especially out in the field. The done I the street. And I've been here for 6 months, and my position is not even filled yet. And how long is that going to be again? And we serve 96 hours a day, and I only have 2 staff there now. Temporary employees. How long would children? You know, the youth, the young teenagers, or even the young motherhood or the fatherhood. They don't job days, and especially living in a rural area. Anything helps, anything. That's the reason why
we have a high rate of drugs, alcoholism, crimes in our communities. I said, what's it, I see what's it. Yeah, I want to share with you, and I was telling Ben, serious, James, that, you know, maybe they can go to work for 6 hours and go to school for 2 hours. You know, that could improve their quality of work.
Thank you, Honorable Leader Nancy Gay. With that, moving down the line, Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I will click that now. See, I'm just asking you to tell me, with the recommendation. We had a task force meeting. I was in there. So, yeah, we haven't get the update report, what's going on. So, I was told, I was supposed to be contacted, but they haven't contacted me. So the same thing, Columbia IST, and I would recommend just you as a department, give us your rough idea, rough draft, how you can streamline within that 30 days of a call. My about actually, I don't believe. Oh, I don't know, and a lot of cheating that comes into these task force. So if, since you work with this whole organization, you're a part, you get together and try to bring some recommendation within 30 days. I'd like to have that report back in 30 days. I know you can do it because you're an expert. Hey, you do this every day. Where, which area you want to eliminate or so, Chair, I would request to adjourn our meeting because we're going to the same route. So I would recommend that they bring their recommendation before the spot. We have to do something. We just can't wait. They don't allow that. They have this plan. Us to do within 30 days of jail, what you do. Honestly, wait until I go to dimension hospital. It is now come. I think not only it about this chair. It's okay, we can adjourn and have them bring their plans within 30 days. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Tones, for that. We do have questions on the floor, so let me get back to that as a response. And then we'll, after Ms. Tommy's done, I'll go ahead and give some time to the Division Director, Ms. Debbie Manuel, and we'll go with from there if we need to adjourn or not. But again, this is our HEHSC committee meeting, so I will leave that up to you guys as HEHSC committee members. So with that, Ms. Tommy, I'll go ahead and give you the floor back to respond to questions, comments, and recommendations. Ms. Tommy.
Thank you for the questions. With response to your review of our plan of operation, I did also have that chance, and I thank you for bringing that up.
when I was preparing for this presentation, I did take a look at the plan of operation. And I did not bring that up as part of our introduction or one of the challenges, because I did not discuss that with our director, Ms. Woody, or our division director, that our plan of operation needs to be amended. And you talk about that you ask questions about the different processes and how they became very lengthy, and it's not really benefiting the different processes within our department. We did have discussions with our director, Ms. Lee, regarding the EPA process and the need to have that procedure and policy revised. And I do also agree with the amendments to our plan of operations, because it's been quite some time since 2016, and there are a lot of innovative and more streamlined processes that we could implement within the department. And one of the continuing issues has always been the length of time that it takes to fill our vacancies. And one of the questions that you asked was, how can the departments assist the Department of Personnel Management? And currently we do have a few of the departments conducting their own qualification assessments, which has assisted our program, because the recruitment staff was really only had like 2 employees at one point in time. And with the divisions assisting them with the qualification assessment, that also helped to speed up the process. However, even if the referrals were being made, there's a lot of programs who are not making the selections. So we go on for quite some time without them providing us a response. And with the limited staff in the past, what we used to do was we would contact them after a certain length of time to ask them what the status of the vacancies or the referrals were. And there was also a question from Vice Chair on whether or not they do really need those positions. You know, we've gone this far without them filling the positions. But one of our increase in the number of vacancies occurred with the opportunity and a lot of the programs or divisions receive. That's where vacancies really increase. Okay, so there was also a question regarding filling positions with individuals who are short of meeting the minimum qualifications. We do have a draft underfill policy that we're working on right now. And as far as the provisional hire, that was one of the issues that was that is assisting us now. We just barely started working with that provisional hire amendment to the policy. So we, like I said, we do have training, and I do feel that it is going to assist the department with or the divisions application and filling their positions. And another concern that was raised was individuals who are being hired regardless of the qualification requirements. And a lot of organizations are going to competence-based or skill-based and looking at their skills rather than whether or not they have the degree and they have the years of experience. And we do have some individuals that are really wanting to work and are very
interested in providing services to their respective communities. As far as the CHR programs, we did modify some of their qualification requirements to allow them to be able to hire individuals into their vacancies. And I do appreciate all of your recommendations. And it's been a while since we've been before the HEHSC committee to provide updates on what our activities are. We have been working with the Division of Human Resources. And when this Woody came in, there were a lot of issues that were concerns that we looked at and possibly making changes to a lot of the processes and streamlining them. So I thank you for those recommendations. As far as temporary employment, we do have temporary employment. And we also have volunteer classification where individuals can volunteer. All they need to do is on request by the department, submit a personnel action form so that they can have the workers' comp coverage while they're employed or they're volunteering their services. And the other is to improve the quality of work. We do agree with that, and we hope to get on these recommendations. And as Delegate Toll did indicate, he is recommending that we look at our processes and streamline that information and give you a report within 30 days. And I don't know if Aaron has anything else to add. He is the recruitment manager. So I'll go ahead and if you would like, I would like for him to make a comment regarding that. Okay, we'll just go ahead and go with your recommendation to provide a report within 30 days. Again, I thank you and I appreciate your support and all the recommendations. And it is a long time coming for the Department of Personnel Management. There was also mention regarding a succession plan earlier, and that is what we are working on to ensure that we do pass on our knowledge to some of the staff. I have identified one within my section to be able to take over a lot of the duties and responsibilities that I have. And right now, we don't have anyone else in the employee relations section that could be trained, and that's where we really need to provide and pass on a lot of the knowledge and expertise that our staff have within the Department of Personnel Management. So again, I thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tati, for the response. In regards to the 30 days, Ms. Debbie Manuel, your recommendation in regards to ending the presentation here with the Department of Personnel Management, what is your point of view on that? To give us an idea if we should adjourn. And if we are going to go in that direction, I would like to also hear from you in regards to the location, what is your perspective or what is your recommendation going in order this will be addressed again. I think there's a lot that entails this whole process. And as we continue to hear presentations, to me, I would think that we should finish the other the other 3 PowerPoints to give us an understanding of
multiple sections that is within DPM and continue to figure out what other recommendations we find and figure out. Again, just like a comment was made earlier, but we are lawmakers. And so should we implement a new law as a HEHSC committee and as a program, as a division, you guys implement that new law? It is because when you review this kind of operation, it's just basically just general. And so what comes down to it, we need to move forward in that direction, but I know what's gonna happen is that staff are going to be running to other delegates that are not on the HEHSC committee members and giving them, educating them, you know, we should be approving this legislation, blah, blah, blah. This is the reason why, blah, 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 and this will go back and forth, and next thing you know, the term's going to be ended. Then we're just going to be in the same stock again with no improvement. And so that's why I'm asking that maybe we can hear the last 3 presentations and then from there learn some recommendations. That's just even as the 2 individuals here that have brought up. I mean, is it an idea? Is it a great idea just to do 90 days advertising for positions that includes the interview and all of that? PHS completed with 9 days. If not, then take it out. Just like Vice Chair said, it's that position. It's important to have that position. And we need to put 9 days time on each of the positions. That by the end of 90 days, the and all that should be established for you to work with 120 days. Because of the background check scenario again. And then how do we move forward? Again, just up to this far with the presentation that was provided by Ms. Montani. I mean, what implementations are in there to go fully electronic, to go paperless? Or are we on that as a department? And these are some of the things that we could put in the plan of operation so that the department personnel management can start implementing to go fully electronic and go paperless. And so these are some of the ideas that it came to me while I'm hearing our colleagues bringing up concerns and issues. Another one is the cost pay in regards to those high positions, those hard positions to fill. With the recommendation coming from Honorable Leader Nancy Gay to provide so many hours in an educational staff development plan for those individuals that will be hired in that position. So that was another one. And then at this point, I really don't. I was trying to ask Vice Chair, was it UKG contract? Yeah, that's right. See, Vice Chair. She was all over the place and giving me all these different letters. No, it's not UKG, but maybe even in this the last 3 presentation, or maybe we're giving the 4 now, maybe provide us an update regarding that UKG contract. So that's another one that's very important that the committee needs to know about where we stand on that. So the committee members, I believe it's up to you. I know we're all exhausted, we're tired, sitting here all day, we're probably hungry at this point. Thursday, but again, it's part of the job, it's part of the duties that we took oath of office, we raise our hand. And I know our staff are tired, they're exhausted. So they didn't, that's the reason why we have to stay here, because logic is here. So it's just a walking distance just to get to our groups and get rested up. To drive the road and so forth. So they didn't have some colleagues on a single and small before the vision directors. Debbie, that's minute.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the time that we have spent here today. Looks like the police are here to take us out of the room. All right.
No, sorry about that. Thanks, guys.
They were really good to take us out. Okay, I'm gonna just give you a brief kind of synopsis of how I want to proceed, what we can do. It took us 6 months to get here. Let's say that first of all, and I respect what Honorable Tom is asking, that it took us 6 months to get here, and it took us a number of times to schedule this time. And I know that my team will understand if we don't give those 2 presentations. They're critical, but we can cover those in a work session down the road. But I do want to respond. I have a whole page here. I'm going to go through it very quickly, but I also want to give you my report on the budget questions that you asked. It'll be brief because of some circumstances, but tomorrow morning I do have to I have a mandatory 6 a.m. meeting with President Nygren, and so I have to drive out to Winter Rock from here and then be ready for that meeting tomorrow morning. So it's been 3 long days of meetings, almost 10 to 14-hour days for me. So, but in the budget, being new to the nomination, I'm really relying on our division director and experts. One of them just returned to our division, Lorraine Tamaha. She's been on leave. Actually, I just met her for the first time a couple of days ago, but she's been communicating with me, and since she's returned on Tuesday, it's been really helpful to get an overview from her. Again, she is one who possesses the institutional knowledge when it comes to our budgets. She's a champion when it comes to ensuring that we have the resources we need for personnel. What I do know is we've made an effort this past year to practice some of the use the cost saving measures to bring on more staff, deputy. This past couple of months, I have been without office personnel, without an office specialist or an administrative management a budget person due to the transition that was happening. And in between Deputy Leonard Delegate Brown, we've been able to learn, we did quick study, learners, procedures, processes, and we figured this out during that time, but now we have our team back together, I want to say as of last week. So during this time, I want to make sure that all of our business units are fully funded with a possibility of a 5% increase. This additional amount can be applied to the support that we need in DPM. It also can be applied to some of the operational costs that you described with background investigations when it comes to the money orders and costs. While these can be reimbursed for new applicants, it's still an opportunity to consider. So that's something I'm thinking about. I know for our administration, I have a position that's been vacant. I'm considering changing that over to an executive assistant that can help me. My deputy asked me the question. He says, Chanel, when you brought me on board, I thought you just took care of HR. That's, I have to help them understand that I don't take care of HR, I take care of all of the divisions and the offices outside of that. So there's probably anywhere from 25 different areas, which really covers all of our personnel in the government, and tracking all of these incidents, concerns, and inquiries is really important. That helps to answer questions. It helps to keep our programs running efficiently and ensures that we address the concerns that you all were talking about today, not just within the government, but the chapters. We have 110 chapters. So ensuring that we have a strong administration to cover these within HR is really crucial. It is so crucial. There's visions and ideas and things I want to accomplish, and I can't do that myself. I look at some of the recommendations that were made today. A lot of that is strategy planning. It's really about making sure we have a plan in place and that we're reaching out to all of these divisions to make sure that these best practices are put in place
that we're documenting, that we're using data. And I can't do that fast enough and by myself, so I really need to expand my administration. Currently, we have 4 people, that's myself, that's the deputy, and he's there to cover the office when I'm not there, attending meetings, and doing a lot more on collaborations, personal task force, and collaborations that are needed for tribal enrollment. So we're, you know, as it is, we're spread thin. So to champion all the ideas that you propose is going to require high level, high function professionals who will be willing to help out where needed. So that's something that I look at, but in general, our number one priority is to keep all positions funded with no layoffs. I really do not want, I can't afford to lose people. If I lose people, I'm going to have to cross some recommendations that you made today. And so that's kind of my thoughts on the budget itself. But I think the other thing is looking at some of going to the recap role briefly is I do understand the request for understanding what the professional at will. So I want to create a time where we can have DOJ and then also a couple of our departments available to help answer that question, to do a brief training, education for Mr. 12 and others who might be interested in hearing about that. The other thing is to really look at outline and plan what a vocational program looks like. We do, Navigation does a great job in supporting higher education, especially when it comes to academic 4-year degrees. But we don't do, we're doing very limited when it comes to vocational programming. And that is about carpentry, it's about operating heavy equipment, it's about using some of the skills base that many of our nation really enjoys. They like the hands-on work, and that's really critical. Looking at the, I'll make sure staff will provide a report on sexual harassment, where we're at today, and maybe by month give an update about how it's going and the progress that's happening. When I look at the succession planning that we were talking about earlier, I've been talking about that for the past few months, and I really appreciate our staff, the talent that they bring to the table. But I also understand that retirement is a reality. At some point they will leave, and we want to make sure that there's not just one Resita, that there's a few Resitas that know how to do their work, that there's a few Lorraines that know how to do their work. There's a number of people within our division that are really critical to the process and procedures that we have in place. We want to make sure that we somehow extract all that information they carry around daily, put it in writing. The other thing that was mentioned was the life skills for workforce development. I agree with Honorable Simonson when she was talking about her son who's 7 years old. I have 3 children, and you know, even our children, even up into their 30s, require life skills. Their brain does not mature until they're 30, and for them to finally get the idea about how to put all of these teachings into actual practice requires time. So making sure our workforce program has some sort of life skills component and training is going to be something that we can prioritize.
I'm going to interject on this. My question you was, what is your thought, what is your response regarding the 30 days report back to HEHSC committee? Are you agreeable of that?
Yes.
If that is the case, do we still move forward with presentation that we still have left from DPM, which is the recruitment, support service section, and then the employee relations? Those are the 3 that's left. And so, if you guys are okay with not providing these 3 reports, then we can adjourn it. But my clarification that I need from Honorable Cole is, are you requesting a written report, or just a verbal report back to the committee at a future meeting? So that was gonna be my question to him after hearing from you regarding what you want in with these 3 reports. To me, I think it's beneficial that these 3 reports are shared with us to give us an idea of how we should proceed and move forward. And what we should be requesting within that 30 days of either as a written report or just a verbal report at future HEHSC. So Dave, I'm not sure. I gave that response back to you if we want to move forward with this, or if you just want to end now and not go over this 3.
So I will go ahead and end now. I think that the material that you have is adequate in sharing what you need. And then what we can do is we can provide the 30-day report that's being requested. What I'd like to do is to set up a time. There's something that we did with OPVP when we were looking at our procedures. And we basically mapped it out on our wall. I think that kind of work session is really important, an update, just as you were asking about. And I think that would be one of our starting points in a work session, because here we're doing a lot of conversation, but if we can map it out on the work and just look at what's actually happening, what's needed, what's not needed, I think that would be more productive.
Okay. So that takes me back, thank you for the response. So that takes me back to Honorable Toll. Do you want a written report back? Do you want a verbal report back within the 30 days? At a future meeting or just at a regular future work session conducted? And then if it's work session, then what are your recommendations? I mean, I just don't know how your colleagues' schedules are at this point, so the 30 days will be very interesting. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I got all the time in the world, it's just that staff keep watching that they travel unless they're staying here. How many of you guys are staying? Okay, if you're staying, I have no problem. I'm just worried about the director and also the staff want to go home because they have other responsibilities. So I know we're all staying, right? The way I can agree to is chair, you buy the dinner tonight. So I find it dandy with me, those 2 of the staff are staying, right? And you? Okay. She's gonna teach us how to swim. All right, it's up to you. If you want to hear it, just go for it. Want to go? I'm just thinking about the staff of the year. Someone want to drive back. So go ahead.
Yeah, I leave it up to you guys, committee members, but again, I believe maybe even in 30 days is when we're starting our budget sessions. That's when it all begins again. So we're piling all these different things on top of each other. And I don't know if we'll have some time, is what I'm trying to say here. And then every one of you are traveling where maybe, you know, our schedule changes on a daily, weekly basis.
Chair, can I respond?
So I don't even know the location for having winter off, or how that's gonna go, but maybe you have any recommendation, Ms. Debbie has made it.
So we have a couple of things that are coming up, and I realized how long it took us to get through this meeting with you, so it's with this body. So we have a couple of things on Friday. We're gonna be we have a due date for our staff to turn in their budget requests to our team, and then they're gonna be reviewed by AMS, and then we're gonna have a mandatory meeting next Friday to talk about our budget needs. Following that, in I want to say it's in July, I have to look back at my calendar, but we are going to be doing a strategic meeting to cover all of our priorities within the division. So that's gonna be, I want to say July 5th, I think that's correct, 2 days with OPVP. So those are some opportunities where you can join us, and be in the room, be in attendance. I realize they're all busy, but those are opportunities we have coming up. And then it's really important for me, I feel as strongly as this body does about streamlining these procedures. It is something that has already been done with, PVP to address issues with the P card, with, a lot of different things. So if we can, if I do that with my team, you're invited to join us there too, and I can make those dates available, and you can join us. But those are 3 opportunities that are coming up. And you can let me know if you'll attend, but those will be pressing dates for our staff to come together.
Okay, thank you. So going back to Honorable Toth, what is your request at this point? Do you want a written report back within 30 days, or a verbal report at a future meeting?
Written.
Yeah. Okay, Chair, I think taking a mind and email it. Whatever is feasible for you, okay? I don't need to dictate you, but I got a schedule. Let's do it today. Go for it. Yeah.
So I leave it up to you, I guess, at this point. So that was.
Okay, perhaps I can listen online while I'm on the road. I can listen to the call, and then that'll get me back, and I do worry about my safety.
What I'm saying is, I asked Honorable Toth if this could be a written report or a verbal report within 30 days. So he put that back on you guys. So, you want to do written report? And that would be in 30 days. Do you want that at a regular HEHSC meeting or just a work session somewhere down the road, but then we'll need location?
We can do a work session, because I know that this department is really critical to our programs. We can do a work session, and if we can be given a date that you're.
30 days.
Yes.
So what if 30 days, we would be looking at sometime around the time frame of July 5th. Ms. Benali?
It might have to occur in a special meeting because it's somewhat of a directive and it's requesting a written report that the committee will accept and take a vote.
Okay, so now we know we'll most likely be a special meeting, not a work session. But we're saying 30 days, and 30 days from now, it's possibly a July 5th. So I mean, Ms. Honorable, Mr. Toth gave that responsibility back to you guys. You guys want to meet in the location.
Let's choose a time in the last week of June. Because we have that strategy meeting on July 5th, I believe. I'll check the date on that.
How's everybody scheduled for do you guys want to change 29th or June 30th? That's a Friday, June 30th, it was a Friday. And then we also have a regular HEHSC meeting on June 28th.
Work.
On June 28th, is that okay? At our regular meeting, HEHSC meeting. Otherwise, I own information vice chair. I should be there. So with that, June 28th is it's okay. Okay, June 28th, I'll be a great report from back from you guys. And we'll do our best to keep only you guys under reports. we'll do our best to just have you guys, just you one on the report on June 28th. Does that one count for you guys? Is talking with DPM?
Yes.
Okay.
Each other.
All right, then, be on that. So with that, we will conclude our presentation here. We did cover 2 PowerPoints. We did not cover PowerPoints for recruitment. We have readable documents to get knowledge about recruitment, and then also in the support service section. We do have documents before us that we can read, get familiar with that, and then same with the employee relations section of the department personnel management. So we do have these 3 documents that have been provided, but we didn't go over here over them this evening. So with that does complete our presentation. So with that, committee members, I will call for a motion. Motion made by Honorable Helena Nancy, second made by Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Are there any questions? Committee members? Any other questions on this motion? Second is to accept all the presentations that were done today from the Division of Human Resources, which is administration, DPM, staff development training department, Department of Workforce Development, Department of Retirement Service, Office of Labor Relations, National Nation TV and Field, National Office of Vital Records and IEP, NOFA, Department of Child Support Service, and Office of Background Investigation. That's the reason why we have a motion in a second to approve all the presentations. Are there any other questions? Going twice. I don't see no comment. I don't hear no comment. I don't see no hands. With that, I'll call for roll call. Honorable George Toth. Honorable Anito. Honorable Vice Chair.
Here.
Honorable Helena Nancy. Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nance votes green via text. So with that, we do have 5 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Moving on, committee members, we still have an agenda before us. So item number 6, old business, there is none. 7, we have new business, there is none. Item number 8, close of meeting, announcement and adjournment. Next meeting is HEHSC special meeting Tuesday, June 6, 2023. HEHSC special meeting Wednesday, June 7, 2023. Travel June 7 to the 11th to OSA 2023 Summer Conference, Las Vegas, Nevada. Regular meeting June 14, 2023. And then also we have a new item for June 28th regarding department personnel management. So with that, committee members, are there any other announcements? If there's no other announcements from committee members, going twice, 3 times, I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
I'll motion to the delegate.
Honorable Helena Nancy, second, Honorable Benito. Committee members, any questions for adjournment here at 7:37 p.m. No questions, going twice, going 3 times. Roll call vote, Honorable Toth. Honorable Benito. Honorable Simonson. Honorable Nancy. Honorable Dr. Ness.
Green.
He's on the line.
Honorable Dr. Ness votes green via text. So with that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We are hereby adjourned at 7:37 p.m. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good evening.